Hello everyone, let me know if you can hear me okay, let me know if this is all coming through just fine. Hopefully everything's all good, and hopefully you can see a slightly different looking screen from last time, and whilst you may be able to hear the game, yeah, you should be able to see things too. There we go. Hopefully that works. Also, thank you very much to Ash, Faroth, and Kahil for becoming members. We're still going to go ahead and have some more progress on that when things come through, but yeah, it's going to be a little bit of time. It'll take a moment also. Apparently need to find a way to continuously loop my things. Hi, welcome. It's been years since I've streamed, can you tell? Ha 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 ha. Either way, let's just go ahead and loop. Hopefully that flips things over. We are going to be going ahead and playing through Heresy Act 3's first week of story. However, currently there are cat errors, and we all know what the first day's worth of an update's worth of stuff is like. There is a chance that downtime gets extended. So, if that does happen, we are instead going to be waiting around. I'll take questions while we do wait, but I will also be sitting there and playing a different game while we wait. I think we're going to go ahead and play Darkest Dungeon. I don't know if anyone has heard it, but it's a phenomenal game. It's so good. The entire premise is just dripping in gothic and grimdark and cosmic horror, and it's absolutely fantastic. Let's see. Also, where Milo? Yeah, no, at some point I'm sure we'll go ahead and get him on. He's currently juggling a whole load of stuff to do with his schedule. I really want to go ahead and get him onto a, like a big old raid live stream. I want to get him onto a, yeah, I want to get him onto a thing where we go through dungeons and do lore stuff through content. But yeah, currently we have plans, but it's not necessarily something that is set in stone at the moment, if that makes sense. This is the typical content creator thing of we need time to pass and other things to get done first, if that makes sense. Very, it'll happen when it kind of happens when moments. Bruno, thank you very much for becoming a member. Hey, and Neo, the 5th, thank you so much for the €5. What if Zivu is just a cat and she's fed up and we keep removing objects for her to push over a ledge? Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, that's, Have you guys seen that one meme where it's like, what is that? Is that a fucking cat? Whose fucking cat is this? Yeah, that would be kind of the cat at that point if we're thinking Xivu Arath as a cat. She's not very traditionally cat-shaped. Servers are still down? Yeah, I know. So here's the other thing as well. Cat error, unironically, means that there is a update that has not gone live yet. I'm currently refreshing, you can't see it, but on the other end, I'm refreshing the Bungie help page, waiting for them to sit there and say that, like, we're pushing servers live, all that good stuff. So yeah, don't worry. But yeah, meantime, we'll go ahead and keep taking questions. And I should note too, for those of you who watched the video, first of all, thank you so much for watching last week's video and for giving feedback on it. It was actually really awesome to see everybody give their thoughtful responses. Like, genuinely, it's clear that there were some people who had a few gripes, in particular the gripe of where the hell is Greetings Guardians, my name is Bife here at the very beginning of it. So when we do start recording for the VOD, yes, there will be that moment. However, yeah, it's definitely it's definitely something a lot of you enjoyed. Like, the video got good reception for something where it was a very quiet story week. I think it got decent viewership, and lots of you said in the comments that you really enjoyed the format. There were some people who said, like, hey, don't go ahead and replace traditional videos with this only. And that's absolutely not the plan, to be clear. Like, literally yesterday was my script writing day for the week, and I wrote a 17-page script and a 5-page script. So, like, you still have scripted content coming from me. Like, that's not going away. But when it comes to doing stuff like this live, yeah, absolutely, you'll see more of this. Cactus Jack Benji, thank you so much for being a member, and Maddie Lewin, thank you for the $2. Lol, I haven't even been on your lives. I'm so happy I'm here. Thank you. I mean, honestly, I haven't. Again, this is very new. Like, I only started doing lives like a couple of weeks back, and yeah, I'm still kind of getting into the flow of things. The plan, by the way, for lives going forward is definitely go ahead, get Twitch reactivated, get my partnership going there, start streaming on both, find the way that people have been integrating both their YouTube and Twitch chats, push those together so that we can have a bigger group of people watching and a bigger community. And then when all of that is set and ready, then we'll start rolling things out, like, you know, upping things so that instead of just the $1 membership tier, we've got the actual stuff that you might expect from a stream, typically like a $5 tier where you'd get your emotes and all that good stuff. Don't know what we'll do for other tiers going forward, if there are any, but yeah, we'll see. Christian, thank you very much for becoming a member too. Also, let me answer some questions. Thank you for @ing me, by the way. It helps to highlight those things. Have you considered what it might be like if we encounter other dark matter /9 entities in Frontiers? I mean, people keep bringing this up, honestly, but here's the thing. If you're looking at anything to do with dark matter, generally speaking, you're looking at something which is just a weird concept to explain and understand and even interact with on a game basis. I mean, it would almost not be wrong, I think, to just look at it as a amorphous blob or something that appears to us through the lens of our own perception, right? So in that instance, you're probably looking at something which is almost impossible to actually completely understand. Vextus, thank you for the £2. What's one story point that left you disappointed? I mean, on reflection, like, I think that this isn't actually a story point. I kind of know what your question is. But yeah, I think thus far, I think it's been the, at least for Heresy, it's been that last week was a little bit short and that the ramifications of last week weren't fully explored as they could have been. As far as one story point that left you disappointed, I mean, personally, I think it's got to be back with Revenant. In particular, it's got to be the fact that it felt like the Kell of Kell story was resolved in a very unsatisfactory manner. At least that's my perspective on it. I really dislike the way that they did it, purely on the basis that, like, the entire point of the House of Rain prophecy was something along the lines of, it's meant to be a thing where the Traveler specifically dictates and nominates who the Kell of Kells is going to be. And it was this mythical House of Rain prophecy. And, like, the Elixir have interacted with the Traveler before, so it's not completely unheard of. But when it really comes down to it, I think that it was all the more frustrating because it was just kind of like Mithrax won by default. And I would have loved some more kind of, like, divine intervention from that, if that makes sense. Like, the Echo was kind of cool, but the fact that it then went to Aramis and no acknowledgement of Mithrax was made whatsoever, it kind of, like, just killed any possibility of that happening. So yeah, I'd say it's that. Lydium and Evan, thank you so much for becoming members. Thank you, EMC Socks, for the $2. Such a joy to see Bife stream and a T-Slape. I'm not gonna lie, if you guys have not seen the oh my goodness, really quickly. Modelo, thank you so much for gifting 50 memberships. Goodness, everyone go ahead and enjoy those. Quick reminder, with the $1 memberships, you gain access to the, like, uncut live stream bits we're doing. So whenever I cut things down for a video and it's, like, not something that I'm leaving up in full, and it's just, like, the odds and ends and whatnot, you get access to those. That's the only current perk that you get. We'll do emotes and things as time goes on. But yeah, no, Socks, thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoyed the T-Slape. If you guys haven't seen it, the Monster Hunter Wilds T-Slape that we did is out as of yesterday, and honestly, I think it cooks. Like, Martin sat there and did some phenomenal edits, but honestly, I don't know if I've ever seen some of the stuff that he's done be as funny as this. The game just felt great at the time being, minus some early teething with connection issues. I don't know, it's just lots of fun to record and make that. I'm glad everyone enjoyed it. Fake Zone, timeline and sort of Guardian age-wise. How long was Cayde 6 Vanguard before being killed? Was he there post-Great Disaster or before it? Related to what he said about Zavala in The Final Shape? That's a very good question. The only thing I think that we know about is that Andal Brask is the reason for Cayde becoming the Hunter Vanguard, right? The fact that he gets killed by Taniks and the fact that Cayde says, oh, I killed Taniks first, and then it turns out Taniks just keeps on coming back, like, over and over and over again. Yeah, that ultimately leads to Andal Brask's death. And Andal Brask's death is the reason why Cayde takes up his cloak and ultimately decides to become a member of the Hunter Vanguard. A member of the Hunter Vanguard, as though there's, like, multiple of them. No, member of the Vanguard, the Hunter Mentor. So That's the timeline of it as far as the events are concerned. As for how many years that represents, don't know. Destiny is very deliberately very cagey about a lot of its chronology. The only stuff where we can just deliberately say, like, oh, it was this many years, is actually the stuff in, like, Destiny 1, Destiny 2, the games itself. You know, I think the only other date that we can nail down in a concrete sense, and this is very much based on, like, the internal canon of the game and the way that the community has reacted to it and some of the other stuff surrounding it, is that in the very early 21st century, that's when the Traveler arrived. Like, it's meant to be the modern day thing. The date that I think I've always seen pinned down is 2014 for when the Traveler is first detected in the system, and that's purely on the basis of Bungie, kind of in a tongue-in-cheek kind of way, very early on in the days, being like, tee-hee, imagine if this happened now, because of course, that was the launch date. But yeah. As for other things, I know that Cayde and Zavala must have been around for a long time. I mean, Zavala trained with the Iron Lords. Cayde has been... I don't actually know if we know much about the origins of Cayde, but if he was around since the Great Disaster, then you know that he's been around quite a long time. Because the Great Disaster was, with the benefit of hindsight, I think we now know that it is relatively early in the City Age. It's kind of one of the first big setbacks to the city that leaves everyone kind of like in a strange place of being pushed back, and like from there all sorts of other bad stuff kind of falls into place. As of 1 minute ago, patch notes are available. Stay tuned for status of updates on the status of the server maintenance. So, I mean, soon we'll go ahead and do that. In the meantime, does everyone want to go ahead and take a look at patch notes? Oh my goodness, whoa, a ton of updates just came through. Ooh, Mike, thank you very much for becoming a member, and N7 Phoenix, thank you for becoming a member. Sorry, my thing was not rolling properly. As bad as the community gets, at some points, a new Destiny content feels like Christmas. Yeah, I feel that. Even if it is funny to go ahead and do the server stuff so far. Valsto, how's your experience with Wilds so far, if any? I've put nearly 100 hours into Wilds, and I absolutely adore it. I've got over 100 Hunter rank. I think that the systems are really good. The only thing I don't like is the Artian system, and that's purely on the basis of I love that specific monsters get hunted for a specific reason, and a specific aesthetic is tied to them. It feels very kind of like... I mean, they're saying that layered weapons are coming in one of the future updates, and like it needs to come along pretty quickly, like for certain. Is the Herald of the Weapon confirmed the first subjugated to speak the line in English that isn't Rulk? I don't know what you're referring to there, unless I've missed something. I kept on hearing other stuff about how the Witness was saying things in some, like, scraped audio from Salvation's Edge, but I imagine that's not it. Let's see. Ooh, Ham, thank you very much for gifting 5 memberships. Very generous of you. And Lord Obian, thank you for the $2. Howdy, Bife. Glad I can make it live. Glad you could be here. Redacted with $10. Thank you so much. Question: if Oryx hid his worm in secrecy, could it be growing? Could it be the growing force behind the Diataken and the Dread? I mean, I don't know how he would... There's a funny hee-hee in this. I don't know quite how he would hide the worm. Yes, I know. But it's very much one of those moments of, if he had, I think he would still be alive, and he is very much dead. I don't know if there's some further mechanics to this, but ultimately, Oryx is tied to the tithing and the existence of his worm in those moments before he is killed in the Taken King. So... I don't see how you hide that, necessarily. I don't see how you separate it. My thought, and this is just a theory based on naming conventions, is that the ravenous heart at the center of Touch of Malice is actually kind of like what's left of Oryx's very well-fed worm, which at the very end only just starts to become hungry. But then again, there's no confirmation of that because it is ultimately just a big ball of darkness, Hy-Vee energy. Celtic, thank you for gifting memberships. Kriegsman, thank you also for becoming a member. Speaking of which, did you get a chance to listen to the... BB, I've not had a chance to listen to the Witness dialogue yet. I'll be completely honest, I've been looking for it, and maybe I've just missed the thread, but have not been able to find it as of yet. But yeah, do you guys, really quickly, do you guys want me to go through patch notes and just take a look at this while we're waiting? I'm also still checking on Bungie Help to see what the status of the servers is. Hey Mike, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. And thank you Neo for the €2 saying I am in the game, Bife. Well, that means we're going to go ahead and just really quickly switch onto this screen, and I'm going to check and make sure that the update has gone live. Let me go ahead and Alt F4 this. Generally speaking, by the way, for those of you who do not know, it is a good idea to go ahead and task manage Steam whenever something like this comes up. The reason you do this is because it resets... I don't know the actual technical jargon or the reason behind it. I think it's about resetting the cache on Steam. But basically, it just means that you can force it to check for updates more quickly. Thank you for the update, and thank you for everything. Servers are up? Okay, yep. Seeing that from everybody now. Yep, there it is. I'm downloading now. Okay, cool. Really quickly, just looking over things. There's the Redrix nerf that everyone was talking about. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Getting texts in the background. Oh, wow. Okay. So, right. I've just gotten texts from... I might need to take 5 minutes. Call it a family something that I need to go ahead and do. But basically, yeah, I need to go ahead and help as someone is getting something delivered to the door, basically. So I may need to be a second or so, if that's okay with everybody. And yeah, if there is an immediate cutscene, as people are saying, no spoilers on that. Thank you very much. But yeah, I'm just going to be here at the start screen for a little bit. I will need to go ahead and do things, but yeah. Actually, let me go ahead and just double check and see how far away this is. Sorry about this, give me one moment. Let's see. Still getting cat errors, that's weird. I downloaded the update and everything. Iron Man dies, Shrek has a kid. Are servers up yet? They're still down for me? Yeah, they're still down for me too. Not sure what's going on there. Yeah, I'll have maybe a few minutes to go ahead and do things. 8,000 hours played? Damn. Yeah, absolutely. It's an April Fool's prank in disguise, Bife. Yeah, I mean, hey. What can you do? First of all, thank you so much for the $9, Cameron. So sorry, I've been missing things. Is there anything the Hive can realistically do to truly bring back Oryx, or does dead mean dead even to them? Also, would they have to find him a new body since it's in our possession now? Oh, good question. So when Zivor, Wrath, and Savathun were brought back, they were brought back because Cunning and War were embodied, and they had been, yeah, they had been killed by Oryx. Those deaths were true deaths, so it's the big old question of what that's like. And whether that would be possible for Oryx. Embodying understanding would probably be the way of doing it for him, or embodying just the pure philosophy of the Hive being the tip of the sword logic. Don't know about that, to be honest. I think that if I'm going to be brutal about it, I don't know if there is a way for Oryx to truly come back. You know, I think that there is... It's just he's gone and dead and gone. There's not much more that can really be done. Also, yes, I know the BRB screen is up. I'm just relaunching game. Also, thank you so much to... Oh, Cyprin Civic for the membership. Cloaked Onyx, with Destiny content creators trying out Warframe for the first time. Are you getting that Warframe itch back? Warframe is an itch that hits me once in every blue moon. And when it does hit me, it's very, very particular. I don't always, yeah, I don't always get hit by the Warframe itch. When I do, it's, yeah, when I do, it's very much a, like, it's a spur of the moment kind of thing, and it really needs to bite me. Because Warframe, I think it's fair to say, being another live service, and a good one at that, is always something that's kind of niggling at me in the background, but it's never like... It's never truly bit me in the same way as Destiny, and I think it's just because I've spent 10 years with Destiny properly doing it as content. Jay Lupin, thank you for the membership. Psylocke, the Defiled, thank you for the membership. And Darth, thank you for the membership. Let's see. What do I think will happen? I have no idea, but I mean, the one thing that I think was teased by the Destiny the Game account and by the story as of last time is that we'll probably be fighting over the Echo of the Navigator. Also, for those of you wondering, I don't know why we're still getting cat errors. Let me just show you this. For whatever reason, it's giving me cat errors even though I've downloaded the update, which cat error means you're not currently on the most up-to-date version of Destiny. Which is kind of weird because I know I am. I've downloaded the right thing. Let's see. Are we going to take control of the Dreadnought and use it to leave Sol? Not a clue. Ooh, Darth, you have a question above. Let me see if I can find that. Honestly, it's probably easier if you just retype it. And just at me with it, Darth. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to keep up with chat, but there's a lot of you in here. Thank you for the $3, Axel. Let's give this another go. 2 more hours of maintenance. Has that just come through? By Stream Holy, thank you. Yeah, no, glad to be here and glad to be able to stream. I'm refreshing Bungie Help. I don't know why someone is saying 2 more hours of maintenance. I don't see anything new. The latest update that I see is, like, here's the thing, background maintenance is not the same as, like, main thing, doing it, whatever. Yeah, I'm going to try restarting again and see what's what. It's a video loop, I get it, April Fools. No, it's not a video loop. I wish it was a video loop, but no, as a general rule of thumb, no, I don't do that. And Gabba, it's a good suggestion, but I have actually tried that, and I did download the update, so yeah. Also, for those of you wondering, I do have people online, like, doing all the stuff in the game, so that's why we're still pushing at this. I don't know why it's not letting me get on. Kudos on the channel of the Lorvids. It's been years. Thank you so much. Wow, that's so weird. It's still giving me count errors. Yeah, I'm going to try closing the game, and then I'm also going to try closing Steam again. Because, sod it. Even though I have downloaded the update. Maybe that's what's doing it. Twin Peak Guardians. Thank you so much for the membership. Let's give this another try. I generally verify files. I'm a little reticent before doing it, but only based on the fact that, verifying files is sometimes a little bit of a, it can kind of, I don't know. Sometimes it's a, yeah, sometimes it can lead to you being stuck out of the game for a while, and when that happens, that sucks. Did I ever cover the Rubicon lore from Salvation's Edge? No, I never got around to the Salvation's Edge lore book. It's kind of weird. The Witness died, and then lots of the background of the Salvation's Edge lore book sort of faded into the background because it's all about the Witness in those moments. So I never actually managed to really get to it. It's kind of a shame, but the good news is I don't think we're missing too much of anything from it. I could be wrong if you're bringing up Rubicon specifically, though. Yeah, verifying files takes forever. Yeah, I'm just continually getting, try shining a little red laser at the cat error, yeah. New Bungie Help update, let's go ahead and refresh. Maintenance, begun rolling out across platforms. Yep, 1 sec guys, I'll be 1 sec. Sorry, someone's at the door. Whoop. Sorry about that, everyone. Wife just came home. Dog has been to the vet. Poor little boy is not doing as well as he could be. Yep, still getting cat errors. Goodness gracious. Gonna try relaunching the game again and do the thing. I really hope I don't have to just relaunch everything, because that would suck. Goodness gracious. No, it was, okay. Yeah, BB, I didn't cover those law books even though I really wanted to. It's just one of those things of sometimes you don't get around to it in the schedule. That, and also, like, there was a little burnout there. I mean, let me be completely brutally honest about it too. When that time came along, on the Destiny side of things, I had already come off of the 10-hour video. And that was... oh god, that was a lot. Like, a 10-hour video for all of that was just ridiculous. Also, Kriegsman, thank you for letting me know on that front of things. I'm still getting cat errors whenever I jump on into the game. So I'm not sure what's going on there. And for those asking, yes, I have downloaded the update, so I don't know what's going on. Update. I don't know. Nope, that's the old Bungie help update. Let's try this again. Destiny 2 servers are now not available. Okay, so the message has changed. So that all of you guys have context. Yeah, so this is what I'm getting now. It was previously cat error. Oh, yeah, I could try file integrity, but now it's just giving me connection errors on the servers. Oh, now it's just a cat. Okay, you know, I think we are going to go ahead and do that for a little bit. I don't know. Yeah, we're sorry guys. I don't know what's going on here, but we're going to be here for a while. I'm literally in the game right now. I know. I wish I understood why it was being such a jerk for me, but hey. Yeah, I know. I'm sure everyone else is in right now. Did I see the new video from White Light? I have not, but honestly, like, people fall in and out of love with Destiny all the time. I saw the title and saw the thumbnail. I don't know what his commentary on the thing is, but like, these things happen, man, you know? On a regular basis, you will just get people who are not down with Destiny at any one particular point in time. There are people who burn themselves out. And again, I don't know what their particular gripe with the game is, but like, you know, so be it. My Xbox gave me a 1.2 gig update after I restarted. Heh. That's weird. Well, okay. Let me try restarting Steam for like a 4th time. Let's see what's what. Yeah. Sorry about this, everybody. Wish I understood what was going on here. Okay. Let's give this a go. Onyx, thank you for the $5. I had to exit Steam, restart my PC to fix it. I was able to get in through Xbox. You could try console if you have one. I do, but it's not connected to my stream setup like this. And, oh, restarting this on a YouTube stream is such a pain in the ass. Oh, God. Yeah, that means I have to basically make an entire new stream thing, and it just sucks. It also means everyone who is viewing the page currently, like, the full freaking 700 odd of you basically just need to go ahead and jump onto a new thing, which sucks, and that means we lose people, and that is bad, but yeah. Bongo doing bongo things? I mean, you know, that is the way it is. Also, we're playing... cat error again. We're literally playing on... patch day, so like this is going to happen to a certain extent. Okay, you know what? Sod it, we might as well go ahead and give this a try. Also, please no spoilers in the chat if you are going ahead and doing that. Couldn't I redirect to the new stream? I could, but like, you know, there's no way to immediately transfer viewership over to that, if that makes sense. Like, it's, yes, I can tell people to go there, and I can try and give people the new stream. I can tell people basically just refresh and look out for it, but you still just lose viewership. I'd rather try and keep everybody here if I can. Okay, let me go ahead and try verifying the integrity of game files. I've hit the button. We are officially verifying. Verified, and I'm in. Okay, well, that gives me some confidence. Maybe I do just need to verify my game files. Thank you, J Thunder. Let's see. Bill, thank you so much for becoming a member. Sorry, I hope I haven't missed anybody in the process of being away and sorting things. Last I saw was Twin Peak Guardian and Axel, who I think I got to. Yeah, Axel, who donated $3 and said Paradasi ad Astra. Thank you again for that, by the way. Good news is I have a very, very up-to-date PC, so verifying shouldn't take too long. We're already at 20% of verifying integrity, so should be okay. If only you could raid your own stream. Oh, the hack. Oh, the source that one could have. Except, of course, what's the point at that moment, you know? Don't forget when you get in-game to change your BRB screen Lamau. Yes, no, yeah, I appreciate that, don't worry. And just keeping that up because at this moment in time, I don't want you guys, like, seeing my desktop. I'd rather sit there and have that. Is there a way to rewatch cutscenes? Sadly, only on YouTube. For the most part, you can't rewatch cutscenes in the game. It is a sad reality that for the most part, you grab it once, and then it's kind of gone. Bungie tends to upload it after the fact, but like, yeah. Don't think he used a BattlEye? Oh, Leonard, we're all on BattlEye. It's BattlEye that sometimes isn't doing its thing. Are you on Twitch too, or just YouTube? Zach, at some point I'll be on Twitch as well. I want to go ahead and do a dual stream to both Twitch and YouTube while I get the chance. Yeah, I love what's being shown. Okay, alright. I'll take your word for it. New stuff for the Baradiah dropped. That's cool. Don't get me wrong, we kind of knew that was coming because, like, yeah, Bungie talked about it. Uptown Gore, thank you very much for the $10. I know it's an age-old question, but should an old vet like me jump back into Destiny? I feel like I've missed a lot since Final Shape, and there's just so much hate for Destiny around my group. Okay, so here's the thing, right? I can totally understand why people were not jazzed about Echoes and Revenant. Like, they did not necessarily hit the mark for what the community's expectations were. Having said that, there are some good things that I would jump in and try again Uptown. So I would try both of the dungeons. I would try both Vesper's Host and Sundered Doctrine. Because not only do both of them have phenomenal lore, but they are also, I think, community consensus is that they are the best and, like, toughest dungeons to date. As far as endgame content is concerned, they raise the bar for what dungeons can be. The other thing I'd say is that Heresy, as far as narrative content, as far as seasonal content is concerned, is a cut above quite clearly, and people have really been enjoying it. Like, if you did not like Echoes or Revenant, I would genuinely recommend thinking about coming back for Heresy. It genuinely feels like a different team was responsible for it, and I know that that's not the case because, like, you know, like the narrative team doesn't necessarily shift, but maybe there's a different approach to it. Maybe it's just the fact that most Hive content bangs. Yeah, Heresy is good. I would come back for Heresy. If you had to pay for one of the episodes, which I don't know if that's the position you're in, yeah, I'd pay for Heresy, like, in a heartbeat. Like, legitimately, I'll throw this out there too. As far as, like, really good seasonal content in Destiny is concerned, my high points are things like Season of the Chosen, Season of the Seraph, Season of the Witch, Season of the Splicer is my #1 constantly. In my mind, it's up there. Like, Heresy is in line with those top 5. I think it's as good as the rest of those. All right, I've just finished verifying, so let's go ahead and try launching this again, hopefully. Yeah, here's the other thing, Gore. Come to your own conclusions for certain, but what I would say is that, like, the consensus being one thing does not need to decide your opinion. And like that works in both instances, right? Like if you're a really huge fan of Eliksni lore and Eliksni content, there might be stuff for you in Revenant, but it's also something where it might still be a miss. I don't want to sit there and say that the consensus should absolutely be what your opinion ends up going and getting based on. But like, you know, I think it's easy to understand that there feels like there is a quantitative difference between one and the other. I think whoever recommended all the way back when that we should verify the integrity of game files, it might be working. Who knows? We'll see. Also, as a quick little reminder to everybody, when we go ahead and do this, I am also doing this for a VOD, so there will be a point at which, weird as it will seem, I will go ahead and hit a record button, and then I will start going, "Greetings, Guardians," and we'll do that typical stuff. Also, I do hear that there is a cutscene when we start. So we'll be looking at that. Hey, nice, we are in. Thank you to whoever recommended verifying game files. You are the GOAT. Sorry I didn't do it sooner. Okay, also, before we start this, Novotic, thank you so much for the $10. It's good to see you in the stream so regularly. The potential for good and Vex Fallen storytelling is there, but they never match Hive content. I kind of agree. I think that the direction of making a character for the Vex was a very important one, because the Vex suffer from not having an antagonist you can attach to. But yeah, I don't necessarily know if Maya hit as well as she could have, and maybe they just... I feel as though there's a lot of stuff that didn't necessarily work out with Echoes in the way it could have. Like, there's some stuff that's really effective, like the kind of body horror stuff they do with Maya, and the sort of... what's the kind of... What am I trying to describe? It is body horror, but it's also this psychological horror of, like, torturing all these different versions of Chioma. Like, all of that stuff is really effective as far as like the writing and the portrayal goes. I'd say that Echoes Act 3 is actually pretty good for that, but like the entire story does not necessarily work. And I think it's just like, yeah, I think it's all down to the fact that like Act 1 and Act 2 did not have what felt like great pacing. It felt like the story kind of chugged along. I don't know. Do I play my Titan at all? No. I mean, occasionally I play my Titan. He gets a little bit of love, but not really. The only reason why my Hunter is even as high as she is purely on the basis of, like, you know, I did Vogue last week and wanted to go ahead and get, like, the last thing I needed for gilding the badge. Opinions on Mylin crashing out of D2? Look, I'm gonna throw this out here before we start. Mylin is a great friend, and he is always someone who holds the game to a very high standard, and rightly so. His criticisms of the game whenever they come along are incredibly valid, and they should be listened to all the time. Everyone has their own personal needs and tolerances as far as being a streamer is concerned. I think that Mylin's choice is completely valid. That being said, I'm still sticking around because, I mean, people still watch my content on this, so I'm going to keep still making it. But ultimately, I mean, I think Mylin also has skills that other people don't have. Like, the guy can clearly tell a story because he's a fantastic lore guy and he's been doing this for many years. But let's be real about this too. When he live streams, he is funny. If you haven't seen his live streams, I'd recommend watching them. He's hilarious. So, like, yeah, completely valid that he was frustrated with Destiny 2, like, however many weeks ago, and decided that he wasn't going to go ahead and play anymore, but I'm personally not going to go ahead and sit there and change anything. That being said, this is the thing, right? I'm never going to disrespect someone for stopping playing a game because they're not having fun, or they're not enjoying it, or they don't feel like they want to continue. Games are meant to be fun, and if you're not having fun, play something else. Like, we are so obsessed with the idea, and like, for me as a content creator, it is a little different. But like, we're so obsessed with the idea of games as like a thing you must do. You know, they've stopped being about fun, and they have become not even hobbies. They've become second jobs. Yeah, that's not what we should be doing. We should be sitting there and acknowledging that, yes, our games should be fun. Either way, we're about to get into a cutscene. J Thunder, really quickly, thank you for the $10. Glad I could help. Hope the rest of the stream goes smoothly. Thank you again for recommending it one more time, because seriously, that's the reason we're here. That being said, I'm going to mute my mic. I'm going to start recording, or rather, different order. I'm going to start recording, give the greetings, Guardians, and then mute my mic while we watch what is supposed to be a cutscene, and then we're going to go ahead and start playing. Anyway, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Greetings, Guardians. My name is Bife here. We're doing this live. First things first. really quickly, yes, I will add a Greetings Guardians whenever we start the recordings of these, because I know all of you were missing that, and yeah, that's totally valid criticism. Secondly, we're going to continue experimenting with this live stream format, and yeah, we'll be answering questions at the end of everything. I'll be giving you my thoughts and summary of what we see at each of the things. We'll try doing this for Weekly Story. We're still working on getting other things enabled and whatnot, but yeah, expect this to be the first of many, assuming that this continues to get the good response it did. And to give a quick little bit of clarification to everybody, yes, I am not going to stop making the typical content that you would expect from me normally. I've written a bunch of scripts. I have 22 pages worth of script that I still need to record. The typical structured scripted lore videos aren't going anywhere. I think I just want to do this for actually playing through the game and doing things. However, today we're going to go ahead and do Heresy Act 3, Week 1. And apparently there's a cutscene when we start, so I'm going to mute my microphone, and we're going to go ahead and watch that.
I am death. I am Xivu Arath, and I am your end. Your false god cowers in her cyst world, scheming to profane a true throne. Defy me. Lift your blade to mine. Let their edges clash and keen and sing. Raise a head to the god of war.
Oh fuck. Oh gee, oh whoa, okay. I was not ready for in-engine Xivu. What? Oh, can I just say as well, of all, I understand they can't get voice acting for all sorts of things to do with the strike. I am so glad that was voiced. Oh my god. What a banger. Ooh, okay, alright. Oh, let's check quests and see what we gotta do. Ooh, actually, first, you guys ready for a little bit of a... You guys ready for some fun? Because season pass things, I'll keep this in the video as well. We get the whole new 200 lost 50 ranks worth of stuff, and I saved up seasonal challenges. So, you guys who are watching here, you go ahead and get to enjoy all of this. Oh, yep. Oh, yep. Oh, yep. There we go. That's much better, isn't it? Oh yeah, and I can claim this that I happened to do on the side and remembered. Okay, let's claim some things from this too as well while we're here. There's the new ship. That's got some lore on it, by the way. We'll see if that has relevance later on. Ooh, that's the bond, which helps us get one of the things. This has been held on to until Act 3, by the way. I am gonna delete it, because, like, there's practically no point, but, like, yeah. A vault full. Yeah, I know. Yeah, trust. I'm trying my best. I'll also check my postmaster because I know some of you have asked just there. Make sure that I've got that sorted before we actually start. That would bug me actually too. We've got a ton of stuff that just dropped. So yeah, let's sort this. Anything good so far? No spoilers. Yeah, just be ready for when it starts, because it starts immediately and it's really cool. It's very good stuff. This is probably a delete. A slight side note, by the way, for those of you using support frame autos. you need to make sure the person is missing health, but attrition orbs works while healing guardians, and it's twice the efficacy of dealing damage, if I'm not mistaken. So there is a point to keeping adamantite here, for example, with attrition orbs, but I do have a better one. Just before anyone asks. Ooh, I've been kind of looking for Archer's Tempo destabilizing. I still need Repulsor destabilizing on this. Let's vault you real quick, and we'll vault you. I am holding onto the shotguns. I should vault those too, though. I want to get deep sight activation for those when I get the chance, but yeah, they are just cluttering my inventory at the moment. Vaultflation is real. Oof, so real. Yeah. Yeah, recycle energy sword logic is fine. All of these are kind of fine. Okay, so here's my validation. I think they are going to buff recycled energy because I think the returns on it are kind of pathetic right now. Right? I think it's, yeah, not totally sure. Yeah. Either way, we're going to just go ahead and grab these and do the thing. This I will delete though, because frankly I have better refusals of the call. And we're just going to vault this for now, not worry about it. Transmog? Yeah, let me show you the transmog real quick. Way to dodge them giant objects, am I right? Yeah, I learned from the school of not running away from them in the direction of travel. You know, like, no Prometheus school of running away from things here. Just so you are aware. This is a lot of the stuff that came from the Halloween set and the, like, new Strand stuff that they sell in Eververse. I caved. But I am weak. Yeah, cutscene just now was fantastic. Oh yes, artifact mods. This is a good point. For context, everyone, To Shreds is the one that I've really been looking forward to as someone who really enjoys Strand. It granting Woven Mail is a really big deal. But there's also some very good ones. I mean, Gold from Lead is fantastic. Vile Weave is just a really cool way of... It basically gives you the Swarmers loop without giving you... like the full thing, because if you have this and you have, say, Spirit of the Swarm on a Warlock Bond, you can go ahead and just use the full thing, create tangles, create threadlings and whatnot, and just debuff targets as you go, which then creates more tangles. Yeah, and then there's Unstoppable Rocket Launcher. I'm not going to use any of these at the moment because I am going to switch over to the stuff I tend to try and use for cutscenes. Ooh, yes, and one quick thing before we wrap up and go into story proper. I'm gonna go... giving Pete money for his new car. Yeah, I'm very guilty of it. Ooh, that's a lot of effortless. Good lord. Ooh, and there's a new, Be Warned, new shader on sale for things. Yeah, okay. So when it comes to it, last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to head to the Lost City area. And there's a reason for that. Basically, I did the Scarrow recommended grind prep thing, and I was a little goblin, and I farmed 150 metastasized Essentia for a bit. So yeah. It's all ghosts, lol. Missed the start. Posh, you want to see the start for yourself anyway. You want to go ahead and see that when you start the game, because it's very cool. Like, it's incredibly cool. Yes, I did know the radio in Eris's apartment plays music. Yeah, Jinx, if it's boring to you, just turn off the stream. Simple as that. Problem solved. If you derive enjoyment from just going ahead and offering shitty takes on the game, though, that's fine. You can just catch this fucking L. Catch a ban. That's fine too. Criticism is fine, but like a bunch of emojis is kind of like bleh. Thank you for the $5. Zivu Voice Pog. Also, how do we feel about the Cabal raised Elixni baby? Excited to see them drink the seas. There's lore from this season about this. I've forgotten where it is though. Vass, it's gonna be interesting, but I don't know where that lore is. I just know it exists. I've heard of it tangentially. We're gonna go ahead... Yeah, for context, by the way, really quickly. We're gonna go ahead and check... Yeah. Ooh. Ah, dyadic perfection. Here we go, new Barrow dyad things. One last set of signals to track down Guardian, and then that ought to be the last of it. Sloane sends you some data. These were hiding. That makes them sound like they have a will of their own, doesn't it? Sloane grimaces at the idea. I don't think they do, she says. But all the same, collect carefully and remain in control of your taken powers. You're in charge of the weapon, not the other way around. With that wisdom delivered, Sloane nods at you and waves you off to hunt through the Dreadnought once more. Alright, so... Not sure what this is for, but it's going to be either target lock or one for all. Okay. Ah, there we go. So we do have more stuff we can get. Overflowing desire. Alright, so here's what we're going to do, everybody. Because all of this is apparently available. We are going to take a moment, take a look at the Path of Resolve as well, and see if there's something over there. Nope, but there is more. I'm going to dump a single metastasized Essentia and see if that increases rep again. Let's take a look. That does increase rep. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and dump some of this. Let's just take a really quick look. War Priest's Might. Defeating powerful combatants disorients rank and file. Wow, that's powerful. Oh my goodness. Shades of Power, additional sigil, shards when destroying things. Okay. I think we want to go with Ambition on this one. Lost Ark, thank you very much for the $10. I must admit, for a while now, I've been scared to play Destiny because of the negativity as much. I got peer pressured into playing Warframe. It's been watching your content that helped me. I mean, here's the thing, you know, never feel peer pressured into playing or not playing a game. Play a game because you enjoy it. Like, it's one thing if you have a lack of friends to play with otherwise, which, you know, I get. But, like, ultimately, games are meant to be played for fun, and if it's not sitting there and jiving with you, then, you know, yeah. You're sitting there and you're not getting what you should out of it. And more importantly than that, if you're not having fun, just take a moment and step away. We don't want to do this too much, by the way, because every time we do it, we get a couple of, like, reprised Arrivals weapons. So we do want to be kind of careful when dumping all of this. Let's see. How much is that going? Oh. Ah, yes, because I dumped 2 metastasized Essentia, which means I get a Pinnacle drop, which I don't need. Right, I see. Alright. So we're going to dump, like, 5 more of these, I think. And then we'll see if we can get an upgrade. Ooh.
An amorphous scripture of ultimate power.
New Sunless Stella's Peak. That's really good to hear. Alright. Really quickly, we're going to go ahead and clear things up at the helm, and then we'll dump the rest of it. Currently only streaming on YouTube? Yeah, I'm going to wait until just a little bit more to get back into Twitch. I do have mods in chat. Just because you can't see them doesn't mean they're not there. Yeah, we probably want to go ahead and delete these. I wish the Arrivals weapons were better. That is a Hollow Words I might keep, but that's maybe going to be the only thing that I bother with, to be brutally honest. It's a Pinnacle. I guess I should probably infuse that in something. Is Anarchy fully infused? I'll infuse my Eager Edge. Sod it. Let's see. Should Bungie make a official Destiny tabletop RPG? We get new abilities, yada yada yada. Strand version of D&D's Mage Hand. I love that idea. As far as like a tabletop goes, I'm always down for stuff. Like alternate media in Destiny is something that's a little bit lacking outside of collector's edition books. So like, yeah, I'd be happy to go ahead and see that. Would it be something that people immediately respond to? I don't know. It's a different question, and I'm not 100% sure on that. It's not to shoot down the idea. It's more just I literally haven't got the foggiest. So, like, maybe. I don't know. We kind of have to wait and see. Oof, excuse me. Go ahead and vault that, and then we were going to upgrade this. Do I have an enhancement core? Oh, yes, I have an upgrade module. There we go. Right, so there is a Destiny tabletop RPG. Yes, there is. There is D in Destiny, although it's one of those things of like it's kind of built into the sort of 5e-ish systems. They have their own things. I should clarify, they're not an official licensed thing. I have been a supporter of them for years though, and they do good stuff. I think the context of the phrasing, like, yeah, they don't have a full official tabletop RPG. Sorry if that was a little unclear, everybody. Yeah, Torpy, I should clarify. Official versus unofficial. Yeah. 1 second, everybody. There we go. And let's go ahead and see if we can dump one more. Should be an upgrade there. Yeah. Not on Twitch quite yet. Why does it feel like they're being extremely secretive about the next DLC? Yeah, that's a good question. So there's a couple of things to consider there. First of all, ooh, new dialogue in there, that's good to know. So first of all, I would say that when they tend to be secretive about things like that, it means that they tend to want people to get to a certain point of story progression so that they can all basically just like, yeah, they can basically just sit there and allow people to experience that story and then be like, okay, this is the follow-on from that. The other thing as well, which is more of a game industry thing, is, I mean, GTA is coming out at some point soon. You know, you're dealing with one of the biggest game releases in the world that only happens once in like a decade or a generation of consoles, generally speaking, and when that drops, it's like a meteor. I mean, people in the... Ooh, this is a role I've been looking for. People in the industry as a whole have been talking about GTA like it's the plague. And not in the sense of it will be a bad game, but in the sense of they want their releases nowhere near it because it's going to suck up all the oxygen in the room. So, like, basically, people want to go ahead and stay as far away from that game as they can as far as their releases are concerned. And, yeah, I think Bungie, if there is a business side to things, they may be thinking about that and trying to make sure that they don't release it on the other side. We're so unusually in the dark. Yeah, it may also be that they're waiting to reveal Frontiers alongside stuff to do with Marathon too. Like, we don't know this, but I imagine if there's going to be like a big stream event, which they usually do, they're going to do that at some point soon. What role did I want on Adamantite? It's Tear and Reciprocity. Heals you when you heal someone else. It kind of replicates the effect of the solar ones. Tear is that precision final blows sever nearby targets. So if you do happen to get a kill on a small ad, it means that there's like a 40-odd% damage reduction from everything else nearby. Novatic, long story short, Act 3 has cooked with the $5 donation. Thank you very much, and that's really good to hear. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start. Return to the rift near the shaping slab. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. Back down to Varisa's core. Let's also get rid of this if we can get it dismantled before the screen. There we go. Your vault will be hacked by Datto? Yeah, I'm sure it will.
Your sisters seek to reclaim you. They would carve you into the brother they remember.
The Inquisition of the Self. Heresy. They have changed too much.
For love, a sister would do more than heresy.
Not love. Without our war, without me, they have found failure instead of victory.
You were slain. Do you think your killer, my truest knife, could not do the same again?
A bold claim. You barely hold me here. Though your throne reeks of a familiar ichor.
Savathun, dead by my hand. Xivu Arath, cut from her throne. These are my foundations. You think I barely hold you. Test me, and find how I have used your sister's strength.
I promise that I will. To break your chains with my own might would be a new triumph.
Then prove it is your own might. A victory while I am distracted by Xivu Arath is worth nothing at all.
She would cleave your throne world for my dreadnought to steal me.
By rituals of battle, I presume. I have dealt with them before.
I have not seen these deeds. Not yours, nor those of the Guardian you wield as knife. Xivu Arath must choose an altar rich with violence. Triumph again. I await it.
Guardian, there is a place deep in the Dreadnought that I know. You must halt what Xivu Arath has begun. Or she may yet claim her prize.
Oh, I think I know what's going to go on. Too quiet? Turn up the dialogue? Yeah, 100%. My apologies to that, everybody. When it comes to everything on the VOD, I'll make sure that that is louder. Okay, so really quickly as well, let me check the quest step. Yep, Sunless Cell Strike, here we go. Tear the Echo from Eris's throne, stop Xivu Arath rather. Okay, so this is the new qualification for Xivu Arath stuff. Okay, so really quickly, first of all, back and forth between these two, that's really cool to see. And the fact that they're not treating each other as though they are... I mean, they are treating each other as adversaries, but it's all with a tone of respect, and I think that is so cool. The fact that they are looking at each other as true adversaries and not just like one observing an overwhelming god and the other one observing some upstart. Oh man, it's really, really cool just to see that dynamic play out. As far as Eris, talking about her throne world too, she drops a really interesting point here, which kind of it goes contrary to my understanding of how sword logic works, which is also that Xivu Arath's banishment from her throne helped as a foundation to create Eris's throne here in the Noiseless Chantry. So that's kind of interesting, because that's not how I thought the understanding of it worked. I thought that that was... all of this was because purely she killed Savathun at that one point. Might be wrong. Might be something where I'm misinterpreting that. Might be something where we need to alter our understanding of sword logic. Not totally sure. Meantime, the ritual in the Sunless Cell. It may be that the Dark Blade is enacting this ritual. It may be that we are actually conducting Sloane's plan, which was talked about in some of the lore books for Heresy. In fact, it was... yeah, it was their Heresy and Truth lore book. I think it's the Iris lore entry. Basically, she talks about the plan to fight Xivu Arath being don't fight her directly, because that's what our God of War wants, but instead rush to kill her targets as quickly as possible. It's possible that this ritual that Xivu is enacting requires her to prove her might and to prove her strength by killing something really big. Something big that is within the Sunless Cell, aka the stand-in for whoever Alakul is being replaced by this time around. In so doing, we're actually following Sloane's plan here, and we're able to maybe counteract that ritual. The other possibility is that Xivu is actually just conducting the ritual there, and that we're going to kill Xivu's commander who is conducting the ritual itself. Not sure which, we'll find out as we go through this. But yeah, this is going to be interesting. And there it is, the Sunless Cell. Alright, let's do it. Xivu Arath did not die, she was banished, which means that she only has one life. She was not able to access a throne world, but she's not like gone. She's never been gone, if that makes sense. Right. Also, so sorry, let me go ahead and just make sure I've not missed anything super big.
These cells were kept by Oryx. He imprisoned defeated enemies and discarded progeny to be stripped for chitin and repurposed into something useful. Now this prison is occupied by the Taken, and Xivu Arath's hive come to bring the war to them.
Man, alright. We don't have bets or anything. Oh, hey, by the way, Prophet. Yeah, we don't have bets or anything enabled on this. It's time to find out if it's Kelgarath, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to find out. Let's go. No matter how we slice it, Xivu Arath gains power from fighting. We're in a poor position to start. But we can minimize what she gains, be efficient, strike fast, disrupt her ritual before it can gain traction. No matter... Ooh. Okay, there's repeated dialogue there. I know your tactics as the blade knows the meat of offering. I am with you all along. Ooh, is that... What are you? That is a Taken Osseous fragment. Hello. And there is one up. Yeah, there's one up somewhere. Yeah, it's up here. Spoiler alert, by the way. If you look at your radar, you can see these. My money is on Golgoroth. I think Golgoroth is very, very dead. Hello. Let's see. Alright, we just gotta kill some hive here. Small note, but I like the attention to detail that this is the same brood that Xivu has commandeered from the moon that is now being used by her for all her stuff. Ooh, it's down here, I think. Unless that's just the standard objective marker. Sorry, now that I know that there are osseous fragments in here, I'm watching the radar like a bit of a hawk. Consume. Oh, Suffocating Terror. Channeler of Terror. Okay, so more of this Taken nonsense with whoever the new controlling master of the Taken is. That's not good. Instrument of War, bring me a feast. Oh, the forces glory in these fights. They build tithes in battle, not only victory, cut them short. Alright, let's just do this. Go boom. More channelers, okay. Has Toland popped up at all this season? I mean, he appears as like the ball that guides you around, but no dialogue, no lore, no nothing. I would definitely believe that he is watching all of this, though, with quite keen intent. There is no way that he's not looking at all this and sitting and having thoughts. Because, yeah, your man is undoubtedly doing things. It's just a question of, like, what his thoughts will be when all of this is over or when a certain critical point comes along. We might still encounter him. We still have, I imagine, 3 weeks worth of Act 3 left. As well as some other story stuff that might come along at the end. I don't know. I say that because sometimes before expansions come along, they have additional supplementary story things. But who knows, maybe that's what Rite of the Nine is meant to be, and it's just not linked with Toland. Unrelated question, what's the role in your...
Piece of violence.
I see Xivu Arath's ritual proceeds apace. If you reach beyond your own prison.
So it does. And I see you are familiar with the art of fighting our god of war. You cut her battle short. Blunt, but respectable. I have in my time done the same.
Taken putting up walls after Hive already inside. That's not late. That's strategy. They're up to something. Oh, interesting.
Xivu Arath's hunters will become the hunted. They will have no retreat.
Can I also just say, it's really nice to be back here. This is one of my favorite areas of the Dreadnought period.
What a killing floor this would be.
So context, this is the first place where we actually fight Ekthar, the Blade of Oryx, which is one of my favorite, like, significant characters in Destiny, just because he represents kind of this awesome moment of our own growth, because he's part of the quest for us to get our exotic swords. Yeah, unrelated question, by the way, what's the role in the Bygones? I have a Kinetic Tremors role, but I also like Kinetic Tremors with Shoot to Loot. Reason being is Kinetic Tremors will pick up ammo whenever it procs. So, like, yeah, you basically have a really awesome way of getting a passive ammo generation in the background from stuff that drops that's just a bit too far away. Clove Donix, thank you for the $5. Let's see. Surprised we haven't heard anything of Nokris since Arrivals. I mean, we killed Nokris in Arrivals. For being a god of necromancy, you'd think that he'd have a backup plan if he died. Maybe, but like most... Am I really gonna... Wow. Oh my god. Never mind. Yeah, no, when it comes down to it, Nokris was not as powerful as most others, so like, the fact that he was in that place of not actually being able to have a backup plan is not too surprising. In my opinion, like, if you're gonna go ahead and keep that in context, I think it's not too surprising that he's kind of dead, you know? Sometimes I wonder if we could see more from Nokris, but I just don't think he had the same kind of impact as some other characters. Yes, F, indeed. Ooh, Suffocating Terror. Ooh, there's a big eye. That is terrifying. Don't like the position of that. That feels real bad. Custodian of Terror? Man, they really are... Yeah, they're really doing this thing of trying to push forward the terror aspect of it. Also, further interesting stuff to see that the Dread are still working alongside the Taken. He's already died twice, he can stay gone. Honestly, kind of, yeah. TBH. The first death felt like it wasn't even really something too major, just because it was kind of a nothing. Also, hello Ares, good to see you. Lucent Nokris would go hard. If it's done right, I feel like... I don't know, it's a very weird one. I feel like if I want to see Nokris... This is my personal taste, doesn't mean this is what they are going to do or have to do at all. If I want to see Nokris back, I want to see him back kind of in a capacity where Savathun reaches back and inquires from a memory of him as to how to further do necromancy. That's kind of the only capacity I'd want to see him return in. There we go. This soundtrack? Yeah. Oh, we're about to get to the bit with 10 billion shriekers. Also, I bet that somewhere within the hanging...
Oh, I do see why she likes you.
Nothing more than pockets of battle here. You must keep going deeper still.
The deepest part of this prison has seen the most death, the most suffering.
If you cannot bring yourself to provide something useful, be quiet.
Useful. The Dreadnought was made after my memory, but I understand the flow of energy here. You're running out of time.
Man, I love their back and forth so much. That is so cool. Oh, that is a... Oh, that's a big captain. Ooh, don't like that. Yeah, the back and forth between Oryx and Eris is phenomenal. Not just because there are moments where, like, one of them gets to sort of be the one in control and have that flow of power and back and forth, but also just because, like, at this point, it genuinely does feel like the two of them are actually equals, you know? It's kind of awesome to see. Oh no, Monkey, don't drop all the way ahead. Imagine telling Oryx to shut the fuck up. Yeah, love it. It's so good. Also, can we get some respect for the remastered hanging crypts? This looks incredible. It's always been a really cool area, but like, damn. There you go, friend. Oh boy.
There! You are there! The Hive and the Taken, and the ritual between them! The hilt of the Willbreaker! By the relic of a brother's sword, Xivu Arath would cleave the Dreadnought from my throne!
Ah. Willbreaker, we need that Hilt Guardian get shooting.
You
So,
treat the Taken as something apart from the Hive. They do have other species among their number, but it was I who made them. They are Hive, and their newfound curiosities serve me well.
that is an interesting piece of dialogue for so many reasons. The Taken being a part of the Hive and Oryx having made them kind of helps to nail down and confirm some bits in lore that have never truly been confirmed, right? Like, it tells us those Grimoire cards from D1.
The ritual, but something else has stepped into the gap.
This is not my taking. Knife of my slaying. To arms.
You have no authority here.
Oh no. Oh, this is gonna be bad. What mass is taking down would empower Xivu Arath, right? Oh, has it just gotten darker? Transformed. Ah! Yeah, again, this is pushing to that idea. There is something else controlling the Taken here. This also helps us kind of understand that the relationship between the Winnower and the Taken is not quite what we understood at first. Xivu, no more Hive in the area. Activity's dying down. Xivu Arath's sword is still in the Dreadnought, but everything else seems fine. Hey, we got the Hilt
She
of
will not
Willbreaker.
soon be able to try again. For now, we have won. And we have Willbreaker's hilt. He's secure, discontented, but held fast.
I trust you.
Do you hear him? Do you hear him intervening any further? He is secure.
You do have control, I know that, but taking his advice is risky at best. Riskier than everything else you've done.
I have him. I have him.
Okay, so context. Way back in the Destiny 1 era, also Lamau, no, it is not Kelgrath. Way back in the Destiny 1 era, there was a big question based on the Grimoire cards that kind of arose over time, which was basically, was Oryx the one taking and creating the Taken, or was it instead something else? And a long-running hypothesis was that it was actually the Winnower. And that was kind of something that we'd kind of come to accept over time. That being said, seems like that might not necessarily be the case based on what Oryx just said. However, then he goes on and says, these are not my Taken, these are not the ones carved by my knife. So it's interesting. Maybe it's the case that there is just a thing above everything, being the Winnower, and then there is whatever this auxiliary force in the background is. The Hilt of Willbreaker being a green item is quite funny to me. Yeah, no, that is quite funny. You know, just the remains of one of the most powerful weapons possibly in all existence, possibly, almost definitely in all the solar system, you know. Shattered planets and destroyed worlds and all the other good stuff, but you know, it's green. This Sparrow, though, Ridge Runner Rex, people fail to say this name of this Sparrow because it's so fearsome. I mean, this thing is legendary. Not like the Hilt of Willbreaker. Yeah, Theo, I'm with you. losing Michael Salvatore sucks. It really, really sucks. Green dismantle, shake my head. New nether zone, hull breach. Yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll take a look at all of that when the time goes on. At the moment though, let's check in with the slab. Oh, we have a whole gamut of new quests here. Ah, okay. What in the world? So some of these are clearly to do with, like some of these look like they're to do with the Path of Resolve, and some look like they're to do with the Path of Ambition. I am going to take a moment. We're just going to go ahead and hit a be right back screen here, everybody. I'm just going to go to the loo. Then when we're done, we're going to get back to all of this. Sorry for the wait, everybody. I'm back. The 9 are below or above the winner in terms of power. Probably below, but that really does... There's no clear answer on that one. I still think below just on gut, but like we don't know enough about either of them really to judge power. Let's see. Geronimo Wind. We never found out what creatures were on the planet that Drifter got stranded on with his fire team. Yeah, no, that's still kind of a mystery. Between Willbreaker and Lubray's Ruin, which of the two do you think is the more powerful weapon? I think Lubray's Ruin, but that's maybe based on the fact that it's powerful in combination with things. Willbreaker, though, might outdo it, and that's based on the fact that it's done a lot of crazy nonsense in the lore. And also, Lubray's Ruin is partly powerful in combination with things like the Witness's Luster and the Power of Darkness and the Sephiric Converter that Rolk had. So yeah, not totally sure. Okay, let's actually read the quest step first. Make sure we're doing the right thing. With a new hilt for Willbreaker in our possession and Xivu Arath's plan halted, the Hive Sisters regroup for another attack. In the lull, we have a moment to retaliate. Visit the Shaping Slab and acquire your directives for extracting vengeance on Xivu Arath and Savathun. Extract your vengeance, show no mercy. Vengeance quests completed. Okay. Which I imagine are these things. I wonder why these have different, like, things here. Okay, so this is basically just a bunch of quest stuff that we'll be doing along the way. Oh. No. Let's grab all of these, thank you. Okay.
They converge upon Oryx and my throne. They do so in vengeance, a war in my court.
Most importantly, we keep Savathun and Xivu Arath pointed at each other and away from Eris and the Echo. Sorry if I missed dialogue, by the way. If they're on two fronts, we're fighting half the battle. More missions in your dossier, by the way. Let the Hive come. We'll test whose blade chips first. May your knife chip and shatter. Okay. Good lord, there's just so much that just dropped. Alright. Here we go. Alright. Let's see what to do with this first. Let's see. Defeat Lucent Hive or Lucent Hive Guardians on Savathun's Throne World using Solar and Arclight. Claim the Witch Queen's runes. Slaying Hive anywhere in the system will occasionally yield traces of the Witch Queen's runes. Path of Ambition, which I'm on. Defeat Hive in the Nether with a sword or glaive. Okay, we can look into doing that. Challenges in the Court of Blades while completing Path of Ambition. Further consume power from the Court of Blades by spending tier 3 runes. Alright. Just track this one. Void and Strand damage. Sword or glaive. Defeat taken anywhere in the system. Okay, we can do that at the same time. Path of Resolve versus Path of Ambition things. Brr. Okay, alright. So we're probably going to end up doing a few nether runs in the process of all this. Really quickly, before we go any further, just in case this ends up being kind of like the functional end of the story, discussing what we have seen so far, Xivu taking a moment to really quickly jump in and fight us directly is kind of a dramatic move for her. Ultimately, that matters a lot because she is weak. She is not in the position where she is able to make those moves on a regular basis, and that means that she is spending a lot of time and energy to actually do this. Remember that she does not have a throne world. She is in a lot of trouble if she gets caught out. Us managing to counter her by basically cutting fights short and preventing her from actually taking on as much tithing and war and therefore power as she would normally, that matters. I think that it's even more important simply on the basis that if we continue to deny her power and she keeps reaching out like this, I don't think she'll die, but she may be in a place where it becomes kind of an irrecoverable state for her. You know, it's, imagine what happened if you know the Books of Sorrows lore between the Ecumene and the Hive before Oryx was Oryx and was instead Aurix, you know? This is one of those moments where we might just destroy their tithing so effectively that they're unable to keep fighting this fight. As far as everything else is concerned, though, I'm interested to see what Savathun's role in this might be. And there is still the... They're hinting at it very obviously. The force that has been transforming Hive into Taken, that is not controlled by Oryx, that is not controlled by anyone else, that is clearly in command of the Taken and the Dread, is still there in the background, and we still don't know what it is. Also, can we just acknowledge how good that cutscene at the very beginning was? It's the first time we've seen Xivu in Engine, and it's really awesome to see her taking an active role in all this. But for the moment, I'm going to cut recording here just in case, so that we've got this as a separate file. I'll then restart. The stream will go on, don't worry. Just in case we have more stuff going on, though, we're going to go ahead and do some of these quests, do another run, all that good stuff. So yeah, just give me a moment. Is Willbreaker misspelled in this episode as Wiltbreaker, or am I just tweaking? I think it is Willbreak. It is definitely Willbreaker. I don't know about misspelled. It might just be, yeah, I don't know. Right. I managed to dump that recording into the thing. Right, and we should do a nether. However, because we don't do anything half-assed, we're going to go ahead and do an expert nether and try these new areas and whatnot. I have a build for exactly this, and we can go ahead and pull a sword for this. So what flavor of monkey wrench have we thrown? Okay, so Xivu Arath was going to try and use the Hilt of Willbreaker, which is a powerful paracausal artifact, in order to extract Oryx from Eris's throne world. This is the same way that we got into her throne world in the first place, so there is precedent for this. Willbreaker is able to cut between spaces within the Ascendant Plane, and the Sea of Screams parts, basically, as it goes. We did so using the blade. Xivu found the hilt, so she was able to kind of replicate that. We, however, went into the Sunless Cell and stopped that ritual. The other important part of what we were doing is based fundamentally on Sloane's correct, I think, assessment of how we're supposed to fight Xivu Arath. You see, the problem is that if you're fighting a Hive God of War, the very act of war itself empowers her. War, battle, conquest, even planning for it. It all empowers her. In the Iris entry in the Heresy and Truth lore book, Sloane basically sits there and says that, like, if we're going to go ahead and fight her, what we need to do instead is cut battles short and then basically leave her unable to claim her targets that would be tithing and would be capable of giving her power, right? So we're cutting battles short bluntly where we can. We're not going ahead and glorifying victory whenever we get it. We're rushing through things. More importantly, we're preventing her from claiming any power through tithing that might come from her brood. So, like, ultimately it's a way of saying, like, we can't completely stem the damage, but we are able to do so to a small extent. So that's kind of what everyone is trying to do. That's the flavor of monkey wrench that we've thrown in there thus far. And for context, by the way, everyone, we are going to be focusing on getting kills with swords and glaives, because we are on the path of ambition. Need to defeat Hive with sword or glaive in the nether, and we need to just kill things with a sword or glaive generally. After this, we may do another nether run, do things. Ooh. They'll tear open Eris's throne world to get to the Echo, but they're at odds over Oryx too, fighting amongst themselves. Ooh, I like this one from the very beginning. This is very good for our Threadling build. Prayer of the Sky, you accept my challenge. You raise your blade, come. My court is war. Also, while I'm here, this is actually going to be a really nice time to check out what the increased nether drop rates look like. See what's going on with that. I'm very excited to see if that is actually something that they've done well with, because I don't know about you guys, but I've been trying to get those weapons, like, the whole time. Oh, is that a... Ooh, bonus revive token. Nearly missed that. So we're trying not to gloat over wins, cut fights short, basically cause her to starve by yoinking her tributes and objectives. 100%. Like, you can't fight the God of War in the way that the Cabal would want to fight the God of War, right? Ooh, and we're getting runes of Xivu Arath. Like, if you're fighting in that manner, you're going to lose. Xivu becomes more powerful the more that you enact, like, the typical praxis of war. Ooh, a whole new shield bearer sentries. Interesting. So like when you're going ahead and doing this, you have to keep that in mind. You can't be like the Cabal, you can't seek glorious combat, you can't exult in victory afterwards. You've just got to go ahead and act like war isn't even the process, you know? I don't think I did delete it. I sent it to my vault. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I didn't delete it. Oh, jeez. Let's just murder this guy. I'll go ahead and check that in a second. Oh, that's a Meteor's Bane. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and deal with this. Sorry, one sec. He's about to burst again. Okay, I think third one just detonated somewhere, all on its own. That's cool. Not even more like Elixni, because the Elixni do have some warrior tendencies amongst their higher ranks. You need to... Honestly, you need to fight a little bit like how the Vex do, I imagine. And that's not in the sense of like fight like Quoria, where you learn that conflict makes you more powerful. You need to deliberately fight in a manner that sort of acts very dispassionately towards conflict and is very rigorous and objective focused and is not trying to extend things outwards any longer than they need to. What sidearm is that? It's one of my 2 breach lights that I really like using. This one happens to have double perks, but it's Hatchling Slice. I really like it for this build that I'm running in particular. This is my Threadlings Warlock on Prismatic. Basically, it's really silly. It's not always perfect, but you use the new Filaments, where you get Devour for your class ability as well. You combo that with Swarm. Tangles and the actual Spirit of the Swarm, I didn't think it was that good. It still needs a buff, clearly, but it's got a very interesting loop to it, where basically what you can do is, for one, Tangles will count as ability kills that will proc Devour, so that's really cool. Secondly, any Threadlings you create in that manner will also proc Devour. Even if it's Threadlings from your gun, they technically are still an ability. I was wrong, you vaulted it? Yeah, don't get me wrong, I thought so, but I'm glad you checked. I'm glad you're looking out for me on that one. And yeah, like, you use it to constantly proc your grenade for Threadlings and Phoenix Dive for Threadlings, which has a lower cooldown, and then you're also throwing out your melee for a ton more Threadlings, because, yeah, when you unravel something with your melee and kill it, they turn into a Tangle. Tangles will explode and deal more damage to enemies, but also they turn into Threadlings as well. So, like, basically, it's a lot of focus on ad clear. Yes, yeah, see? There it is. We've already seen all this dialogue. This should be from Sloane. Yeah, this is from a few weeks back. For those of you who are not aware, this is where you would get the Songs of Descent, parts 1 and 2. Sloane here talks about the signal that's growing stronger, that's kind of controlling the Taken. Oh wow, the Shield Bearer Sentry can follow you all the way over here? Christ, that's a little silly. Well, kind of like the Witness, ironically enough. Hey, sort of. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure if it's perfectly... I don't know if it makes perfect sense to... I'll try and align it to a faction with all of that, if that makes a degree of sense. I think it just makes a lot more sense to think of it in the sense of, like, do it dispassionately. You know? You're not trying to emulate someone's style. Damn, if this was a normal auto rifle, this would be such a banger roll, but I don't want to keep... Hatchling in particular on these, because they're not as good in combat. It sucks too. God. But yeah, I don't know if it's good to align it to a faction. Just basically treat war dispassionately, treat it as an objective.
Sends forth her champions. Destroy them.
Oh, this is new. Okay, right. Defeat Xivu's champions or wipe. Well, it's not the Shield Bearer. That's an objective. I imagine it's those ones down below. Xivu's chosen eliminated, 0 of 1. Ooh, okay. None of these are called the Chosen, so I imagine that they get summoned after... Nope, okay, cool. You just kill all 3 of them. There is no boss that spawns. Your own tithing system? Not even like that. You want to basically kind of ignore the idea of tithing altogether unless it's specifically to deny it to Xivu. Like, the objective is not to grow your own power, it's to contain hers. You know? This is what made Season of the Seraph so interesting. The entire reason why Rasputin had to basically destroy himself was, back in Season of the Seraph, was because of Xivu Arath's really elegant trap. He was a device of war, right? So if you are basically built to enact war and that is your only purpose, you have a huge problem when you're facing something like Xivu Arath, because your very existence means you are likely to lose. Either you destroy her Wrathborn and defeat them with the weapons of the Warmind, thus creating a huge problem of enacting so much destruction that it empowers her, or you lose and she wins anyway. So, like, this is the elegant problem of facing a Hive God of War. Like, they are designed for victory in this sense. As if you're facing them in some kind of martial field, this is kind of always how it's going to be. Let's just do that. Oh, didn't even need to break the barrier. Neat. Oh, I mean your Warlock build. Kind of. Yeah, sure. I mean, I do enjoy it because Devour giving you both grenade and class ability is very silly. Very much like that. Ooh, do I get a minor boon? There we go. Treat it like working retail. Oh my god. Prison boss, I think you're correct. Yeah, absolutely treat it like working retail. It's just another Sunday, move on. Sucks that you have to be working, but at least there's time and a half. Well, hopefully you get time and a half if you're working Sundays. Was that a cryptoglyph? It's been a while since I saw one of those. Was there a cryptoglyph there? I don't know. All the way back down there? Oh, you mean with the champions we just killed? Yeah, I completely spaced on that. I think it might have been, but I'll be totally honest, I don't remember. You play like a min-max sweat lord. No real glory, no passion, just pure efficiency, checking the boxes. 100%. It's not war, it's maintenance. Lol. I do not. War is hell. Oh, Prism. I didn't know you were serving. Oh. Thank you for your service, but also, damn, sorry about that. The barrier champion remains. Nice try, buddy. Why not stab her in the back? Assassination isn't war? No, it kind of is. Like, I understand the whole point of it falling more into deception than anything else. But also, like, that requires you to understand where she is within her stronghold. It understands that she has a weakest point, and all of that planning is still an act of war in itself. Not to mention, you're talking about assassinating a hive god. Just because you talk about doing it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be successful, you know? This is the other major problem. Dealing with a threat like this conventionally does not always work, you know? Treat it like a Vex, it's an equation? Yeah, I mean, maybe. Again, I don't know if it's right to align it to any particular faction, but if you have to, I suppose Vex is the most clear way of doing it, because you're doing it in a much more sort of clean, clear-cut, clinical sense. You're not looking for glory. We've already been here. Sorry, I'm trying to explore the Dreadnought efficiently, but I'm also trying to make sure I explore all of it that I can. Because, yeah. Getting more stuff from here actually kind of matters. If I'm doing this solo, I want to make sure that I don't die on this run. It was a cryptolith, thank you. It's totally, yeah, I was totally spaced out for half of that. There we go. Alright, let's do the dog transfer. Could we? How could we kill her then? You basically just need to weaken her to a point where it doesn't matter. You know? I think as well there is a argument to be made that you don't necessarily just focus on weakening her. You also focus on making sure that she is denied her tithing and tribute to the point where her worm starves her. You know? The real death of Xivu Arath, is a little bit like the death of Eowyn that she describes in Lord of the Rings, you know? A cage where basically she's left at the edges of it and she's unable to do anything, and she basically feels like she's completely lost her purpose and there's nothing more she can do, you know? That is what death would be to Xivu Arath. Is that actually charging my class ability faster? Probably not. Either way. You can do this and then submit another offering. Guardian brising up Xivu might be our only option. That is not our only option. Also, as for that particular idea, I admire your gumption, son, but you're in way over your head. As good old Arcturus Minx once put it. Don't like that. No, no, no. Dying by her own logic eating her would be ironic, not gonna lie. Yeah, and I mean, honestly, that's kind of how you have to do it, you know? That's how the Acuminae were just better in the time when they fought the Hive, which makes for a very interesting prospect on all of that side of things. I'm gonna quickly switch to healing so it's a little bit faster. But the Acuminae also had huge advantages on their side. They literally had Teox feeding information to them the entire time. They were able to consistently fight against Xivu Arath to the point where they were basically defeating her in every moment of combat, so her own logic was being enacted, but it was kind of pointless because she was dying anyway. That's not something we can always guarantee, though. Like, they had the advantage of massive fleets. They dedicated an entire empire's worth of industry to fighting her. We do not have that same luxury. We are, you know, we are basically, what, 2 cities, 3 cities between the Dreaming City, Last City, and Neomuna? Like, you know, we're not in a place where we can afford to do that. It's a very different game for us. Our calculus is significantly different. Did he find what to do with the Red Legion codes? I can't find what to do. I don't even know what you're talking about there. Didn't even know they existed. Last time I heard of something even vaguely close to that was at the very beginning. All the way back in like week 2 when we were getting codes from the Skyburners here on the Dreadnought. We have Erismorn and Sloane feeding us info. This is true, but at the same time, I don't think it's quite the same. You gotta understand that Teox was literally the one who raised Oryx, Xivu, and Savathun during the time. Like, she knew them before they were who they are now, right? I'll throw one last healing grenade and then switch back. That change of dynamic is important, purely on the basis that, like, Xivu is well understood at that point, and all of her weaknesses are well understood too. Do you think we're going to get taken powers? I mean, this entire episode, we kind of have been. Like, the Path of Resolve and the Path of Ambition are exactly that. Like, they are taken powers through and through. So, like, yeah, 100%, but, like, we're already kind of there, you know? Oh yeah, I need to kill these things. Also, let's go ahead and check underneath and see if we've got weird sword boy that we can go ahead and fight. I also need to remember to go ahead and get more kills with my sword, if I'm going to go ahead and do this. Ah, alright, time to summon boy. Might want to try running more nether runs. There's something you want to see. Yeah, I know there's a extra area. I've heard about the Hull Breach. They also talked about it in the update. So, like, you know, we knew that it was going to come along. Yeah. I think we'll get Savathun involved. She knows Xivu best out of all of us. Savathun is actively trying to fight us too. Like, there's hints that the two of them may work together at some point. That's what they sort of alluded to at the end of Act 2 of Heresy. But, like, Savathun is definitely not on our side. We have stolen her brother. You know, she is very much not on our side at this point. Any previous semblance of an alliance that we might have once had is very firmly out the window at this point. Yes, free boons! Right, Orb Collector, Herald of the Sky, Herald of the Deep. Let's get those. Right, because we have Oryx. Yeah, exactly. Hey, and here's our major boon.
Taken corruption spreads to the Hive spawn. Remove the infection and destroy its caretaker.
Bolt charge it is. I don't think Frontiers will add a new subclass. I think, well, okay, let me rephrase that. I don't think Apollo will add a new subclass. I think it's too soon after Prismatic, because generally speaking, these things sometimes happen on a yearly basis, but like, I think that we need some time to slow the roll on it. I think that Frontiers, generally, when it gets to Behemoth or beyond, yeah, there I think we might get a new subclass. That I think is entirely possible. Ooh, while I'm at it real quick, I am on a Strand build, so let's go ahead and do this. Actually, let me reformat my entire artifact really quickly. Because we're doing mostly Strand things, which means we want to worry about mostly Strand things. Flashover, because Flashover is just really good. Lots of Taken in here. And then we'll get Tear, and we will get... yeah, I think we limit break here, because there is a way of getting Woven Mail fairly regularly on this build. Also need to activate a Tome. Actually, let's double check. Ah, I'm full, so I should do weapons instead. Supposedly a Taken shade of this act. I've heard that rumor. I don't know if it's true, but like it would be kind of cool if that is what's happening. Ooh, I should check down over here and see if there is. Yes, there's always a chest in here. Do you think we'll ever see the Hive Mother? I forgot her name because isn't she supposed to be alive? Yeah, we might see Teox at some point. I don't know about seeing her in Heresy. It's always a possibility. Teox is a huge deal though. Also potentially very intertwined if you buy the theory Mylan had a while back, which I kind of do, that the Oxa and Teox are kind of the same, and that, you know, it's therefore potentially the case that she is part of that massive record of like all of the various destruction that the Hive connected to and that the Scions now just have as a prediction engine. If that is true, then what the hell is Teox, you know? Teox is way more than just some random Hive Mother. Like, the possibility of her being something really powerful is very scary. And very, very real. Let's do that. Oh, that doesn't go across ledges. That's good to know, I guess, but damn. Ugh, silly snipers. Let's get that while we can. The ogre is enraged. Bruh, same. Always mad. There we go. Let's see. I heard Teox might be a Hive Guardian like Savathun. She is technically one of the Krill, and the Krill were the chosen species. So, like, yeah, maybe. Ooh, classical healing's really nice, but I do think I want Orc Runner. Because Amplified is really good. Now that you get a 15% damage reduction, and also it's just fun to go fast the whole time. Maybe she's the new Taken God? I have no clue, man. Everyone has theories. The most prevalent one I've seen consistently, and I think this is just because Rite of the Nine is incoming, is that it is one of the 9 that has been doing this. Nah, I don't know, but, like, hey. How you doing, both? Love the content. I started watching your lore videos while playing Destiny 2. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoy it. Glad that it has been useful as well. Ooh, this might be going towards the Hull Breach. This is the new area, because I don't think I've ever used this path. Unless this goes into the Court of Oryx, but I don't think it does. Yeah, this is yeah, this goes past wreckage of the Dantalian Extus 6 that I haven't seen in a while. This is Hull Breach. Don't Krill have short lives? Yes, unless they've taken the Mother Jelly, and Teox lived an unusually large amount of time. Sister, liar, betrayer, your cunning sealed away my throne. I will find it again, claim it, break into this world. What the hell? Who are you? Urkaril of Zivor Wrath? I will take your high covenant conquest. I will return your deceit and betrayal. I will have my revenge. Savathun's gonna reply and be like, that's cute.
So
oh, there it is!
You won't always get your way. You never learn to live with that.
Oh my god, I love that that's exactly the reaction she had, was just, that's real cute, hun. Oh my god. Also, good lord, so much nonsense here. Also, that is a Shockbane. And why are there Death Tongues? Oh, this is not good. Well, not Death Tongues, what are they called? Annihilator Totems. It's not a Death Tongue thing. And why are you... Oh yeah, there's a zone I need to stand in to kill you lot, probably. Yeah, there it is. And the enemies moving against each other. Damn, everything is happening all at once. Like 10,000 questions about what's going on in this area. Shoot the blight. Will in a moment. Deal with this lot first. Ah, new areas over there. Excuse me, don't mind me. Come through. Ooh, do I have an overload? I am going to need an overload option for that champion. That is kind of a problem. Was Act 2 really short? I mean, Week 1 took up a lot of it. Some big stuff happened in Act 2, but I would say it was a little short. I don't know. Ooh, crikey. Okay. I probably have overload on machine gun. What a time not to have a proper machine gun that I use in my inventory. Yeah, there it is. Just gonna do that, because I'd rather not. Wonder if we find that Skyburner this act? Yeah, if they're still alive, that'd be very interesting to see if we find the Skyburner. Because, like, this is the Dantalian Extus. Like, it's right here. And whilst Psychopomp it... Okay, context for everyone who does not know. Psychopomp, you've all probably used it and loved it, because, I mean, it's one of the new area denial frame grenade launchers, and that shit's real hot. Psychopomp has a really interesting lore tab where it talks about one of the last of the Skyburners that was alive on the Dreadnought. It does not confirm whether or not they are still alive, but it does not say that they die at any point, which leads to the very interesting possibility that there is a Cabal that has survived out here, Eris Morn style. And if that is what's happened, that's really cool. Like... You're looking at someone, yeah, you're looking at someone who has basically been here the whole time, has managed to survive amongst all the Hive detritus, and has now gained an incredible amount of knowledge on the Dreadnought. That in itself is super valuable. Look at all the... I don't even want to know what I'm supposed to do on that yet. We're not worrying about that just yet. This is definitely something... Oh, this is the boss, I see. Right. Kind of like the Aversion Channeler. Is there a... Ah, it looks like the door is still blocked off and barred, but let's go ahead and take a look around, just in case. Ooh, don't like that. Not sure why that's all blocked off, but that doesn't look good. Oh, yep, we gotta kill things. Alright. Cryptoliths. That means Zivor Wrath, clear her, brood out. Okay. I'd love that as an NPC. Cabal Eris? Yeah, absolutely. We need more Cabal characters. Keitel is too little. 100%. Not to mention, thematically, the Cabal's entire story basically is now focusing towards the idea of they need to retake Torobatl. And like anyone who has knowledge and expertise on the Hive is going to be critical in that fight, which means that you're very likely, if a character like that does exist, you're looking at someone that Keitel needs in her like higher echelons. They've become one of her best advisors on that front, which is a huge deal. Also, there's a whole load of new secrets here, so like, don't mind me if I'm just looking around. Ooh, hello. Let me just check. Yeah, I got room for a machine gun. I don't think I have field prep sword logic. That is actually one of the roles I was looking for. We'll keep it in here for the moment until I can confirm or deny whether I have a better one. 56 armor. Why is this dropping? Ugh. Well, at least that's... at least I can infuse that, but like, damn. Oof. Also, this is really interesting. Okay, these were not here before, and these Hive Cedars very clearly are red, whereas the rest of the Dreadnought around it is grey. This means these are from Xivu's brood. This is her actively trying to land her forces on the Dreadnought and invade. You see this? Like, this is not the same architecture as everything else that's around, based on color and the fact that it's got all the kind of spikes from the Hidden Swarm. Like, this is absolutely Xivu trying to send her forces in to take hold. I love that little detail. Ah, it's so good. It's so cool. Check the right wall. Right relative to where? Right relative to facing the entrance? Or right... oh, sorry. Right relative to facing space or right relative to somewhere else? This is important. Oh, it's more shield bearers. Ooh, that's a lot of customer. Don't want to deal with that. You can start to see why I love this when it comes down to ad clear. I use this on the first encounter of Sundered Doctrine for my solo Flawless, and it's really nice because passive ad clear from Threadlings and Unraveling like that is very, very consistent when you get a big swarm of stuff going. It requires a bunch of little ads for that to happen, but it's not hard. Where is this boon? Because I know we got a boon from that. Unless, have I already picked it up? Where are you? It's not that. Is it over here somewhere? Have I just missed it? Did I already pick it up? Big sword in the background? Yeah. If you've not seen the opening cutscene of this act, you should probably go do that. I'm just going to leave it at that. Yeah, just, you know, no more words than that, but I don't think you need it. Okay, so this is technically the activity start location for the last of the things, but I want to go ahead and explore just a little bit more, because there's inevitably going to be more stuff all over the place. Look at this. You picked up Paracausal Healing? Thank you so much, Black Belt. I did not realize that. I think I was just passively in the flow. Things I'm getting used to when jumping back into streaming include that, because ultimately, like, I'm very used to this thing where I basically just get into a flow state, and normally there's only one thing I need to concentrate on. Now I'm sitting there trying to focus on multiple things. Oh, hello. Alright, Crossblades Tithe found lacking, which probably means we need more story progress. Those things are important. That is probably where we get our last few pages of Songs of the Descent. That is a big deal, that matters, so let's remember this location. Not just for the sake of getting lore books, but also it's more Dreadnought secrets, and that unlocks more kind of like scroll things back at the Shaping Slab. That is a big deal. Ooh, there's a hidden thing over there too. Glad I checked over here. I assume it was a boon. Little text pop up and vanished when... Yeah, that would have been a boon. Sure, let's take another look. Ew, flesh counter hatchling, and it went to my postmaster. Damn. Hello. Secrets. I sense secrets here. Anything over here? No. Eh? This is... Oh, this is gonna get so... This is gonna become such a maze. This is definitely another way in, because this is how it tends to look. Unless it's not? Debate? Bungie? Okay, so this is just a dead end. Alright. Let's keep on looking. Is there stuff up here? Nope, doesn't look like it. Eh? Nope, that's the way we came in. Is there anything more? Have I missed anything? It feels like there's meant to be something here. Down this path, or is that looping back to where we just were? Yeah, that is looping back. So why is this here? It's just tunnel for the sake of tunnel? Is this just secret tunnel? Ooh, hang on. Ooh, hello. There was a purpose to coming here. Which was apparently to scan this, and you can't see it right now, but I'm giving a thumbs up, but like, okay. Yeah, whatever. Hey Bife, do you like stasis? Yeah, it's okay. I think it needs more of a buff generally, but I do like the subclass. I like what they did with frost armor. It's good, but I think other elements of stasis need more of a... It needs more of a well-rounding to it, you know? Like, chill... Sorry, slow and, shatter and freeze are all good, but it does not feel as well-rounded as the other elements, and it feels like a lot of it just gets thrown into weapons. Chill clip stuff just ends up being kind of what dominates stasis. It's not really an identity through subclass. Old lore scan from D1? Yeah, possibly. I'm just mystified as to why there was no text on that. That's kind of weird. 10 out of 10 would scan again. Was that a thumbs up, or are you happy to see me? It's kind of like a... how do I best put it? I don't know. It's just kind of like a thumbs up because, like, hey, it exists, I guess. Bugged voice lines, maybe? If it is a voice line that shows up, generally speaking, they have the dialogue within the subtitles. And I have subtitles enabled for this stuff. So, like, if it was bugged voice dialogue, I would have seen what it was. Like, I'm looking out for that stuff actively. So, I don't think so. I'll check up here by these ruins. Also, sorry I'm spending a bunch of time in here, but this is a new area, and I imagine you guys kind of want to see this too. Do they just drop troops in here periodically, or is there a thing? I guess we'll see. God, I love that the sword is a part of the environment. That's so cool. Oh, no, don't like that. There we go. Yeah, suffer. There we go. Can I? That's totally not the way you're supposed to get to this, but fuck it, we ball. Ooh, is there a... Okay, so you're supposed to interact with each of them. Oh, you know what? I'm such a dummy. You know why? I bet there are hidden platforms all over the place that are supposed to help you get up there. Probably just on the other side. In D1 without a... Oh, yeah, 100%. POV, looking for calcified fragments in Touch of Malice in D1 without a guide. Yeah, no, 100%. Let's be real. We all sat there and we all relied on good Sir Dato for that. Oh, I really don't like that. This build is great, but it does not have many efficient ways of dealing with Shriekers. Ooh, that's pain. I should probably switch to a Yeah, let's switch off Sidon for a moment and just go back to Bygones for just a second so I can deal with that nonsense a bit more effectively. Get on the lanterns? Yeah, I know. I just was. I was just there. Very weak. Okay, there we go. Marker on your map by the first enemies you fought in the area. Yeah, that's... Isn't that just where we picked up the major boon? Or is it over that way? Ow! Oh, Jesus, I'm gonna die to the thing. Yeah, the marker on my map is just an indicator of where the major boon is, if that's what you're talking about, that thing over there. Because the first enemies we fought were over here, basically, if I'm not mistaken. Or over in this general area. But yeah, that's where we picked up the major boon. Unless you're talking about in the top left on my map. Unless you're talking about the radar, which would be a very different question. Let's go ahead and give this one quick look-see. Oh, you were talking about radar. Okay, thank you. Because yeah, that's 100% there's something there. Whether it's a calcified fragment or something else, I don't know. Interesting. It does kind of look like we're about to unintentionally out of bounds this. I don't generally oob. Hey, okay, there it is. It's just underneath. Hello, bud. How you doing? Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. I did not think that you meant radar at first, but no, you absolutely were right. Are there more fragments to grab, or 18 all there is? There are 6 more in the Sunless Cell Strike. Hello. Oh, got Savathun's Lucent Brood in here. Let's go ahead and grab that real quick. Alright, we'll get back to finishing this now. We have never heard of Urkaril before. No, this is, as best we know, this is a brand new hive. Like, we have no idea who the hell they are. Is Rise of the Nine out today? If it is, I missed all the hype on that, but no, I don't believe it is. Nope, I don't think so. Do I just have to go to that one and then it lifts me up to where the Annihilator Totem is? Ah, there we go. Oh, and it spawns more crap. Oh, Jesus. Well, that's good to know, I suppose. Alright, back to a machine gun. Oobing is fun. Yeah, I mean, it's some people's jam. It's really not mine, but that's purely because, like, there's no curated content within that space, if that makes sense. I am a guy who really likes... Ooh, there's a minor boon in there. Let me get that real quick. Yeah, I'm a guy who really likes his story stuff and his other things that are actually in the game for you to find, so to speak. And when there's a lack of that in some manner, it really just doesn't... It's not my jam. Totally fine if it's yours, but it's not mine. Alright. Time to make a little prayer that this last one is not going to, yeah, do the thing. Check the black hole. Not quite sure what you mean by that, but okay. Do you mean eternity? Nope, nothing there. Alright, now we need to...
The sisters attempt to breach my throne. Deny them.
Yeah, so now whenever we're doing these nether delves, they're just actually straight up trying to breach the throne world. That's wild. Also, note that it said the sisters, so this is Xivu and Savathun. I mean, sisters could be a general point there, as in someone is trying to come through and it's one of them. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're working together, but like, that's kind of the vibe I get from that. Let's switch back. Is that the right one? Yes, it is. Okay. Ooh, heavy ammo. Also, we don't know where the, there's always a minor boom that drops after one of these is done, and we have not found that from this. So I just want to find that so I know where that spot is for the future. Sorry to delay everyone just a wee bit. When am I going to do Monster Hunter lore? I'm thinking about jumping in and doing it. I did the hour-and-a-half podcast with Oceaners recently, who, by the way, is an absolute gentleman, and you should subscribe because he's going to get the first of his real big ecology summaries out at some point. I am a little torn. I want to talk about Monster Hunter Wilds as a story and how it fits functionally and structurally with Monster Hunter storytelling generally, because I think that it shows a really clear example of a big step forward for Capcom and what they have been doing. That being said, full-on lore videos, I really don't know if I'm oh, here it is, finally. Yeah, I really don't know if I'm going to jump in still, and that's purely on the basis of, after the podcast and everything, I am very, very reticent to go ahead and jump in for, one, fear of being called tourist, but two, I want to make sure I get things right. And that's really hard. It's not to say I won't do it, it's just one of those things of, I'm absolutely going to need to send these things to people in advance and just sort of be like, hey, look, listen, I'm not an expert. Don't expect this to be the word of a true master in this particular field just yet. This is just the way that I understand it, etc. Ooh, give me the buff. Ooh, bonus life. Whew, nearly missed that. Okay, you are actually damageable. There we go. Oh, there's even more of you. Cool. Oh, for God's sake, it's more shriekers. Ugh, pain. Pain and suffering and pain. Oh, my least favorite part of this. Ouchies. Yeah, I think we got one of the... Let me check this really quickly before I respawn, because I think that was one of the sword ones. Really? Oh my God. Am I crazy? Have I just... I've not been doing this with a bunch of them, but like, wow. What the heck? That is such little progress. Oh my God. Okay, I need to refocus on using a sword and a glaive, apparently. Yeah. Also, I'm gonna just retreat and switch weapons here real quick, because, like, clearly I'm working with something that's way too close range for this encounter. Oh, hello. You don't need to apologize for missing stream hour. It's all good. You're not mandated to be here by law. I just hope that you, I hope you can enjoy it. That's all. You know what? Go forth. Let's kill that Shrieker. There we go. I saw that exotic drop. I heard it. There we go. Alright, so if we are actually going to go ahead and focus on glaive stuff, we should probably go ahead and just focus on it properly. Which means we're going to go ahead and use this, which is lovely. Skitter forth, my children. Yeah, no, I do enjoy... the vibe of Threadling Warlock is always very fun, because you basically just go... you become the full-on summoner. It's not always a Warlock kind of like gameplay fantasy, but it is always fun to just sit there and be like, go forth, pretties! Yes! Aha! Return to me. Yes. It's very fun. Very silly, very entertaining. I thought I already had classical healing. I guess I picked up the other bolt charge one. Oh, no, never mind. We kind of want ontological limit, because that makes the rest of the entire expert run just very much easy mode. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and look around for some ammo, because, yeah. I haven't heard from Andrew in a while, but, like, as a general rule of thumb, he tends to be okay. Yeah. I hope he's doing alright. I'll need to see if he needs to, jump on and do another creator chat at some point. But yeah, it's been a hot minute since I've heard from Andrew. Yeah, let's go this way. I imagine Xivu's worm has already begun to gnaw at her. Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that it's very much that case. I think people claiming you're a tourist describe people pretending to be fans to take a dump on the game. Kind of, maybe. It's a mix of things, right? Like, genuinely... Ooh, this dialogue. Our brother, our navigator, would turn him against... you would turn him against his nature. I will not let you.
I don't think anything could turn him from his nature. But he won't be what you want him to be. Not anymore.
Why, sister? Why?
Because times change, and you have to change with it.
I don't know if this is strictly new dialogue. I feel like this might have been available at some point in the previous few weeks. But regardless, still really cool to see these interactions. Let's actually properly see if we can track more of these. Ooh, one of them is just to crush Lucent Ghosts. So yeah, this one is on step 2. Oh, I see. So this is... Yep, I see. Okay, cool. Yeah, I understand the plot for this one too. So we gathered the runes of Xivu, and now we're crushing Lucent Ghosts and dropping the runes there as kind of a deception thing. It's kind of trying to play them off against each other more. That's very clever. So yeah, I did actually progress a quest step there. Right side wall, please. Dude, if you're go... Right side wall. Which right side in the old area? If you're going to sit there and provide a direction, that's great and all. But if you're going to do that, I am looking around constantly. I'm always changing direction. Right is very relative to what's happening in the moment at the time. It changes constantly. Like, also, it's like... yeah, dude, I'm just not here for the backseating on that one. Slow your roll. As we Brits would say, calm your tits. Really? Coward. How did you get into new nether area? I can't seem to get in there. It just gave it to me. Like, if you do nether enough, it gives you random parts of the Dreadnought to explore. So if you just do it enough, eventually you will be given the hull breach, which is the area that's new. Just the bit where the swords all came down. Ooh, that's no go. I want to fuck with that. You see what I mean about this, though? Like, the Unraveling and the Threadlings are kind of fantastic for just continual passive ad clear that's really, really good. see. All of Ambition, Glaiven Swords. Okay, we are making some progress. Still need to kill more Taken, though. It does not look like there's a ton of Taken. At least not for the moment. Some kind of gateway of Taken looking energy? Yeah, it was closed off, as best I can know, if we're thinking of the same thing. Has Savathun used Stasis? Not in the time we've seen her. Like, Stasis is very much a darkness power, and she currently is Lucent. I don't know if you're talking about in the time before, but as best I know, no, she's not. Ooh, you were a Gloam Wanderer. Come here. Yeah, gimme, gimme. Alright, we do the thing where we wipe. Did I? Oh yeah, it's just there. Right. We'll come back to this in a moment. We need to stop ourselves from just dying. Yeah, I understand if you're trying not to spoil me on that, Smell, but it's also like saying go do this right side is it's like in a video game when you call out over here, I'm here. Like enemy here on me. Like none of these context provides things for all of these callouts, and while you have the context, no one else does, you know? Ooh. You know, I think we're just not dealing with that. Yeah, I think that's just a good idea. Yeah, and also, that is a cryptolith. Yes, whoever said that earlier, I believe you're correct. A little bit lost in the fever pitch of it all. So, is the whole act story out? I don't know. I'm progressing my quests. I don't believe it will be. I think this will be the first week of a few weeks worth of story. We need to find out. Basically, there's still a lot of unknowns. It's too early to tell at this moment in the story. Should be 3 weeks, I believe. I think Sigmund is correct. I don't know that for certain. I don't know if anyone actually knows how long it is, but they tend to be 3 weeks of story per each act. That's how it's been for every other episode, so I imagine that's how it is for this. Yes, boon. This is also great, because normally this final area is really hard, but we got Ontological Limit, so yay. But nah, 2 more weeks and it should all be out. If it's all running according to how it was previously. Experience the finale? I was thinking the rest of the story was out. I mean, you know, I can understand why you'd be confused by that. I'd be confused if that's what I'd read. Hey, I might have just completely glossed over it because I was on stream and doing things. Random question, but did we ever find out Cade was talking about it's on Enceladus message back in Forsaken? No, we didn't. All I know is that it's not the location of the Deepstone Crypt, as I initially said. I got that one completely wrong. Surprise, surprise, I am human. Ooh, these are taken. Come here. I have been instructed to kill you with glaives. You done exploding? Okay, cool. Oh yeah, I'm slowed because of Weight of Darkness. Ooh, that sucks. Ride of the Nine is not out yet, Ethan. I mean, I need to see how the story goes this week. It's thrown a lot of quest stuff and busy work at us, but like, thematically it makes a little bit of sense with regards to some of them. Like, there is one quest we're doing currently where it's like, you gathered some runes of Xivu Arath, cool. Now go kill Lucent Hive, and basically drop the runes on those Lucent Hive. Kind of like as a thing of saying, oh, Xivu totally killed these guys. We're basically committing a murder and then planting evidence that implicates someone else. Which is a very, very fun way of doing it in terms of the writing. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I don't have unstop in my kit either, which makes this a little bit troublesome. What is my unstop? Fusion rifle. A fusion rifle. Oh, you're just I'm probably dead here. Okay, no, never mind, we're good. Ooh, the thing still hurt. Ride of the Nine is coming out May 6th. Do we know that? Oh, listed on the Act 3 website. I see.
An amorphous scripture of ultimate power.
There we go. Alright, the boom drops over here. Let's see if there's a guy on the plate. 2 hours late, but I still caught the stream. Welcome, Aldo. Welcome to the stream. Ooh, is there the big series of platforms that goes up, I wonder? Those of you who don't know, if you go up here, sometimes you can see a few platforms that spawn when you pull your ghost out. Not this particular run, though, it looks like. Let's check underneath and see if there is the chest. Anything over here? No? Okay. No knight, no chest. None of that nonsense. We are absolutely going to go ahead and kill all those taken, though. What my sword like? Man, the progress on those sword ones is kind of lacking. Oof. Ooh, you're a captain. I will just die. Okay. Maybe sword wave kills don't count. That would make a ton of sense. If that's the case, because, like, yeah, I've killed so many things with wave on the sword and made like 9% progress now using just a glaive. Yeah, I think you're totally right. I think that's totally what's going on. Bad downside of having passive ad clear, the weapon isn't doing the killing. Yeah, sometimes it's coded as the weapon if it's like a threadling that's made by your sidearm or your glaive, but like, nah, 100%. Ooh. This is why you wait around for the chest, because sometimes you get a minor boon. And if you're on ontological limit like I am, that makes a huge difference, because ontological limit means huge power-ups as you go. Is there up here? Nope, there's no up. Into the hole. Since glaives are typically made for old witness disciples, do you know anything about the new seasonal glaive and who it could have been for? Not a clue. I did, like, ever since the Vanguard got a hold of glaives and has started making their own, particularly the Haka ones, it's no longer the case that they're universally for disciples. You're totally correct about it being older glaives in that instance, though. As for this one, I have no clue. But refusal of the call seems to be referring to whatever the unnamed new master of the Taken is, and the entity that is now calling out to the Taken, and it's basically, yeah, it is a rejection of that particular call to action from that new leader. 2008 Nissan MP1 F1 forklift. Thank you very much for becoming a member. Even the you guys can't see this if you're watching a VOD of this, but even the icon in the chat is just a picture of said forklift. That's fantastic. I've completed all the stories so far. When I go to the panels in the Nether for the secret book, there is no interact prompt. No idea if I'm doing anything wrong so far. So, if you're talking about one of the old ones that's in either the Trenchway or alternatively in the Mausoleum, that is a bug. I'm pretty sure you just need to jump on someone's fire team and have them open it in order to get access to it. If you're talking about the new one that's located in the Hull Breach, that is not a bug. I think we need to progress the story more, because each of them has a tithing associated with it, which you can either be worthy or lacking of, and those tithings are named after the main quest for each act. So this one is called Crossed Blades. Our Crossed Blades tithing is not currently found worthy, or at least mine is not found worthy, and that may just mean we need to wait and have more time in the story. So yeah, it depends which one it is, but like, don't worry. I imagine that it's just taking time. You should be okay. Let's see. Aside from Euryx, do you think Cabal are in a similar boat to the Vex in that they are in need of villains? I mean, they have some of the Scions, like Euryx, Otzot, like that bunch. They have some very interesting possibilities that they provide for narrative stuff, but I don't necessarily know if it's enough. That being said, I do think there is a missing place for someone to sort of step into the power vacuum. Here's the thing. I'd rather them go leaderless and villainless for a while until it makes sense for them to have a villain again, right? Like, there's no point in sitting there and just introducing a terrible villain for them to do nothing and then just die. You know, like, that's not effective. What I'd much rather prefer is for them to have an absolute banger of a villain who comes along kind of out of nowhere and steals the show, and all of a sudden, damn, Cabal is back on the menu, boys. You know, like, that's very much what I think I'd prefer to see. I don't think I've checked in here. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Did I miss any new lore? Been gone for like an hour and a half. No, we've just been going through quest stuff. The new area in the Dreadnought, the Hull Breach, is pretty cool, but that's mostly it. I won't say much more other than that it's the bit that was shown off in the cutscene at the very beginning of this. I just want the D1 Cabal aesthetic back, not gonna lie. Mixed opinions on that one. I think it makes sense for the era because they're kind of a more rugged scout legion that does not have the same kind of high-tech equipment. The Red Legion, when they came along, they brought with them the cream of the crop when it comes to Cabal weaponry and everything else that's involved. So like, it makes a lot more sense for them to be upgraded and have like the laser shields and the technology that can even block out darkness and light if needs be. You know, that's it's kind of the defining thing about the Cabal of this new era. We are now seeing the best of the Empire has to offer, and it means it's very, very different. Where did Toland go? Ugh. Honestly, I swear to God. Trying to find this silly little thing. Oh. Is he back underneath the Court of Oryx? Did I just miss that? Nope, doesn't look like it. Nope, nothing in here. Feels like out of all the other races, the Vex need heavy juice. Recent additions like the Dread and the new Taken feel like they have more character than the Vex. Dude, the Vex have been in permacrisis as far as like villains ever since Season of the Splicer. Like, Quaria's death killed one of the last named characters the Vex actually had to work with. And now they're just kind of stuck, you know? Yeah, it's very much a problem as far as building them up, because it is hard to have a good, interesting plot without villains. Now, they have added Maya, and don't get me wrong, conceptually, I think Maya is great, because creating this whole new subset of Vex with the Echo, and then using it for the purposes that Maya uses it for, peak villainy. Like, it's really good stuff on that front of things. Oh, there's Toland, he's over there. But I don't think it's enough. I would love to see Maya be the stimulus for a reaction from the Vex, right? Like, I'd love to sit there and see them basically maybe combine a few subtypes as a narrative plot point, and then basically have that be the sort of synthesis that leads the Vex onwards to... Ooh, the chest is here. Yeah, it leads the Vex onwards to just basically evolve. And then, from that evolution, I'd love to see them actually build out characters. Right? Like a domineering mind that becomes present from all of that actually talks to us. This is what the Vex are missing. Like, perpetually we need to have that in mind. Is the hive mind controlling the White Captain and Vesper's host by any chance related to the new Tekken God? We don't know what's going on with that yet. But I will say it is distinctly a possibility. We don't know the origins of it, and that's why I say it's still possible. But like, yeah, unless I'm just not remembering or if not kept up, which is entirely possible, then yeah, White Captain is still firmly possible. Go over and murder you guys. There we go. Oh, minor boon. I don't know if we've checked this chest or not. Is there someone in the lore who has a good claim to the Cabal throne? I feel like that would be a good post-campaign Cabal villain if we free Tora Bartle. That's interesting. I don't think that there is a claimant other than Keitel. She is the heir apparent. I don't know if Gaul fathered any children. But it would be very interesting to see that be kind of like a schism that gets risen once again. Ooh. Yeah. Can't fool me. Oh no, maybe you can fool me. Ooh, have I spoken too soon? Nope, I'm all good. I'm the best in the game. There we go. Thanks, Spy, for only recently getting into the proper Destiny lore after playing on and off for years. I'm glad you're getting into the lore, honestly. Like, it's a very good time to be a lore fan, especially with Heresy out and all the Hive stuff going on. Like, whenever it's for Hive stuff, Bungie always cooks. It's as simple as that. Oh, and the last one is a bunch of minor boons. Oh, the best. Yes. This is even better for us because we have ontological limit, so those 3 boons actually represent a pretty significant power increase. Sadly though, no major boon as a result. But hey, what you gonna do? Son of Gaul would be cool, but you kind of want to have been teased for a while. Yeah, no, I agree. If it comes out of nowhere, it does not have the same impact, and that is kind of a problem all in itself. I would like to see that get more effectively pushed in the narrative before any of it. Also, like, I think that puts the cart firmly before the horse. Like, we need to reclaim Tora Bartle before we start to talk about who's actually going to rule it and the lineage of such and all that other stuff. Hide from the things that will suspend you. Which enemy faction do you want Apollo to focus on? Me personally, I think explanation of Vex combat frames. I don't know. It's been a while since we've seen Vex. I think it's been a while since we've seen Fallen lately. I think it's been a while since we've seen a proper focus on the Cabal, but I think they would be kind of like a separate matter. So those are the 3 that I'd look at. Fallen, Vex, Cabal. I really want them to continue exploring the Dread at some point. I know that they have had a lot of exploration recently, but because they're so new, I really want us to still keep looking into their story, you know? Also, Lamau, Ontological Limit. Look at how much this sidearm chunks with Ontological Limit powered up as much as it is. It's crazy. There you are. Let's see. Is there a lore reason why the Dreadnought is decaying now? I mean, that's kind of linked in with, I think, the way that the Dreadnought has been left and the fact that there's a bunch of new influence over the Taken. Not totally sure. That, and also, I mean, Oryx died and the Dreadnought was kind of left in disrepair. If that is a commentary on the remnant state of Arca, that's potentially why. I don't think they've explicitly given the reason for it, other than the fact that it's been a while. Also, like, as far as gameplay is concerned, Bungie does this a lot. Whenever there's a new space that's come along, or an old space rather, that's been refreshed, they tend to do more than just here it is identically. Like, they give it a new coat of paint, and they make narrative reasons behind all of it. Yeah, stay mad. There you go. So I do not believe that any of these guys are allied with Xivu. To put it really frankly, the Dread seem to be on their own quest. They seem to be working alongside the Taken. And predominantly that means that whenever you're fighting the Dread, you are not fighting forces that are aligned with Xivu Arath or Savathûn. They are their own force within this. I do not believe them to be part of the same group. I could always be wrong, of course, but like, yeah. Is there anything in the lore about Sparrow flying, like slipstreaming or anything at all? I mean, I don't know about what that is, but like, there is a lot of lore on a bunch of exotic sparrows, and occasionally you do get more lore around characters like Enoch Vast and Marcus Wren. Like, Sparrow Racing has its own little kind of like subsection of the lore that just occasionally gets brought up, and it's very, very cool. It's like a little set of side stories that's been evolving for years. Wow, that quickly? Damn.
Taken, Hive, Dread, don't matter to you, does it?
Do you think the Nines are the one controlling the Taken, since they control them in prophecy? They are a potential claimant, but we've not had enough indications of who it might be. Like, there's just next to nothing. Damn. I need to do way more of that stuff. I might finish that off stream, depending on what's going on. Our war was as our brother's love. You turned away from it. You turned from me. Now your schemes have turned him from us both. I will kill you and your speck of light.
Bring it on, honey. You're walking right into a trap.
Oh, Savathûn. Never change. Okay, let's get rid of this and see what's going on with the loot. There we go, we got some adepts. Ugh. It's trash. Oh well. Oh, never mind. Oh, Slice Tear is interesting though. Slice is actually, you can apply it with this. It's just a shame that Hatchling doesn't work. It does have Hammerforged, which is nice because range matters on these Healy frames. I don't know, I might keep that. I'm not 100%. That can go though. That I do not have use for. Yeah. Oh, what a destiny moment. Savathûn sitting there and being like, bring it on, honey, is very iconic for her, I think, though. Because legitimately, she is the one who is very much in power at this moment. Like, poor Xivu. She has been continuously thrashed at every single opportunity by just about everyone in the setting. And at this moment in time, like, there is no question about it. You're just not going to see Xivu be successful in any of these endeavors at some point soon. It's just not going to happen. Alright, we're going to focus a little bit more on this. Crush, Loosen, Ghost, Sword of Your Powerful Hive to mark their deaths. Okay, we're like halfway on that. Nether with Sword and Glaive. I think I will disable that one for the time being. We'll still hold on to a Glaive for the swords, though. Because we need to go ahead and actually make progress on steps. Slay challenges within the Court of Blades while walking the Path of Ambition. Further consume power from the Court of Blades, spending tier 3 runes. Okay, I mean, we could go ahead and see about that. Yeah, and the other one requires us to be walking the Path of Resolve. Yeah, God, that's such a shame. Using Solar or Arclight to claim... Okay, right. Yeah. So what I think we'll do is we will throw on Watchful Eye again, just so we've got that for a Lucent Hive thing. Actually, you know what we're going to do? We are going to switch build entirely. I'm just going to take a moment to do a quick switch, because it's not in my dim, but it... Or rather, it is in my dim, but it's not on my loadouts. Let's apply Delicate too. Geomags and all that good stuff. Kind of wondered if Oryx's Taken Wave in Saturn's orbit might have had a corrupting effect on the Nine, since they were kind of like the planets personified. Totally possible. So here's an interesting thing on that note. you can see the reaction of the 9 to the Battle of Saturn and the moment where it all goes wrong. And the reason we know this is because you get it within the Awoken of the Reef lore book. It's either that or the Mara Senna. I'm gonna take a look through it. Where is it? Fleet, Pilgrimage, Flayed. It's one of these, I'm sure it is. Or is it? Nope. It's Dreaming City. One of these. Re-extinction. Here it is. Yeah. This is the reaction to what happens in the moment where Oryx just starts to destroy the Awoken, you know? For example, you've got one of the 9 here saying, we must before he takes them all. Yeah, this entire thing is just fascinating because it throws out the entire moment of that chaos as it's happening. Alright, let's do some Court of Blades here real quick. What is the actual path of ambition and resolve? So, okay, so in gameplay terms, you go to the Shaping Slab after having done some quests. You start off by default with Path of Resolve. You can unlock Path of Ambition in Act 2. With the rest of it, you've got thematically at least, and in the narrative, they are different ways of controlling taken power. You can either control it using the power of your resolve, which is a manifestation of will, or you can control it using your ambition to power, which is again a manifestation of your strong will. So yeah, that's kind of what it'd be. Alright, we're just gonna matchmake into Court of Blades. Ergo some helps with sword kills? Yes, it does. That's a very good point. However, I'm just going to switch on and throw Glaive on. And we're not going to worry about Ergo Sum because functionally it's the same. We're just going to have Delicate Tomb for the bosses. We'll have Arc for whenever there's Lucent Hive. So hopefully that's okay. And as for the rest of it, let's see. Defeat taken forces anywhere in the system with the Sword or Glaive. Select challenges in the Court of Blades while walking the Path of Ambition. So we need to kill 10 challengers, that'll be fine. Consume 3 tier 3 runes, that's fine. Crush Lucent Ghosts and defeat Powerful Hive. Okay, yeah. So there's a bunch of quest steps to all of these, but we'll hopefully get some of these done. If we get a good mix of Taken and Lucent Hive, this will actually be great. I forgot if you mentioned this in your vids on the 9. If the planets are their hearts, then several of the planets being taken convert them.
Is to free what has been offered to you.
Interesting.
In service, the weak may share our strength.
Sorry, I'm being quiet there because I don't know if that's new dialogue or not. Also, did you notice that? There are Lucent Hive here, and there are also Hive that are aligned with Xivu's brood. They were fighting each other. That's a really cool little detail. I'm not sure everybody saw that. Do the Sunless Cell. We did the Sunless Cell earlier. It's part of the quest. Ooh, we gotta stand on a location. Yeah, we gotta stand over there. Ooh, this is painful. Oh, well, hi. Yeah, that is a way of actually like getting up close and personal. Oh my god, I really wish it would stop doing its super. That sucks. Also, if we're going to do this build properly, we should actually kill some ants. Just trying to stay alive. Gimme. There we go. Gimme, gimme. There we go. Alright, we've already got one of them. Cool. Oh, this is the guy that spawns a bunch of clones of himself too. This is actually kind of good. These, however, are not good. They can piss right off. Ugh, do not like. Yeah, that is the least pleasant of the ones. Let's see. I had a wild idea. What if peeling of the Dreadnought is from the Unknown Master, carving it like the Taken and Dread are made with a knife? Very interesting idea. It would be very cool to see that unknown hand at work if that's what's going on too. I love that idea. Do you think these Taken are the Nines, since they have the power to create their own Taken? Potentially, but again, we don't know. Like, there's a bunch of, as I've said, there's a bunch of potential claimants. We're just not sure. Very sorry to my teammates. I'm just going to go ahead and do this for a whole bunch. Sorry to make you wait. I have a quest to do. And I'm going to do it. What do I want? Not a Void Coalescence. Let's do that. Because I'm pretty sure it's just spend 3 max tier runes. Let's go in and spend it. There we go. Alright, let's take a look at this quest. Where is it? Yep, rune spent. There we go. Now we just need to defeat challenges. I should have got amplified before doing this, and I should have also changed so that I have limit break, but whatever. Ooh, spooky eyes. Don't like that. Considering the constant focus on terror, could it be Nezarec? Yeah, that's another theory that's been floated around out there. His influence tends to be a lot more sort of mocking, if that makes sense. He's very vocal in his actions. So, it doesn't completely make sense. It's not to say that it doesn't make sense at all, right? Like, terror is very much his domain, but when he does things, he likes to show it off. He likes to talk about it, you know? Oh, Christ. Why is it always Shriekers, man? There we go. What are we looking at? Oh, would you look at that? Bonk. Grab you. There we go. I also need to remember... Wait, that's Io? Yeah, so the Court of Blades takes you to a few different locations, but the common denominator of all of them is that they are locations of extreme paracausal power. And seeing as Taken have a lot to do with the Ascendant Realm, one of the locations that Oryx has sought out for you within the Court of Blades is... I mean, there. You know, it's on Io. There's a remnant of it that has been taken. And still remains. Let's see. Sorry for kind of spamming this. Don't worry, I'm missing a ton of questions. That's my bad. Is the darkness mental? How can it manifest things like stasis crystals and reshape beings, taking without the help of the light physical force? That is a very good question, and it kind of gets to the heart of the further problem with, like, everything. Sometimes things are just because video game, unfortunately. I wish I could give you something more specific in the moment. There was a lot of stuff to do with basically, like, the influence of it over things that are already physical and are already there. This is a new boss, by the way. Look at that. Savathun's Gaze. It's kind of like Savathun's song. That's kind of neat. Throwback for those of you who did D2 Vanilla. So yeah, my best guess on this front of things is basically like, hey, if you're really looking at this and you want to understand it best, I would recommend understanding that the darkness is not something that creates physical things necessarily, as it manifests, like, changes upon the world around it, you know? Just as, like, paracausal power does generally. Right? This is also links in with a fundamental misunderstanding of thinking of stasis as ice, for example, right? Like, not that that's what you're saying, but that's kind of where the first flawed understanding comes from. Yes, it looks like ice, and yes, that is very much what it is designed to look like, but that's not technically what it is in the lore, you know? And that's kind of the most important first understanding of it. None of you are taken. Oh my god, stop it. No, go away. Enough Shriekers. Piss off. Also, this is so much more pleasant than doing this like we did previously when it was on Expert. Do you think the entity between us and the Weaker is the spooky, shadowy faction we never got in D1? I think the spooky, shadowy faction, if we're thinking of the same thing that we, quote, never got in D1, is actually just the Taken. You know? I genuinely do believe it is just the Taken that we saw there. Nothing too crazy. It's always possible, but like, who knows? Ooh, here we go. Consume. Do you think the oh wait, no, already read that. Does Xivu know of the witness's lie, or is she coping? Doesn't want to believe that she was lied to. Oh, Xivu is hard coping. In fact, I have something for this exact moment. I did not mean to pick this up. That's kind of stupid of me. Okay, yeah, I do have something for this moment. I'm going to see if I can grab this real quick. Yep. I'm going to find it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to run over here first, though. Yeah, so there is a very talented artist called Robin. She does a lot of stuff to do with Destiny. Big fan of Eris and the Drifter. The stuff is excellent. And at a certain point in time, she created a fantastic meme regarding the whole Xivu copium thing, and I'm just trying to find it. Because it's been a while, but I promised I would bring it up and mention it. Cannot find it. Do not know. Yeah, I'll deal with this in a second. Otherwise I will die to suffocating terror. What are we, bound? Go squish. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Let me do that, because I'm supposed to kill you guys with arc damage. We're gonna slowly make our way to the ghost. Get over here. Poor teammates, lol. Yeah, I know. I'm being a very, very bad streamer at this point. Yeah, get out of here. Oh no, it's the 5 Shriekers again. Every time. Why? Why? No. Oh god, why is it cursed through all? Why is it always cursed through all? Oh my god, please stop spawning cursed through all. Stop spawning cursed through all, I beg of you. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's actually grab some more stuff before we go and look for this. Already got Pericles and Bandolier. That's the Void Coalescence, we want to avoid that. Orb Collector, yeah. That's the one we want. All right. Yep. Oh, I found it. Oh, I found it. Yep. So go and follow Robin on Blue Sky, but this is what I was talking about. Is that not brilliant? Is that not absolutely brilliant? Yeah, this is Robin. Go ahead and follow. Yep. I'm gonna bring that up in a video. I do have her permission to jump in and throw that in when I've got the chance. Oh, that's not what I was expecting to do with that. Let's just kill you real quick. Alright, what's gonna come next? We do want to make sure we kill this 10th challenger. Are you immune? You are not immune. Haha. Ooh, let me go do that. Alright, if we are fast enough, we'll be able to get all the way to 13 full challenges, but we'll see what happens. Oops, void transmutation. Got this, got this, got this. Yeah, okay, I got everything. I assumed, seeing as how we have killed, by my count, 5 Hive Gods, Oryx was technically tied to Mara, I think, and various equals in power once. Lol. Yeah, would we have something? I presume this is part of a conversation to do with Throne Worlds and whatnot. Terribly sorry if I'm just dropping in on that. Oh, it's runes. Oh, okay, alright, let's find that. You're all the way at the back, aren't you? Because of course you are. Why wouldn't you be? Shriekers. Always Shriekers. I get the impression that Oryx, near taking King, was realizing he would never be immortal because the worm would always grow in hunger. He seemed more weary in Books of Sorrow. Whoa, that was fast. Yeah, no, I agree. I think that that is indeed correct. I wonder whether this is kind of relating to why he came after us to try and get revenge for Crota. Because again, like, he states openly, like, such things are basically, yeah, such things are heresy and kind of an admission of defeat. It does not apply with sword logic. If Crota died, it was a skill issue. He didn't deserve to live. Ugh, gross. Just at the end of the super. Yeah, we got 10 challenges though, that's what's important. For the sake of this. Okay, you're over here. Alright, looks like we've completed a bunch of quest steps here. Lots of them are requiring us to go back to the Shaping Slab. Let's take a look. Feeling relatively confident about progress here. Shaping Slab, Shaping Slab, Shaping Slab, Sword and Glaive kills on Taken. Yep, I think we may want to just go ahead and do... is it Taken? Yeah, it is Taken. Okay, well... may want to go ahead and just do something. I do not know the immediate input of Shurichi, but I can go ahead and see about doing that. Let's see what we get. It's a bunch of loot. Really quickly, let's drop commendations for these guys and then head to the tower super quick. As we go ahead and, yeah, as we go ahead and do that, guys, I am going to... I'm going to see about taking just a few minutes of break with my mic off, just so I can go ahead, take a moment, stand up and stretch. You will not miss any content, but while I am loading in and all that stuff, I will go ahead and just mute my mic, run an ad, so it'll be just 1 second. But yeah, don't go anywhere, we'll be here. Huh, that's weird. It might not run an ad for all of you, but are some of you actually getting those ads? Or is that just me? Because it's giving me mixed responses here. It's telling me that monetization is not enabled on one side of things, and then it's saying ad inserted. So I'm not sure what's going on there. But I mean, hey, if you guys aren't getting ads, more power to you. I don't know, maybe you're all watching ads and I can't see that. I'm not seeing an ad. Maybe I need to fix something on it. Didn't see one. I got an ad. Oh, okay, so that's a thing. That's interesting. I guess it does it for some, but not all viewers. I got a Domino's ad. Nope, no ad. That's interesting. I wonder why that's happening for some of you, but not all. That's very strange. Well, regardless, my intent when it comes to ads on the stream is I will always make sure that I'm dropping them whenever nothing of consequence is happening. Like, if I am doing stuff in the tower, I am gonna potentially run ads, but, like, you're not missing any real content at that point. That's my intention. I know there's something still in the Postmaster, but I'm gonna deal with that in a second. Damn, it's Iron Banner this week, too? I didn't even realize that.
There's no data like encrypted data, I always say.
Ooh, hello. Take an exotic cipher. I have YouTube Premium, so I didn't get one. Yeah, YouTube Premium is the way, and I also get paid. I don't know if the percentage is more, but I do still get paid if you have Premium and you go ad-free. And unlike some other platforms where it's kind of like a partial ad-free, as best I know with Premium it is a full ad-free, which is really nice. You get an ad if you're not a member. Interesting. I don't know how membership impacts it, honestly. I don't know if that's a setting I need to, like, tune or whatever, but if that is the case, then yeah, I'd go ahead and check and see what's up with that.
Hi again, Guardian.
Yeah. Much as it's a very cool perk to have right now, I might need to do a horrible thing depending on what happens with revenue and whether it's sustainable, and I might need to go ahead and put it behind a $5 tier instead of a $1. That is a if. I have no clue what the question mark on that is.
All done.
I just know that when it comes down to it, like, different membership tiers have different things enabled for them by default, and I'm not sure what's going on with that. That being said, if ads are off by default for members of any tier, awesome, cool. Love that for you guys. If I have no control over that, so be it. Alright. I needed to do 4 of these. Yeah, so we've got... okay, yeah, so we have a bunch of these that are completed, and then we have 3 that are not. Defeat Hive in the Nether with Sword and Glaives, use Sword and Glaives on Taken anywhere in the system, and then a bunch of stuff to do with the Path of Resolve. Could have skipped over Relegated Revenue. Thank you, I appreciate that. Don't get me wrong, I understand that it's a right pain in the ass to go ahead and watch it, but, like, also, don't get me wrong, the stream is free. And, like, I don't plan on, like, shepherding away much content behind any kind of paywall. Like, members-only stuff is a hassle to go ahead and get done, so unless it's something casual that I can just do in the background, like a stream here, I'm not sure I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Okay, where is a good place where we can find Taken? Is it anywhere in the system, or is it on the Dreadnought? I know one of them is in the Nether. Hive in the Nether with a Sword and Glaive, and the other one is just defeat Taken anywhere in the system. You know what we're going to do? We're going to see if the Blooming is up as a destination. Ah, yes it is. Blooming is up as a destination for Overthrow. There are a lot of Taken in the Blooming, so we'll just go ahead and do this. Ah, you get a ship with all 6 done. It's the ship from the... Oh, thank you. Thank you for the acknowledgement of Drip. Yeah, it's the ship for the Triumph on the thing, isn't... Yeah. It's this one, the Ruinous Flame. That's what you're talking about. Do you recall any Ruinous Flame in the lore? There's a legendary ship given a Triumph, but the ship is also from the Warmind? I don't know. I'll be completely honest, I have no idea. I don't think I remember anyone called the Ruinous Flame, but yeah. So the Blooming is this area of the Pale Heart of the Traveler. The Blooming Deep is where Luzaku is meditating. YouTube Premium is a streaming service I would give up last. It's so good. I mean, it's just like any streaming service, realistically. It depends how much you use YouTube. If you use YouTube like I do on a pretty regular and habitual basis, then YouTube Premium makes a lot of sense. If you... It'd be no different than, say, getting a Twitch subscription to your favorite streamer, you know? Like... Yeah, or Netflix, if you watch a ton of Netflix, or if you're really into anime, getting Crunchyroll, you know? Like, just totally depends on what you're doing. There we are, there's a bunch of Taken. Don't mind me, we're just gonna be rolling in here for a little bit, boys. So we are just gonna do this. Also, I would do Shurochi, and yes, it is faster, but like, you know, I'm a proponent of play the damn game. Ooh. And see, if we had not come here to the Pale Heart, we wouldn't have gotten this. We wouldn't have gotten an extra solipsism. It's filaments and starfire, which I already have, but like, hey. Also, they need to do something about enabling that stuff when it comes to not using rifts. Like, they just need to make that compatible with Phoenix Dive. Blooming is peak overthrow area. I like the blooming. Come here. Die. Alright. Need to find more Taken. Stay focused on the objective. Heard a hive spawn sound there, so let's not worry about that. That is a bunch of Taken. Rather, that's a bunch of Dread. What the fuck am I talking about? Excuse me. Can you tell that I did not get much sleep? Haha. I can't tell. This is a fair point. I should go ahead and grab myself coffee at some moment when I've got a chance.
Multiple waves of reinforcements
I can't believe it took so long, but having exotic class items is so cool. Yeah, I wish the Warlock one was... Well, Warlock and Titan for that matter. I wish they had a better selection of perks. Hunters feel like you can throw a rock and you can get a good class item on theirs. Like, there's so many amazing combinations with so many different potential playstyles. Warlock and Titan are very much not the same. Like, I think they've done some good stuff, like making Spirit of the Horn and Kepri's Horn, for that matter, just better. But like, as a general rule of thumb, Titans and Warlocks get a disappointing class item compared to Relativism, which is the Hunter one. I also think it's just worth pointing out, like, if you're going to go ahead and, come here. Yeah, if you're going to go ahead and do some class items on the exotics, the question of what is or isn't good is, I mean, it seems fairly obvious that, like, there's some stuff that needs rebalancing. I mean, like, Spirit of Syntheseps, Spirit of Inmost is always going to be a good combo just based on what that does for you, especially on Titan, but like, damn, it would be real nice if it felt like there were reasonable options that weren't that. Sorry, I'm trying to look at the same time as swinging. Get over here. Mara also implied Oryx was sent to Sol by the Witness via Arga and Riga cutscene. The Dreadnought was the storm, and she said, met the thing that sent the storm, the voice in the dark. See, this is what's really interesting. It gives a intriguing question as to what the story was like back in the day, and that also fills in some very interesting gaps. because that plot line feels at first like it doesn't make sense, especially when the current version of Oryx calls Xivu Arath a charlatan. But there is a place in the Pale Heart, in fact it's kind of near here, we might take a detour to it, where basically Savathun has a conversation with the Witness in one of the memories that's left behind. And in said conversation, they basically have a moment where they sit there and they're like, your brother Oryx obeys the kind of patterns and whatever of the final shape, believes in the tenets of the final shape. Why don't you? What's going on there? And she basically lies through her teeth to the Witness, which is very entertaining to hear. But yeah, it adds a very interesting question as to what was going on. Also makes you wonder what the influence of the Witness on Oryx would have been at later points. We also know that the Witness and Oryx must, well, probably were there at the invasion of Reese together, because for one, there's the whole Chelchis stuff. In the lore from King's Fall, and in particular the stuff regarding Doom of Chelchis, there's a bunch of lore that makes it clear that Oryx was part of the thing that ultimately destroyed the Elixir homeworld of Reese. However, we also see from the cutscene that we got in Revenant that the pyramid ships were there too, so we have to make an assumption that Oryx and the Witness at a certain point in time did end up working together. And like, the questions behind that are very interesting. I don't think anybody adequately understands what's going on in that moment. Because, like, yeah, Oryx's relation to the Witness is something we still have very much not explored, and even the Echo doesn't know, because it's a memory from well before that time. It doesn't have those moments implanted within it. So I guess the thing that we're seeing a lot more clearly from all the lore now that they've been building up is that something might have changed in the relationship of Oryx to the Witness, and there might have been things that sort of changed the way that he interacted with the world. Honestly, I'm really interested to see how that goes. Yeah, BB, I think you might well be correct. There's a lot of stuff about the Witness talking about how the sword logic is basically childish. And how it's a very weak conception of the way that the universe needs to end. I think that is entirely correct as far as, like, the take goes. You can piss right off. Is there another ogre somewhere? No? Okay. Is there another guy with a cranium? I don't think so. Hunter, I have an exotic class item. You have an exotic class item. We are not the same. Sadly true. Get over here. Ooh, there's a bunch of Taken over there. It's the big ogre event in the middle. How many more Taken do I need to kill? 19? Okay, alright. That's not too bad. Didn't the Echo call the Witness a charlatan? Yes, it did. However, we don't know if things changed, and it may simply be that it's calling the Witness a charlatan based on its own knowledge of it that it's gained from the few interactions it's had thus far, right? So, like, it may have thought of the Witness as a charlatan to begin with, but then that might have changed over time. You see what I mean? We'll go ahead and we'll do this, actually, after we've got this quest step done and this overthrow done, because, yeah, honestly, that's a... it's a really interesting bit that adds a lot of potential context to Oryx's relationship with the Witness. In fact, I'll ask this right here and now. This is a really interesting topic. Would you guys like me to make a video on this? Because legitimately, I have not thought about how much depth there is to this until we've been discussing it here, but there is a lot to go around with this. Like, there's also a lot of questions about whether Oryx is actually the first voice in the darkness that... sorry, the Witness, rather, is the first voice in the darkness that Oryx heard, and whether the Winnower just happens to be the second one that is recorded in Majestic Majestic. And both of them sometimes seem to share the moniker of the Deep. I don't know, it's a really interesting topic, and it's really not clear what the hell's going on, other than the likely case that the Winnower and the Witness were related because the Witness was probably created by the Winnower in that moment when it interacted with the darkness of the Veil. Seeing a lot of doing. Yes, please. Yes. 10 kills. Yeah, we should be able to get this in the final boss. Do the range kills count? Yes, they do. Okay, good to know. It's a little bit of a shame that I've been doing this the whole time without the glaive mods on, but whatever. Your Guardian is streaming this to folks across the system and we're just tuning in. Funny headcanon. Lol. I mean, look, listen, all I'm going to say is Borderlands played with the idea of in-universe content creators, and yeah, I'm good. I don't think we need more of that, you know what I mean? It's a fun idea, but execution versus reality ended up being two very different things. Another coalescence of the knife. Okay. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to finish this overthrow, go to that spot that I was telling you guys about that has the memory of Savathun and the Witness having their conversation. Then after that's all said and done, we'll go and continue the story proper. I will also go ahead and make a cut within the recording so that I have some separation of files for things. You need to die and I need to sit in your goop. Man, it really is just so anus coded. It's so unfortunate. The high quality lore commentary you're looking for, yes indeed, it doth indeed look like a butthole. What kind of weapon will Ares turn Sifu into? Yeah, that is the question. Oh, that is the question. Well, the measure by which Sivu's power was used to claim the create the Dreadnought was described as a hammer. You know, the hammer of Xivu Arath and the scalpel of Savathun was stolen. So, I don't know, maybe a hammer. Ooh.
Every victory here feels so
Vortex Wolfpack.
An impossibility inside of an impossible world. Can this really?
I forget if that's one of the better ones to keep.
Victory? Everything.
I'll hold on to that for the moment though.
If this is where
Sort
the
that out
line is
later.
drawn, what lies beyond here is a future none of us have ever conceived of, never dreamed of. I've dreamed, but not everything about a victory is assured to be good. Everything's got consequences. And that's why we're here.
Hammer equals machine gun for me? Yeah, I think you might be right on that one. I think that's... Yeah, that totally fits. Love that conception and love that idea too. Either that or a rocket launcher. You know, something heavy metal. Okay, yeah, so we're going to head back to that bit that I was talking about earlier, and that's it. What is your current rolled ergo sum that I see you using so often? So my current rolled ergo sum that I have is the Caster Frame Polaris roll. This does a surprisingly high amount of damage. It's one of the highest single target damage swords in the game. So if I'm running around and I need a good solar option, this thing is phenomenal. Plus, whilst you are best off using the... Ooh, that's good. While you're best off using these on Prismatic, I can craft this though anyway. This does interact with solar fragments and facets. Facets? No, fragments and aspects. And that's because it uses solar verbs like Scorch. Let's kill this guy. So yeah. So yeah, if you guys ever want to find this for yourselves, all you need to do is come here to this bit by where the dual destiny flag is, and you will see... Oh, I don't trace going a bit crazy there. You will actually see this little bit here. You can find these little kind of areas where it's... I don't know if it's coming through properly in the stream compression, but you'll find these little small areas where it's slightly lit and you get an interact prompt, and this will play some dialogue. This is a bit of dialogue between the Witness and Savathun. Take a listen to this.
Your brother's conquests by the path towards the final shape. When you have finished pouring your poison in his ear.
Not my poison.
We see your doubts. You speak them to Oryx.
Doubts? After all this time, you think I have doubts?
Remember your sisters. There was Thana. Remember his syzygy.
What changed the motion of our moons, my witness?
You cried out, as your brother did, as your sister did, into the darkness. Now the children of Sol do the same.
You aren't the answer they want.
We are the answer you receive.
So yeah, this conversation, all of it is memories that have been made manifest within the pale heart of the Traveler by the combination of light and dark. The memories are, generally speaking, clear who they come from. That's a memory that came either from the Witness or from Savathun. Possible that it's Savathun, given that we have this massive crystallized statue of her. Then again, more likely it came from the Witness, because this Savathun doesn't necessarily have her memories, because they were lost when she became a Guardian. That being said, it goes and shows us that very interesting relationship that Oryx and the Witness have, which is one where we don't know the explicit terms of it, but he was working towards the vision that the Witness wanted, whether intentionally or not. So that's a really interesting point to all of that. It kind of further extends this conversation. I don't need the tower, I need the Lost City, because we want to go to the Shaping Slab. Nope, not a spider. Hey, Bife. Oh, thank you first of all for the donation, Neo. Actually, let me just go ahead and check. Oh, damn, I missed one from Onyx too. First of all, Onyx, thank you for way back when for the $5. I had to exit the stream and restart my Pixie to fix it. I was able to get through Xbox. Could you find console if you have one? No, that's from ages. That's from the very beginning of the stream. What the heck? Huh. I don't know why that's still up there in my live chat history. Either way, Neo, thank you for the €5. New area in the Nether with Xivu's sword and room blocked by a Cabal orange shield if you have not seen it. I have not seen it, but I'll go ahead and see what's going on. Alex, I see you asking that question a bunch. I've already kind of addressed it. I don't know of any ruinous flame in the lore. But the ship is from the Warmind, and that's the name of it. I don't know what's going on that one. Sorry, I've already given the answer on that one. Alright, let's see what's what. Message from the Deputy Commander awaits you. I bet Savathun didn't see that coming. She knows her sister won't miss an opportunity to slit her throat. Now she must split her forces. Am I losing it? Dealing with Xivu and dealing with you. That does not make sense. Now she must split her forces, dealing with Xivu and dealing with you. Shouldn't that be to deal with Xivu? What? Okay, whatever. That gives Arius and the Echo a bit more breathing room, at least for now. Blade logic, taken rune of ruin manifests before your eyes, hungering. Aeris's approval awaits you. My knife returns to me, bloodied with vengeance. In this way, you honor my cord and bolster my strength. Well fought, Guardian. Aeris's approval awaits. With this, the sisters will move against each other, and the forces they have to direct at my throne and our plans will be diminished. Crossed blades. The Echo of Navigation Oryx scoffs at the failed efforts of its sisters. He invites you to meet them in battle. And offers an edge. Ooh, that's interesting. So, is this now just uncapped reputation? Ah, that can't be right. Let me check this. Oh, no, that is max rank, but it is uncapped when you max it. Okay, that's good to know. Which means time to switch over Path of Resolve. Because, yeah, now we need to go ahead and get the rest of these. In fact, let me just double check one last thing. Sorry for repeating. No, it's okay, dude. I just wanted to let you know. I'm never not trying to answer a question, I guess is what I'm saying. Uncover additional Path of Ambition collectibles. So maybe there is one more thing. Interesting. Path of Resolve collectibles. Uncover pinnacle secrets in the Nether. So that's the last thing that we would need on that. Yeah, okay. Whatever, we'll deal with that in a bit. Let's talk to the Echo. In fact, I'm going to hold and just cut the recording here and then start again. It's a solid 2 hours of footage. My drive is going to be screaming at me, but whatever. There it is. Just one sec.
My proud sister reduced to this. Our joyful war nothing but a tantrum. Could you not taste it in the violence you just made your own? I took the power of my sisters to slay the Wormarka. Their true deaths, made in the sword world. There is no closer embrace. I drew Xivu Arath and Savathun about myself, and their hunger was my own. But the betrayer-taken king gave their true lives back. Our sword logic, poisoned. My sisters now are hollow, blunted. His mercy made them so. I barely know them. So, you have forestalled Xivu Arath. Her ritual scatters. This throne world and its chains stand. Knife of my slaying. You show your sharpness well.
Alright, and that's part 1 done. We get Willbreaker munitions as a result. That's the thing that I was talking about in the quest. That Oryx is giving us to help. Seems he has yet again chosen a side. Let's see. This is the we'll pick up next week step, but my proud sister reduced to this, Oryx laughs. He is simultaneously pleased by the triumph of his presumptive heir and disappointed by the defeat of his sister. My sisters are now hollow, blunted. Oryx considers his role in what has become of the Hive Pantheon. So you have forestalled Xivu Arath, her ritual scatters. This throne world and its chains stand. Ooh, the Echo of Navigation Oryx is silent for now, waiting for an opportunity to present itself. Our plans have worked, but the next step is unclear. Continue delving into the Dreadnought and thinning the opposition. Still no word on who this weird, unknown new Master of the Taken is, and I have questions. I have so many questions as to what's going on. I think if we weaken Savathun and Xivu Arath enough, that's the point at which we will essentially make a power vacuum for them. Which is a terrifying possibility. Love it when the Navigator gives us badass titles. Yeah, 100%. Okay, let's take a look. Okay. Hey Byth, what do you think Toland is doing at this point in the story? I think he's watching on and is kind of glad and mad. We have both not claimed the throne and also started claiming more Taken Darkness powers. And that's hilarious, to a certain extent. Alright, so, talking about everything we have seen thus far, let's go down into the study. Sit and talk and have a little discussion. So if we're trying to understand everything that has happened thus far, and the story, I think this moment was kind of meant to be the big push from Xivu. Blunting everything that has just happened with her is, I mean, it's kind of an extraordinary move for us in one sense, because it shows just how powerful the Guardian has potentially become, but it also shows how weak Xivu is. The effects of Eris banishing her are still very much plain as day to see, and it's definitely going to be something that will bother her in the future. She will not have the same degree of power that I think she's accustomed to. That makes her dangerous, because it means she's potentially one to try more ridiculous and terrible and honestly just silly things. Like, I don't know if people understand what a desperate hive god looks like until you remember that in the Books of Sorrow, when Oryx got desperate enough, he literally ended up killing both his siblings and fighting one of his own gods. Like, when you put a hive god in a corner, it's bad. The other thing I think that's worth remembering about it all is just there is a kind of dynamic here by which we need to pick the Pantheon apart. Oryx and Xivu Arath and Savathun always came as this somewhat vaguely united triumvirate for years, and then they've slowly been split off. First by the death of Oryx, then by Savathun taking the light, and then by Xivu Arath's banishment. And now we have the ability to play them against each other. That actually matters a whole bunch. Like, it's a good deal of power and friction we can create in those moments, but I think actually understanding how we can manipulate that and do the best of it, that matters a whole lot more in this moment now, because running distraction is part of what we're doing. Recovering Willbreaker also means that potentially, if we want, we can destroy the Echo of the Navigator, which is part of the plan that Sloane has. Because remember, we've recovered a lot of the shards of the blade, and we just recovered the hilt of Willbreaker. I don't know if we need to recover a quote-unquote crossguard of Willbreaker. I don't think there was one on the original sword. It was just kind of a blade and a hilt. So that'll be interesting. Might be that we need to recover the original piece of it that was lost when our various exotic swords got destroyed in the Red War. Not totally sure about that. That might be the last piece we need to reforge the blade. All of that being said, the really interesting divide that is being pushed between Savathun and Xivu Arath as they're trying to reclaim Oryx, the one that we have been actively sort of pulling apart in this moment, it's going to get even more tense if that force that is controlling the Dread and the Taken steps into view and starts to really manifest things. And I think that that's what's going to happen in the next few weeks, because here's the thing, right? We're at this moment where Xivu's offensive has been blunted. Savathun has not really made her moves yet. She may make a move right at the end. But the Unknown Master of the Taken is still doing things. Like, when it came down to the Darkblade that we fought within the Sunless Cell reprisal, they then went ahead and took the Darkblade and made them into a Taken Knight. They are still actively doing things, and we've had no explanation for it the whole time. It's just been there. And so all of this is building in the background, and I think that this is one of the last few moments where we can potentially see them making their moves. What that means is really interesting for the future, because it means that we're going to get this acknowledgement that there is this major force within the universe, and it's just then going to kind of, yeah, be sort of lopped off into future story things. I also did want to point something out really quickly. I'm going to go ahead and find this post here. I've momentarily dropped out of the game, but I'm going to be looking at... Let me find it on Destiny, the game. Really quickly. See if I can see it. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So the post itself, here we are. Yep. The post itself from Destiny the game shows something very interesting. Abstain from suffusion, become the Taken will. Carry your ambition into the dark, Guardian. We have no clue who that's from, but it shows the Path of Ambition screen. Sometimes Destiny does this. This is very interesting because the last times they've done this is when, respectively, Savathun and Keitel invaded the Twitter feed of Destiny the game. Also, yes, people have been saying, Gary your ambition into the dark, which, that's funny. Yeah, carry your ambition into the Dark Guardian. No clue what's going on here, but it does look like it's got tentacles kind of running through this text, you know what I mean? Like, this looks sus as all hell. Yeah, it's very interesting seeing all of this go down. This is clearly a plot thread they're building in the background. I just don't know what's happening with it just yet. I imagine we're going to discover more of it next week. Like, we saw it happen in Barrow Dyad's mission, where there was a Hive Knight that was previously a Taken, like a split rather between Hive and Taken. We were fighting both of them. When the Hive version of it died, the Taken one was swallowed up by the Ascendant Plane, and then it took on a new shape, right? Within the Sunless Cell, practically speaking, the same process happens. So, like, there is something in the background that has always been controlling the Dire Taken, and now it's starting to push forward just a little bit. Not sure if that's going to continue and persist for the rest of the story, but we're going to see. Yeah, as for the Navigator and Eris, I should really bring this up. I love what they've been doing with their dialogue. It's really cool to sit there and see them pushing back and forth on each other. They are, in a certain sense, foils to each other too, because both of them have this superior knowledge of the Hive in one aspect or another. Eris from facing them and killing them so much, and Oryx from being the Navigator's memory at very least, from literally having the memories of Oryx. And so you just have this really interesting dynamic of a back and forth between them. Like, I think this is kind of what I wish we'd seen in Taken King all those years ago. Granted, Destiny 1 was a very different game, but the banter and the back and forth between Eris and Oryx is awesome. Like, it's some of the strongest character back and forth that we've gotten in Destiny in a while. I'm very glad to see it. So yeah, I'm also hearing some stuff that there's going to be new things with the, the area of the Dreadnought that was discovered. People earlier, I think, were trying to point out that there was a area of it where there was like a ball shield up over one area. There was one bit which had some Taken energy. I'm not sure. I need to go ahead and investigate it in a lot more depth. So yeah, I'll go ahead, do another run of the Nether. We'll go ahead and continue doing that on stream. In the meantime, though, that's going to be it for the video. Let me know what you think down below in the comments section. And for those of you who caught this live, thank you so much. In the meantime, though, my name is Bife, Paradacia ad Astra. I'll see you Starside. And for those of you watching stream, do not worry, stream does not end here. That is just for the VOD, so that I can go ahead and do things earlier, or later, rather. What am I doing? Okay, so, while we're here, we'll go ahead and we'll do another Nether run. We'll go through and we'll get the other parts of the Dyadic Perfection thing done. So we'll go through the Sunless Cell and grab those fragments again. And we'll also do this dossier of Witch's Gambit, where we'll walk the Path of Resolve and then get Nether secrets, clear encounters, all that good stuff. Yay, more stream. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do more stream. What I am going to do really quickly, I'm going to take another moment, just stand up, take a break really quickly. While all that's going on, I will hit the ads. Some of you guys will get it, apparently. Some of you won't. So, yeah, if you don't get anything, don't worry. It's entirely intentional. But yeah, I will catch you all in just a second. Just don't go anywhere. And we're back. Sorry about the wait. Heads up, got an ad this time too. Okay, so it does look like it's enabled for some, but not everyone. That's very weird. I don't know why it does that or what it chooses to do, but hey. Hey, more power to you if you didn't end up getting an ad, I guess. Right, so regardless of what we're doing, looks like we're using glaives, and we're doing nether things. We need to do one... We'll need to actually focus on doing glaive stuff in a nether. With Path of Ambition. Then we need to find nether secrets, clear encounters, defeat combatants while marked with a corrupted boon. Draw Savathun's ire away from Eris's throne and into open combat in the Dreadnought. Got it. Okay, cool. So, we need to walk the Path of Resolve for this one, Path of Ambition for this one. Let's just do the Resolve one, because it looks like this will end up being just a little bit easier. But yeah. Also, let's go ahead and throw on a different build. One that is just a wee bit more conducive towards melee things. Yeah, there we go. And what we have learned... actually, I'm going to pull Sleeper for this because I want something with decent range. What we've learned is that using a glaive is the way to go. Rilk was trapped in Savathun's throne world. Do Xivu and Oryx even know of his existence? Were either of them even aware of the first invasion of Sol? These are great questions. We just don't know the answers to them, I'm afraid. I imagine that they might be aware of his existence, but maybe not his impact on the way things were up until more recently. They may even not be aware of his impact so much as the impact of the witness through Rilk. I hope that makes sense. Also, really quickly, let's just double check, make sure we are on the Path of Resolve before we do this. Yeah, okay. So the reason we're going to do a private one on this is because what we can do is we can load in and out again until we eventually end up getting the... Yeah, we're going to load in and out until eventually we end up getting a corrupted boon off the wrap. And we'll just go through and do it. As long as it's not something like fragile strength, which... bleh, gross. Do not want. When is Ride of the Nine out? Sometime in May. When Act 3 has concluded. May 6th. Thank you very much, Hal. Refreshing firearms. That is not a corrupted boon. Sunless Cell Grandmaster is fun. Yeah, I need to do GMs with Dux and Joe at some point. We're going to figure out all of that. I am very excited to see how that goes. Let's do a tome. What do we want? This is a great question. I think I could actually use a better fusion on this. I want to try for the one that's got like reservoir burst and things. Yeah, we're going to be doing the loading in just a little bit. Trying for this first boon. Try going to the trench way since there should be a fun news. Eh? You running solo, or do you usually run with people to find secrets? If it's explicitly about finding secrets, yeah, I'll try and do it, but also I don't usually stream when I do this. Yeah, I'd need to find people who are part of the regular crew that are okay with jumping onto this. Hey, here we go, heavy armor. It's not a bad boon either. Okay. So, our objectives on Path of Resolve. Nether secrets, clear encounters, defeat combatants while marked with a corrupted boon. Right. So, focus on the whole A Secret of the Dreadnought has been revealed stuff. Also, for this, I actually don't need a glaive. So we can take this off. Which also means we can potentially go ahead and do this. Yeah. Between Rulk and Nezarec, brackets new form, who do you believe is strongest? I'm curious, because I believe it's Rulk. Yeah, I'm not unconvinced that it's Rulk either. Nezarec gave his all when fighting us, meanwhile Rulk just kind of lounged about and did not prove in any way that he was taking the fight seriously, and then all of a sudden at the very end he was like, whoa, 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 wait. So yeah, I think very much Rulk, like no question in my mind at very least. Double glaive buff? Yeah, I've run, I mean, now you can run triple glaive. And not all of them are bad either. I mean, if you run, I mean, obviously the exotic has to be your heavy, but if you run rake angle as your stasis primary, you can get one which has chill clip. Also, terribly sorry, I'm just grabbing something IRL. I've got stuff on my desk I need to deal with. Yeah, and then you can just basically run whatever you want. Ooh, Zodragos, thank you very much for becoming a member. Also with glaive, you need to shoot, not use glaive melee. Is that really how that's going on? What? Okay. That doesn't make perfect sense. I assume that's for the quest you were talking about with this one. If that's true, that explains a whole lot. That as well as the waveframe sword not counting. Which, ugh, that's rough. Yeah. Sorry about this. Give me just 1 second. Triple glaive, I didn't even think about. I mean, look, you can do a bunch of triple something setups. You can now do triple trace rifle. You can do triple shotgun. Technically, you can do triple sniper, even though I think that's probably the worst of the bunch for you to use. Yeah, there's a bunch of options. It's pretty cool. Okay, there we go. Use Psychopomp. Yeah, it's fun, but it's not focused in on the build that I'm using currently. My apologies here, by the way, guys. I'll get going in a moment. Related to that video earlier, in the Books of Sorrow, wasn't the Witness / Black Fleet referred to as the Deep during the Whirlwind? Books of Sorrow and Whirlwind are two separate things. Like, it's not referred to as the Deep by the Eliksni at all, I don't think. Like, and also, the Eliksni do not appear in the Books of Sorrow. Like, you get a mention of Chelchis in the King's Fall lore from the Doom of Chelchis weapon, but that's about where they overlap. For the longest time, that's actually all we knew about them. It's the only point at which we had to any hint of overlap. Glaive melee worked for me in the quest, but was very inconsistent, so shots are definitely better. Ooh, good to know. Very good to know, actually. Thank you very much indeed. Why is it always an LFR? You know, here's a good question. Where are we at? The Essence of Desire chests count towards this. No, they do not. Well, cool. I guess I wasted that, but whatever. For the experimentation, just so you know. Oh, meant from the Hive point of view. You're going to need to rephrase the question, BB. I'm no longer sure what you're asking. If this is related to Books of Sorrow, Witness, Black Fleet. Yeah. All right. It's a bunch of dread. Let's do that. Ugh, God, I hate this little lip in the thing. So silly. Oh no, I've run out of memory. I need to refresh things. Hang on. Trying to do stream things at the same time as everything else. What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen sparrow? Well, I don't know. Is it an African swallow or a European swallow? That's your cue to get cast into the pit of doom. Or whatever the hell it's called. Oh, I don't know if people understand the reference, because Lord knows Monty Python is now very much a dated reference. But if you do, I'm very glad. Just gonna go around and hit some of these. Bitch. Fuck off. Let's see. Okay, I thought the Black Fleet during the Whirlwind was referred to explicitly as the Deep, and that was covered during the Books of Sorrows. Could be thinking of something else, though. My apologies. Yeah, the Whirlwind is not covered at all in the Books of Sorrow, and as best I know, the Elixni don't refer to it as the Deep. They just refer to the Whirlwind as the Whirlwind. Like, if anything, I think the, like, idea of the Black Fleet is what they refer to it as, is correct. I could be wrong on that front, though, with regards to what they refer to it as, but I know it does not appear in the Books of Sorrow. Yeah, it doesn't appear at all, so, yeah, don't know what's going on there. Again, like, Whirlwind in the one Revenant cutscene gets shown off, and it is predominantly pyramid ships. But we do know that Chelchis, at very least, had to have died and probably been taken by Oryx. Ooh, hello. Yeah, and that's considering that, with Chelchis, they appear within the King's Fall weapons. You get the note of them in, Doom of Chelchis, the one weapon. Do you think Toland will ever make an appearance? I don't know. I feel like he's a character that will sit around within the lore, but if he doesn't make an appearance here at the end of Heresy, then I think it's fair to say that he's probably just kind of waiting in the background. Especially with Eris having claimed her place as a hive god, I think it becomes very unlikely that he still has much further to do with her and with the story generally. I could be wrong, but who knows. As always, we shall see. Alright, let's turn red. Let's just get that. All good. There's been so many names related to the Witness or Darkness, it's confusing sometimes. 100%. Not just names related to the Witness and Darkness, but also names related to the Winnower. Like, I was talking with Bog on the raid stream that we did for Valve the Disciple recently, where we went flawless, and I explained to him, like, everything to do with the Darkness, whenever someone refers to the Deep, has to be taken with context, right? Because there are, like, 5 or 6 different ways in which you can refer to the Deep, right? And like Vorg himself was, you know, throwing it out there, like, is this the same as the ghosts of the Deep? And like, that's a, you know, for anyone who's versed in the lore, you'll know that that's not the case, but it's an incredibly valid question, because like, if you don't know the lore, when someone just says the Deep, again, there are 6 different contexts for it. And that's before you even make the meme of like deep thoughts with the Deep and like bring in the boys. You know? So yeah, no, it's a totally valid question. If you go to the Hull Breach again, there's a small area on the left of the Dantalian Exodus that has a Skyburner banner and some Cabal supplies. Might be evidence of our past survivor or Olgurn. Yeah. I'll need to go ahead and take a look for that. Thank you. I appreciate the very specific location points as well, because that means I might be able to actually find it. That's really cool. Thank you. If I get it again, I'll absolutely check it out. Arc Runner. We want Arc Runner on this. He has in one run. I've been there in one... Oh, sorry. Yeah, I've been there in my previous run, but I've only done one run of the Nether thus far this week. This is my second. And we just started this, so we'll see what areas we get next. Nothing that's counted as a true secret so far. I'm going to have to take a look around and see if I can find Toland. Oh, I don't want this. Ugh, gross. Linear fusion rifle. There. Don't like that. Ugh. Nope, that's the encounter we just did. I hope you get Hull Breach again. Yeah, so do I. It's the new area, so I'd love to go ahead and see more of it. I don't know. Okay, does anyone know how the Ravenous works? Because I actually have no clue how this thing works. I know it just respawns constantly and then can turn into an Acolyte and then can eventually turn into a Knight all the way at the other end. I have no clue how any of these systems actually function. Taken portals and lore books, you got the required tithes. Yeah, that's entirely possible. But it's also, I'm sure they count as secrets, but I also know that there's other things. Like Toland, I'm sure, is one of them. You gotta bait it? There's worms in the room. You bait it into this room. Ah, thank you. It follows you. You gotta lead it to a set of worms. Ah, thank you so much, everybody. I presume you mean this spot here. Alright, come on, fella. Nom 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 nom. Evolve. Yes. Come on. That's it. Yeah, I know. Get angry. 3 grenades. Drop the hottest mixtape. Yep. Yep, come on, this way. Liar, murderer, you breach my brother's throne with impunity. I will repel you, I will repel you. Okay, that doesn't count. Ooh, but do you count, Mystical Lone Wanderer? Alright, that doesn't count for Secret of the Nether. Alright. Killed it too fast. It respawns Lamau. Is that... okay, well, shit. I mean, I got the minor boon from it, so... Ah, there we go. A secret of the Dreadnought has been found. Thank you for that guidance there, everybody. Appreciate that. Yeah, and that does count. Yeah. Yep, thank you for checking that on me. I appreciate that. I guess the minor boon was just naturally dropping from the game and it was a massive debate. Which, hee hee, haha, hilarious. But also, goddamn you game, why you do this? I'm pretty sure I already got the one under there. I'm just going to check. Yes, I did. Alright, we're going to go to the court. Yeah, we got one line of Xivu's voice, which was for the cutscene that plays at the beginning of this week. And you know what? It's a great line. I see you, Toland. Okay, they're going over there. I am going to go ahead and kill this knight first. Because this is another potential secret of the Dreadnought. Come on. Let's see. Also, while we're around here, are there any of the climbable platforms? Doesn't look like that's the case. Alright. Did that count? No, it did not count, but hey, we got a minor boon from it. Have you seen how to get the 3rd exotic SMG catalyst yet? I mean... complete Sunless Cell, find the fragments in the Sunless Cell thus far. I don't know whether that's for target lock or for one for all, but regardless, it's one of them. And regardless of which one it is there. It is a quest. I don't know how I got that. It might be because of my progress down one of the paths, be it Resolve or Ambition, but like, yeah, not sure. Did he just... yeah, he did the thing where he loops back around. Okay. I believe there are some secrets in Hull Breach can only be found / explored in Expert. Interesting. That'd be kind of a unique one, because, like, I don't think that's how it works on any of the others. It may be... so here's the other thing, too. Different runs of the Nether provide different opportunities to see different secrets. There's a lot of content in the Nether that you can't get in a single run. Running it multiple times is the only way to ensure you see everything. So it's possible that the secret that you're thinking of just was not active this week, or was not active for that run, rather. Like, a lot of the stuff that you can see will end up being, like, only partially active in any given moment. You can run and do conceivably 2, 3, 4 different runs of a single location and have something different happen every time. Like, the encounters might repeat and it might end up becoming a little bit samey, but like, you can end up getting different secrets. Like, there are ones I know to check for in this area, for example, that just haven't shown up in 2 runs. Where do we throw this? All the way up there. Oop. Hive Sigil dialogue is completely random. I've been trying to get into Hull Breach 3 times so far, haven't been able to. Yeah, sometimes it's the nature of RNG. That's what I really want on this build, Regenerating Strike. Not getting enough time to look around, having other players drag through loading zones. Honestly, if you have a well put together build, and if you have enough time, doing it solo is probably one of your best bets. Like, legitimately, it's not that bad when it comes down to it, because solo Nether is very much a cakewalk. Whilst things like Devour and Healing don't have the same effect as they used to, it does not take much to really buff them up. I mean, like, if you're on Titan, I'd use Juggernaut, I'd crutch on Invis if I was a hunter, and then get classical healing, so you're just constantly healing on your dodge. Like, there are very much ways to make Nether pretty trivial. Especially on this. Like, if I'm able to casually go ahead and just do a solo expert, even though I'm taking my time, you know, like, it's not at all impossible that you can go ahead and do it yourself. Oh, can't run Sunless Cell solo. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, no, that's... yep. My apologies there. Totally misinterpreting what you're saying. Oh, no, you don't. Didn't even realize I was doing a seasonal challenge there. That's neat. Rude. Kind of annoyed that's not possible. Yeah. I get it too. I prefer running some content solo depending on what it is. I am very much a solo gamer when given the choice. It is also partly because, like, sometimes it's my job and sometimes it's just purely on the basis of I do this to relax as well. So, like, it's a weird mix of things for me. Huh. can somehow get suspended and you can still lightning surge in the process. That's weird. Alright, let's take a look. Ugh. Maybe a Fellwinter's build, but I actually really don't like most of the finisher ones. Are you keeping this video up afterwards? As a solo player, this would help a lot. Yeah, I'll keep the full VOD of this stream up, but I will go ahead and take down a section. Well, not take down, that's the wrong words to use. I will absolutely cut up a section of it to make for a video for tomorrow, so that I can just have that as content that's ready. Because, yeah, there are multiple reasons for me to go ahead and do this. I'm running the content for a bunch of things here. Alright, let's see where we go next. Fingers crossed it'll be Hull Breach. Although maybe not. I'm not sure where this goes, but that does not look like Hull Breach. Unless, I don't know, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Could be that we're going to the Founts. Let's take a look. Or is this the Mausoleum, maybe? I don't know, we'll see. Xivu is just the Chaos God Khorne, changed my mind. Xivu is more refined, I think, in a certain sense, but also Xivu is much more personal. She has an agenda. Khorne very much does not care if you fit into the grand scheme of his game as long as you commit war, if that makes sense. Like, Xivu is much more... She's trying to go out and, like, recover her brother. Khorne does not give a shit. Like, you know, Khorne has no allegiances and ties that bind him. Sorry, for those who don't know, Khorne is as described, a god of war in Warhammer 40k and Warhammer Fantasy. And Warhammer Age of Sigmar, for that matter. The point being, like, yeah. I'm just talking about different gods of war in different settings. Did you know the Pujari Black Garden lore returns briefly in the objective description when you first enter the Traveler? Yes, I did. I remember looking at that on one of my first goes through when I was recording it. Like, I remembered I was consciously thinking of pulling out my Ghost, and I have seen it. It's a very cool little reference. Whether that means that the Black Garden and the Heart of the Traveler, the Pale Heart, are related, I don't know, but it's a very cool little lore reference for them to kick back to at very least. How many locations are there in the Nether? There used to just be 4. So it was the Hall of Souls, aka Court of Oryx, the Mausoleum, the Founts, which is where we are right now, and the Trenchway, which is kind of like the outer shell of the Dreadnought. Now there is a 5th, which is, what's it called? Words are hard. What is the 5th called that we've all been going for? My god, how have I forgotten this? Streaming is hard, guys. Hull Breach, there we go. Yeah, where the Dantalian Exodus 6 crashed through the hull of the Dreadnought. So yeah, those are the 5 areas of the Nether now. And we unlocked that this week. Yep, they're not having too much fun with that. Oof. Hull Breach. Yeah, there we go. Do you think they will ever do anything with the Guardian's Grave from Season of Dawn? I think if ever they do move to make a D3, I think that'll be a part of what they do with it. I'm not totally sure of it, but I think that we will die, and then there will be a big time skip, and then we will probably see us coming back after like hundreds of years. I don't have any reason to believe that other than I'd love to see that and it would be cool, but like, that's what I think. Also because in Corridors of Time, time is very relative and it would be kind of a neat excuse to see a time skip within the lore. I feel like the speaker in that moment was the witness. A lot of light is death and a lot of dark is life talk was happening, along with its ties to the Black Garden and talking through ghosts thing. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it out there that that's like interesting, but I don't know how much credence I give for that, because the speaker didn't really talk through ghosts. He was just followed by them on a regular basis. It's in Destiny, time is convoluted. Yeah, no, it's very hard to track timelines, and they do that deliberately. Like, Bungie deliberately does not release a timeline with specific dates, if that makes sense. Like, them doing that, I think, deliberately invalidates the ethos that some of the events they're talking about are mythical. You know, so whilst we can definitely tell that the Books of Sorrow was millions or billions of years ago, it will never give us an exact date, you know? Is the LFR just bad this episode? You keep complaining about getting it? Yeah, no, the LFR is not a great weapon, that's all. Like, there's a few weird niche roles, but even in an LFR season right now, this particular LFR needs a buff. The archetype is really not good. And even if it does end up getting a buff, I don't know if the perk pool exactly saves that weapon either. That's just me. If you're looking on the collectibles side of things, I would look on some of Scarrow's content. He has a great set of stuff that basically catalogs a bunch of where you can find all the different secrets. Like, there's some really cool stuff that he's done with regards to content that helps people find all the secrets within the Dreadnought. I would definitely go ahead and look at what he's doing. Okay, so we just need to complete encounters on this and then we're kind of good. Alright. That's neat. Is there a thing? Yeah, there is a thing up there. Alright. And it's a sword, and I like swords. It will take an Abyssal Edge. Humans, as best I know, still live to about 300. You know, I'm just going to hold off on actually finishing that, because I want to check around and see if there's any other secrets that I might be missing. This is not the same kind of rushed playthrough that I would usually do of the Nether. I'm actively looking to see if there's stuff that I might have missed before. For example, something curious down here, which sometimes appears and sometimes doesn't. Is it there? No. This is one of the doors that leads into it. Basically, one of these doors opens up, and you can head inside a bit that's labyrinthine and a little bit dark, but it also shows the Suffocating Terror debuff, which is really weird, because if you go in there, you don't generally see eyes, but you have to discover the chest before it completely consumes you. It's pretty cool. Did you do the Boomerang Dyad caddy quest? Not completely yet, for context. We did this on the Cell Strike way back when in the story, but that's where I'm at with it. Ooh, well, I'm at it. Claim a challenge. That's good. Very appropriate, seeing as we have now taken the Taken King. See what I did there? Right, 3 delts in the bottom. Let's see. Nope, it's not there. Is this just for the intrinsic? Not totally sure, actually. I'd need to go ahead and see what it is. Most of the time I assume that when it comes to catalyst quests like that, It tends to be for, well, catalysts, but I don't know, it could actually just be for the intrinsic. It's just a dot in the middle, okay. This matters. Okay. Shiny. I will need to go ahead and check that. In fact, let me go ahead and double check something else and see how my postie is real quick. Because if it's bad, I kind of want to salvage that before things get completely out of hand. Oh dear, my postmaster is indeed full. But luckily I haven't lost too much stuff. Alright, we're going to take a second and just clear some stuff out that I apparently neglected to throw away. Yeah, there's a lot of secrets in the Dreadnought that sometimes are a little self-explanatory and sometimes they're not. I mean, you know, case in point, I literally just had to ask everyone how you do the one with the Ravenous right there. Have you ever thought of sinking your teeth into Call of Duty Zombies? It'd be a cool collab with Milo. I mean, we were thinking about it at certain points in time. Like, yeah, there was a point in time which we played with the idea of potentially doing a Zombies/Destiny April Fool's crossover. That never ended up happening because I think both of our schedules got completely consumed and Milo also started making actual Destiny content, which is kind of freaking awesome. Fuck you, tentacles. But yeah, no, it's something that definitely I think I'd love to go ahead and see in the future. I'd love to do it in the future, but also any new game is a little intimidating. I also, oh god, there is so much stuff I want to do as far as making content for you guys is concerned. I don't always get the chance to do it, if that makes sense. Like, I really want to be able to, you know, I want to be able to go ahead and just get my shorts game back on track. I want to be able to start streaming fully again on YouTube and Twitch. I want to make sure that I have a reasonably well planned out and well thought out content schedule every week. When I get back to those moments, then I need to think about other stuff, but like, yeah, I'm just trying to get back in the groove of things. I don't think I have any worries about telling you guys this. When I was doing stuff, you guys may remember I did a massive, like 3-hour-long Dragon Age video that was a sponsored project for Veilguard. Long story short, after that was done, incredible burnout. Like, it was one of the hardest videos I've ever had to work on, but it's also one of those things where I took as much time as I needed on it. Very proud of what we ended up making, but like, oh boy, it's so burnt out. And in the process of that, like, a lot of stuff dropped off. There's a reason why I did not make much Revenant content, and it's simply I was way too freaking tired. Like, after all that was said and done, yeah, y'all got robbed. I got robbed of the content that I would have normally made. Yeah, I know. Scream as much as you like, silly. Thank you for the $5, Cameron. What's one character you wish they would do more lore on? That's a great question. I'm a big sucker for more Luzaku lore. I think that she's a character that represents a really cool, interesting concept in the lore. Oh, let's switch sides over there now. So yeah, I'd love to see more Luzaku content. I think that there is actually a real lack of stuff to do with Yurix and the Scions and Otzod. I want to see more stuff for them, but I imagine that that's a big focus topic that Bungie really wants to tackle all at once, you know? So like, I can kind of understand them not taking all of that on right away. But yeah, I think that it's kind of crying out for more content in that regard. Oh, and generally, if there's anything to do with dragons and the Ahamkara, like, I'm there, you know? I make no secret of the fact that I think the Ahamkara are one of the coolest concepts in Destiny, and I really hope that with Riven's 7 progeny, and with a bunch of other stuff going on, where there are potentially 7 other dragons that have escaped, Yeah, I'd love to see them do stuff with that. Stasis drive. Yeah, we want to do that. It's really nice on this build. And this is why. God, the destruction on display there is so silly. You controller or KBM? I'm controller. I tried doing KBM way back then, when I switched to PC. And then I got the most awful of pain in my shoulders to the point where it was genuinely kind of crippling. So I was like, you know, I'm just not fighting this. And I don't do PvP predominantly, and I don't care about any of that nonsense. I'd much rather just go ahead and do this, be able to play the game without feeling an immense amount of pain. It's crazy too, because like when doing so, like before I'd even got to that point of feeling pain or anything, before I'd even started, I looked into proper posture, so I know it's not that. Like I did my part when it came to that stuff. I made sure I was doing it right. You're a bitch. Sean, you are a dick. You know that? Wow, what a jerk. Eat shit. Huge Nova. Yeah, I know, right? Look, listen, I've they'll call me. I won't be calling them. Let's put it that way. What do I want? Refreshing firearms. Yeah, sure. Void Walker that was promised. Yeah, no, 100%. Oof. Pain, suffering, suffering, pain, and pain. What are you? Have I gone? Okay, yeah, I've got that. I'm actually going to open this pot. What am I? There we go. It's not quite the same. Ugh. Oh well, we'll just get the rest of our HP from regen. It's fine. How would you like to see stasis improved? So my problem with stasis is that whilst it does have some good things going for it, like now Frost Armor is a reasonable verb, and whilst there are some very strong parts to the subclass, it does not feel as multi-dimensional as some verbs, some other elements do, right? Like Solar has many dimensions to which it can deal both healing and damage. Like Scorch and Ignition have like some pretty clear purpose to them. Ooh, I think this is new. When I return to my throne, I'll bring the terrace to bear on the system. I will open its mouth wide. Okay, I will fashion a cathedral from your bones and fountains from your ruin. That is metal as hell, and your flesh will be a fine tribute to the true god. Oh my god. Xivu angry there. Yeah, I'd love to see basically Stasis get another verb that is a kind of like a passive thing. Something that is a bit like Amplified was, or like something to do with either cure or restoration, right? So like there are some verbs where you get like a way of giving you damage reduction, but then there's another thing that attaches to it, right? Like that's kind of what I'd love to see from Stasis, something that thematically makes sense. I don't know. At current, I think that its ability to break champions is actually really strong. I don't think that needs playing with. Like Chill Clip as a perk alone is meta-defining to the point where Tenacious Mastery is the most used weapon in the game, so I don't think that needs editing or changing. But I'd love to see some additional stuff to do with like something better in another verb that just makes more of the fragments useful. I also, and this is another big thing, I want to see them use their development time to make Stasis and Strand catch up with the light subclasses in terms of the supers they get. Because currently, Strand and Stasis, they may have 4 aspects each, but they only have 1 super per class each, and that's a big disparity. I mean, this is another part of why the identity diverges, right? So on Solar Warlock, you have a massive tanky super in the form of Song of Flame, which is awesome. You then have an incredibly powerful bit of like support and just generally providing DPS with Well and just being one of the best supers in the game. And if you do want to have a roaming super and Slay Out, if you want to go ahead and use an exotic that's specific to it, like oh god, what's it called? It's the helmet. Dawn Chorus, you can use Dawnblade, right? So like there's 3 supers, each of them is tied into the Solar Identity, but each of them feels very different, you know? So I'd love to see Stasis get more of that, right? Like, I want to see Titans just hawk a massive, like, glacier-sized ball of ice for a ranged Stasis super that just shatters and deals massive damage. I want to see Warlocks deploy the biggest Bleak Watcher by, like, slamming their stealth into the ground and just have it basically do a constant beam on a target that continuously freezes and shatters things. You know, and for Hunters, I want to see them pull out the sickles and just run around with them, using them like offensive weapons, and somehow differentiate that from everything else that we've got. That is a Bleak... That's a Gloaming Ninja. There we go. Yeah, I want more supers, I think, is one of the other answers. Daybreak. Thank you, Karkland. Let's see. Who do you think is controlling the Taken? It would be funny if it's Tanax. It's not Tanax. I'm going to throw that out there. It's not Tanax. But it would be funny. Would be very hee-hee funny. Ooh, that's a memory of Xivu I've not seen before. This might be new to this episode. Or this act, rather. Will we be seeing Shin Malphur soon in the nearby future? I don't know. I feel like Shin's story arc is kind of closed. It really depends what's going on. What you should really be asking is there going to be a continuation of the story that we got from Osteo-Striga, right? Because if you've not read it, lore on Osteo-Striga it gets pretty wild. You've got some nonsense to do with somebody creating a 7th revision of Sorrow and, well, basically making whole new weapons of Sorrow and treating them like children. Janna 14. Yeah, they're a warlock that kind of went mad. It's very cool stuff. Read that and then Necrotic Grips and you'll get an idea of what's going on.
My gates open to the most life. The swollen fountains run with blood and burst with arterial spray. The paths are paved with small white teeth. They gnash beneath each footfall, their roots raw and alive. Look, I have raised cathedrals made of flesh. When a breeze caresses them, they blush and contract, fine hairs sensing the change. They are worshipped with bare touch. My throne shudders with joy.
That is totally new lore. Most of these are just fragments of the Books of Sorrow. That is Xivu, yeah, no, 100% Black Belt. That is Xivu describing the Black Terrace. That's her describing her throne world right there. Very interesting too. Oof, glad I caught that. SCP the Flesh That Hates, big Flesh That Hates vibes, 100%. Yeah. Also, love that reference. Flesh That Hates is wild. Conceptually, it's horrifying and cool, and I love it, and I hate it, and thank you, and no thank you. Ooh, I should check out in the middle. Make Tangle. Tangled! Yeah, I should check out in the middle and see if there's a Toland. There is no Toland. Okay. Oh, sod it, let's go through here. Nope, that's one of the ones I've already gotten. Okay. Is this Xivu? Love these little nether lore bites. Yeah, the lore bites in the nether are so cool. And like, the reason why they come along thematically with the Dreadnought and the echo slamming into it and its memories basically having been dredged up by the combination of light and darkness. So cool. Like, love what they've done with that conceptually this season. I think that there's a lot to like. Ugh, it's trash. I don't know about the most interesting being about Auryx. The ones that don't interest the ones that interest me are actually not the ones from the Books of Sorrow, but that's purely because, I mean, I've done so much nonsense with the Books of Sorrow. It's been there for over a decade, and like I know lots of the bits they're quoting. Some of them I can quote down to the individual verse. But like, I can understand why they're really cool to have them like voiced, you know? It's really nice, and regardless, it's a really cool way of getting other people who don't know about it into the lore. Love what Bungie did there. Very cool way of making it, like, actually discovered in an immersive manner.
Oryx's return instigated a grand schism in the Hive.
This is not new dialogue, by the way.
They entertain the first doubt. The oldest doubt. They call it the Enteoxuana. The doubt that will destroy them. The doubt that will undermine their core philosophy. Whatever happens must be so. But what must be so is poison. Their king was slain, but his mantle went unassumed. Now he returns as a sword, wormless, resurrected, and without the strength of his brood. There is no greater heresy than this. His sisters know it. He knows it. And so in this, Oryx wishes to begin again.
Yeah, so context, that stuff... Oh, don't fall all the way down. Oh, that would be boring. Come on! Oh, there we go. Alright. Yeah, that stuff, the dialogue we just heard, all of that was available in Act 2, just so you're well aware. Here we go. I wonder what new dialogue there'll be in the Tithe in the Hull Breach. Yeah, that'll be very interesting to know. My guess is it's either going to be one of the Hive Gods or Drifter, because we've heard one... Well, Sloane speaks in one of them. Eris speaks in another, which is the one we just heard. And then, for the last of them, we don't know. What's the difference between Warlock and Titan jump? Warlocks don't jump, they floof. You have faster horizontal movement with Titan, which is why a lot of people really like it. Warlocks, however, generally speaking, if you're trying to stay airborne for longer, they are better at doing that. Which is sometimes very much not what you want, and sometimes is exactly what you want. It's much more situational. Other than that, the performance is relatively similar. Couldn't explain better due to character limit apologies, but by ghost I meant Pujari spoke to a flower in the shape of a ghost and the witness likes to speak through ghosts. Ah, okay. I think I vaguely understand what you mean. Yeah, where he pricks his hand on it from one of the thorns. Sorry, it's been a while since I've seen anything to do with Pujari. That's a very deep lore count right there. I love it, but damn. Ooh, you guys are new. Malevolent Blades. Interesting. Also, really quickly. 1. Squiggly metastasized Essentia. 2. I see a bunch of Hive over here. I wanted them to die. 3. There is a chest. Also, as far as metastasized Essentia is called, it's very, very tricky to go ahead and say it. Which has led me to the... okay, that's how you kill the shields on them. You break it with cursed rolls nearby. That's good to know. Yeah, as far as the metastasized Essentia is concerned, I've taken to doing the mockery of British nonsense and bullshit, as is my right of being British. And I've done my best / worst Winston Churchill impression in the past. You guys ever heard the Winston Churchill quote where everyone's like, he's just speaking gibberish, and he's saying something like that is the policy of His Majesty's, this government, or whatever? Yeah. It's kind of what brings to mind with metastasized Essentia. Something along the lines of, there's a policy of His Majesty's government. You see what I mean? So, like, when you sit there and have something like, oh, it's metastasized Essentia. Like, it's exactly the same vibe. here? There we go. Fragile Strength, Finishing Void. Hello, Bolt Charge. Sorry for the repeat. Yeah, sorry I didn't get to the question initially, by the way, there. Any idea on Clovis Bray in the future? Inevitably, he's going to come up. Anything that involves Elsie and Anna inevitably is going to involve Clovis, just because their stories are so bound together. But, like, I think Elsie Bray and Anna Bray are also potentially leading into other storylines in other parts of the game. So it'll be very interesting to see how Clovis fits into any of that, if at all. He may also be the instigator of stories, and if that's the case, also interesting, because, like, with that in mind, you then have, like, what he may have possibly gotten his claws into, which would give him some reason to be relevant in the narrative again, you know? Like, when the Echoes came along, if it wasn't for the fact that they were called, you know, Heresy, Revenant, and Echoes, I would have sat there and I would have guessed that Clovis might have been one of the people to get his hands on one of them. You know what I mean? Let's see. Nath, thank you very much for the 10 quid. Do you think they should merge the variants of the same supers together? Those supers being Golden Gun, Marksman, Deadshot, Shadow Shot, Deadfall, and Mobius Quiver, and Nova Bomb. No, not for all of them. Like, I could see an argument for Nova Bomb because who uses Vortex? It's kind of just there doing its thing. Mobius Quiver and Deadfall Tether have two very distinct and different gameplay purposes. One of them is to catch ads, debuff a target, and make orbs. The other of them is flat damage. When it comes to Golden Gun, same case. You are either doing massive flat damage with one which inevitably you're pairing with Celestial, or alternatively you're making it so that you're just doing it to go on a tear and kill a bunch of ads. Like, Nova Bomb is maybe the only one where I'd want it to be merged, because, like, Nova as a damage option could still use some help compared to other burst options in the game. And then also, you've got to remember that when it comes to Nova itself... Oh, hang on a sec, guys. I'm sorry. I need to be right back. I'll be 1 sec. My apologies. Sorry about that. Someone at the door really quickly. But yeah, no, they all serve different purposes. I don't really want Nova Bomb to be combined because nobody uses Vortex and it doesn't really serve a purpose. Right. Let's get this guy. Is Mercury still in the Void where the witness stole it? Well, it's not in the Void, it's likely in the Ascendant Plane. If so, could that be one of the members of, it doesn't speak in the recent lore tab, could be one of the members of the Nine? Yeah, no, it's entirely possible that's the one that doesn't speak. And if so, that leads to some very interesting implications as to what the hell is going on with that thing. What the, okay. Fuck you too, guy. Yeah.
Well done, Guardian.
That's what you get for spinning me around, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, right round. What the? I don't even know what happened there. That's very weird. Okay. I asked about Clovis Bray because last we have as a reference was the Void Ball on Europa and the facility in Echoes. There could be possibilities of him and Maya meeting. Ooh, that is a good question. Ooh, this is also a new dialogue. My brood grows. I will free my brother with force. You will not have him. You will not have him. Oh, Xivu, I'm very sorry. Just keep coping. Sorry there, Xivu. Bit rough. Okay, return to the Lost City. Let's not worry about that. We will need to go to the Lost City to get Path of Ambition sorted, though, so let's do this. First of all, we're clearing the Postmaster, though, because good God. Any news on Brother Vance? I'm pretty sure Vance is dead. I'm pretty sure Vance got murdered the moment that he stepped inside the Infinite Forest. What killed him is the interesting question. You know? While we're doing this, I am just going to take a moment and run a quick set of ads. I hope that's okay with everybody. Don't worry, it's just while we're loading in, you will not miss a thing. And I'm back. Oh my god, there's so much in here. This is not a terrible roll, all things considered. Shame this isn't overflow. This would be such a godly set of 5 rows if that was the case. Damn. God, it's so close to perfection. Still good. I'm probably still going to keep that though. Need to see what I can delete to get rid of it. To get rid of space. Well, to have space for it though, rather. No. I have the redirection sword I want. By the way, if you haven't heard, redirection on the sword is very, very good. It's like one of the top damage perks. Do I really want Psychopomp with that? Yeah, maybe I'll hold on to it in the postie for the time being. Sometimes I leave things in my post. I don't know if you guys do this. Sometimes I leave things in my postmaster as a, I'm not sure about you, but I'll think about you for a little bit and then compare when I have space in my vault. Yeah. Don't know if that's just me. Maybe it is. I don't know. Yeah. Like that Mirror Imago was very much on the list of stuff for that earlier. If Xivu dies, do you think Savathun will try and get her remains in hopes of reviving her as a guardian so she can have a fresh start? I think that might well be what happens. Also because of the fact that Savathun can't help lying. And I think that there is a further point to be made that when it really comes down to Savathun and the chance of doing that, Xivu would not remember anything. So there's a chance that she could just keep her in the dark the whole time. That's so devious. I love that idea. Ooh, I never noticed the Acolyte staff is still here. Ugh, gross. Thank you for the 5 quid, Nath, by the way. Thank you for your opinion. I would have merged Golden Gun to be like an alt reload starting in Deadshot and then you alt reload to get into Marksman. I don't know about the alt reload to get into Marksman. I'd rather start the other way around. Like when you're doing... This is very much a DPS thing. I imagine people hate that in the top end of the community purely because they want to get to their DPS as quick as they can. Sloan sounds pleased with your success, but you detect an undertone of concern that the threat is not over. You left a serious boot print on the Lucent Brood's backside. That'll draw Savathun's attention and take some pressure off Eris. Good. Let's hope it's enough. With any luck, we'll get the Hive Sisters into battle with each other instead of teaming up against us. Okay. We do need more time on Path of Resolve. Although, no, we need to do the last ambition quest, so let's go ahead and do that. That's entirely the point. Yeah, because we need to go and just kill a bunch of stuff in the nether. Needs to be Hive in the nether with swords or a glaive. Alright. So we're going to go ahead and do the thing and switch back to it. Whilst we will equip a sword. Actually, no, we'll equip Sleeper and just do it predominantly with the glaive. Alright. Because, yeah, glaive is special ammo, sword is heavy, but we also learned that the wave from the sword does not necessarily count, which is big sad, but whatever. Didn't Brother Vance have something to do with music? Oh, did Brother Vance have something to do with music? He was unique because he kept on hearing chimes from the lighthouse whenever Guardians died. And whenever it was a true final death, as in their ghost had also died and the light had left them, there was a second darker tone that went off. It is crazy lore that I still am not completely sure of the origins of, but I've been desperately trying to find more information on it for years. And there's all sorts of interesting things to do with the idea of potentially the planets having some kind of musical rhythm and tone to them. Stuff that's brought me back to things such as the lore around various exotics to do with Ark and how they might be related. It's also got me thinking about one sec, I can never remember the name of them. Titan legs, what are they? Antaeus wards. They talk about how there's basically the planets are kind of alive and that's what fuels the Antaeus wards. It's very cool stuff. Yeah. Ooh, that's actually really good for this. Alright, let's do a little test here, everybody. 33%. %. Okay, so it's just under 1% per kill. Good to know. We are going to need some ammo for this. It makes me think of Antaeus wards. Yeah, how about that? Great minds, apparently, Pulsar. Did you know you got a shout out from White Light in his Destiny video yesterday? I did not know that. That's cool. It sucks that he's fallen out of love with it, but damn. Yeah. I will be totally honest with you. I don't know of White Light, and I have not watched the video, but kudos to them. I've seen it go up in my recommended, but I've not actually taken time to watch it. I think I will do that, though, when it comes to it, because, if he's brought me up, I'd love to see what the context behind that is. Given that you said it was a shout-out, I'm sure it's nothing bad.
I hear the thrumming of her war march. Xivu Arath is near.
Oh, that's kind of ominous. You trespass on my brother's throne. God, I wish it was voiced so badly for things like that. Paracausal Bandolier if you can get it. Yeah, it dropped as my free major boon at the very start. I got very lucky. Ooh, Shade of Kater. Hello. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no, you don't. Good night. Ooh, that's kind of nice. Discord Reservoir Burst. We're going to throw this on real quick for people who do not know. Let's see if we can find some heavy ammo or special ammo or something. Also, this is a whole new event. Interesting. Kill a whole bunch of crystals. Right. This is the Ravenous out here? Yeah, it is. Okay, alright. We'll do that in a bit. Yeah, context. That's why Discord is really neat. Imagine that with Reservoir Burst. Oh, why do you all have to have so much health? Makes it so rude. Let's see, my main point was the possibility that friendly Choral Vex with the music connection. So the Choral Vex only started to exist when Maya Sundaresh got the Echo, so they are post-final shape. Vance disappears at the end of the Season of Arrivals, just before Beyond Light comes along, so like, the events are years apart. I'm not sure how you're thinking they link on that one. Maybe that I'm missing something within your, like, message there. My apologies if I am. It's weird, they definitely... So here's the other thing too. They definitely want us to keep Vance in mind for when all of this is going on. He is a part of the story that they have continually drawn back to. I mean, even back in Lightfall, they were still talking about him in the lore, even if it was just as the butt of a joke. But yeah, I think that there is definitely something to it there. I just don't know what, and I don't know what the relevance might be, if anything. Come on. Come. Yes. I'm glad I know how to do this now, but also, man, is it kind of boring that you have to lure them to each of this, like, long pile of worms? No, what do you think the second biggest villain in Destiny is from sometime back there? Oof, that depends on what's going on at the time being. I think the second biggest villain is probably got to be like Rolk or something, right? Maybe Savathûn? Honestly though, I think Savathûn is a contender for #1, even though a lot of the time she is not seen as like the top slot. Let's just do this. Whoop. Kill that real quick. Sorry. I'm trying to focus on the chat, but also this is such a... this entire thing is so silly. Very fun when you have nothing else to focus on, but yeah. There we go. Thank you for the €5, Neo. Still wondering how Ghost Transfer works, aka Sagira onto our Ghost back from Curse of Osiris. Man, that is a question. I have so many questions about that, particularly whether it was due to like just some technique of the light or whether it was due to some apparatus. We still don't know. On the note of Sagira and ghost things though, there are some interesting points to be raised there, which is that, yeah, Osiris might not necessarily have a new ghost full stop, but it definitely has a buddy ghost that has been sticking around and has been keeping him company. So yeah, not exactly a new ghost, but you can find that in some of the lore on some of the new weapons, I believe. Invincible pot. Stretchy tinkering of Vex technology? Yeah, possible. I don't know how that fits into any of it, though. Is Mercury still missing? Yes, as best we know, Mercury is still missing. Get over here. Yeah, switch back to that so that we're not, like, choosing between different ammo types. I need to be using the projectile. Really? Okay. No, what do you mean? Sagira isn't dead. My guy. Does anyone want to tell him? Does anyone want to break it to him? Ooh, consume. Time to hope that Rip and Tear is... Well, it's not going to be consistent, but whatever, at least we can do it. Vance goes to the Infinite Forest, part of the Vex network, thus presumably becoming a friendly Vex, and then calcifying into a Choral Vex once Maya starts her stuff. See, here's the interesting bit. I don't know if it's a Vex that actually killed Vance. You need to go back to the Trials and Tribulation lore book, I think it is. No, it's not. It's the, Sorry, it's not that. It's the lore book from the End of Arrivals, where it talks about the pyramid ships coming down. Is it singular? No, it's not. I'll find it in a moment when I'm not being assaulted by Hive. But basically, in that lore book, yeah, Vance steps into the Infinite Forest and finds what is effectively looks like a copy of himself, and then one of Vance or the copy destroys the other, and it is not clear who that copy is. Whatever it is inside the Vex network. Given the Witness's ability to copy the appearance of other things, it might have been the Witness, but then it just straight up kills him. It doesn't exactly offer him finality or the final shape or whatever. I need to go ahead and take another look, because there are many interesting questions about that. In fact, I'm going to take a look at that lore book right now. Because, yeah, what is it? Duress and Egress. Here we go. Here it is. Yeah. Yes. Let's see. Tentatively, Vance felt his way across the enormous stone he stood on. At the time, he skipped effortlessly from the stone, as if he had done so countless times before. At the same time, he soared. He was moving in every direction, falling, laughing, singing, down every path into every reality, spreading his message of hope. And the original, the true Vance, felt his infinite parallels erupt from him. He felt them bear him up as they passed. Thank you, he said wordlessly, unable to breathe from joy, and felt 100,000 touches of reassurance. He found he was weeping. There is a swirl in his golden echo as Brother Vance lifted his voice and began to sing. Some hope for... He's about to sing the Paul McCartney song, by the way. His voice answered him from behind. The future, it continued. Vance leapt towards it. He recognized the feel of his own cloak, and his hands found its throat. Its form twisted, turning cold and sharp beneath his hands. It threw Vance on his back, but he held on. He pushed his hands up the thing's face, under its blindfold, and dug in with his thumbs. It howled. How unfortunate, Vance thought to himself behind his wide smile, that you still have eyes. So I'm misinterpreting that. Vance didn't necessarily die, but whatever's going on, there's echoes of him within the forest, which seems like a technique of the light potentially learned from Osiris, and then he attacks one of them. I have many questions about this, and I still do not understand what the hell happened here. For Vance to have survived in the Infinite Forest is not impossible, but man, it's rough. I always assumed it was the Witness, to be frank. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I assumed it was the Witness too, but then again, the true Vance is supposedly the one that goes ahead and kills the fake Vance, so I don't know what's going on there either. So many questions about that. I don't think that's ever been resolved. Can't the Vex network also create copies of people? Yes, but the Vex being able to create copies of people also leaves them in a superior position. The fact that Vance was then able to grab the thing by its eyes and then gouge them out. Yeah, it kind of tells you something else is going on there. Also, the word used is reflections, which is a very Osiris technique of the light-coded thing. If that makes sense. Off-topic question, have you ever read about the Halo Flood and how terrifying they are? Yeah, I've heard some comparisons, and man, high-level Flood do sound kind of terrifying. Like, I don't know if I'm getting this correct, but at a certain point in time, if the Flood If Flood Grave Mines grow powerful enough, don't they basically gain a measure of the ability to sort of break reality itself, kind of like Guardians do? Not paracausality born of space magic, of course, but just like its intelligence reaches a singularity point, and then basically from there it's just kind of crescendos out of control. Ooh, I should stop using ammo on these guys. I need to kill Hive with this. Yeah, they're not counting. Because these are taken. Ooh. Get back here. Give me that. Didn't we face a reflection at some point? You need to be more specific about what point. Also, reflection of Osiris in Curse of Osiris, yes, but we didn't fight one in that. We just found them. So I don't know what you mean by face. We still live, huh? Man's gaming? Yeah, no, dude, I mean, hey, it's new story day. I want to go ahead and get all this stuff knocked out. Out of curiosity, do you have plans to cover some of the lore from Revenant that you didn't get back to covering? Maybe. It kind of depends. I fear that the time has just been lost, unfortunately. I plan on doing a recap ahead of whatever happens in Apollo, so that people know what happened in the final shape in the year that followed. So, like, we'll probably cover some of the stuff there. But, like, I fear that we may just have lost the chance with a lot of the content from Revenant. Vespers is high on that list, though, because depending on what Lodi is, the one proper noun that's mentioned, whether it's an organization, a person, a thing, like, if that's what sent a return signal through the anomaly, that may have some big relevance for future story stuff. That means I want to talk about that if that ever comes up. But, yeah, aside from that, I'm not sure. Unfortunately, some of the Revenant stuff may be lost outside of the recap. Just lost to time. Such is the nature of things, especially considering that for the time being I was just burnt out. The one thing I absolutely also do want to cover from that, though, is the Garden Way. The Garden Way is a really cool lore book, which is one of our only actual authentic looks... Oh, hi. You like that? Yeah, it's one of our only authentic looks into what life was like on Reese before the Whirlwind. So, like, that's a very big deal in the lore. It's something I really want to see. And I want to share with you guys because it has very interesting darkness tones and implications to it as well. Oh no. Best in the game, fuck you. Yep. Oh, all-time favorite weapon in D1 and D2? Oh god. Man, you ask a hard question there. Oof. Favorite for lore? I absolutely adore Lumina. Favorite in terms of what I like using? Man, that changes on a daily basis. I don't stick with any single favorite. I'm a flavor of the month kind of gamer when it comes to that stuff, you know? Alright. We're nearly there on this hive step, so not too much longer. Bolt charge. Yeah, bolt charge. Ooh, hello. Oh, something else we missed. Let's get this. Okay, what we're going to do, we're going to go around and kill those hive first, because otherwise they're just going to shoot me while I'm listening to it. And that wizard is going to probably kill me, and it's going to be a pain in my ass. So, yeah. The Flood has, thank you again, Neo, for the €5. Flood has, let's say, semi-paracausality. Scary. So even if you transfer an infected person's soul into a new body, the body also becomes flood. Oh, that's bad. That's not good. Alright, let's listen to this.
I don't have a strict proof yet, you know. This thing we believe. That we're liberating the universe by devouring it. That we're cutting out the rot. That we're on course to join the final shape. I haven't found a strict eternal proof. We might yet be wrong.
We are the proof.
Sister, it's us. We're the proof. We are the Hive. If we last forever, we prove it. And if something more ruthless conquers us, then the proof is sealed.
Aye out, brother.
I like that. That's elegant.
See what I mean about how if you've read the Books of Sorrow, you can recognize the passages as they come up quite a bit? I want to say that's verse 5.2, 5.1, 5.3 maybe? It's from very near the end. Whoa, excuse me. Oh, massive hiccup into my microphone. And there it is again. God damn it. That's weird. Really? Cool. No clamber. Rest in peace me, I guess. Oh my goodness, and now I'm hiccuping. Hang on. I'm gonna mute myself while I deal with this. Okay. Just warlock things? Yeah. Big warlock jump moment. Ooh. Ooh. This might be going to the hull breach. God damn it, hiccups aren't gone. Yep, they're not gone. Alright, we can take a look for the things people were talking about then. Yes, the Divisive are kind of in limbo at present, after the Witness's, like, destruction and defeat. Oof.
And your own heresy sits in fine company with mine. Does this knowledge make you bitter, Xivu Arath? Or does it terrify you?
Damn, Eris. God, I wish I wasn't hiccuping for this. At some point I'm gonna stop, I know it. But apparently that point is not right now. The Shadows Watch? Don't like that. Really don't like that, actually. Oh. Do I attack you? I don't think I do. I think I just weave my way between the lot of you. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's very cool. Do like that indeed. Yeah, that's a very cool secret. Can I even kill the shadows? Oh, you technically can. Okay, cool. Well, I imagine that that kills the secret then. Man, that's really cool. I'm glad that we finally found the reason for that area existing, at least. Oh no. Oh, please don't be lost. Oof, this would be rough. Is this way? Is it the way out? Maybe? Yep, that's the way out. Okay, cool. So there was a pop-up Vasto that said the Shadows Watch, and I could see enemy markers on my radar. I found the enemy markers. It was a bunch of war beasts that weren't attacking. They were called Skittish Shadows. I snuck around them by weaving through some pillars, and when I got to a like orb at the very end, that's when I was able to find like a secret of the Dreadnought that appeared. That's just very cool. I do like that. I don't know if it's just me, but the little blight in the iron sights on all the heresy weapons looks like a black hole to me. Could be foreshadowing. Yeah, it's very singularity coded. I don't know if that's what it's meant to be. Could be that it's just meant to look like a blight. Alright, now, if I'm not mistaken, this is kind of vaguely where people were talking about there being some kind of secret to do with a Cabal somewhere. Someone said near the Dantalian Exodus, so we're going to look around for a little bit and not worry about any of the other stuff, including the enemy moving against each other over there. Throw like an arcane needle over in that direction so they can all have fun, causing damage to each other over time. Oh, it's making bolt charge go off. That's really funny, actually. I miss the open world object scan narratives. I mean, yeah, there are some that's still about. Cabal door at big red pylons in small cave. Big red pylons. Okay. Ooh, let's look around for big red pylons. Oh, do you mean those? Okay, let's take a look over there. Unless big red pylons means something else. I am also just going to skirt the edge of the Dantalian. Because people were talking about a black hole taken door type thing, which I think was referring to this. Yeah, you can't go through here. Context, this is one of the entryways into the area. Like, it comes probably from another area like the Founts. If I had to guess. This is going to be another bit of the Dreadnought. Okay, so this is literally all the way on the far side of the room. That is an invisible wall. Yep, it does not want me to go any further than that. It's just bouncing me off. Let's try over here. Nope. Doesn't want me to go much further than that. Is it these red pylons you're talking about? Is it this little stubbly boy? Ooh, wait, no, I see something. Yeah. That green banner. Oh my god, look at that. And it's relatively fresh. Oh dude, oh my god. He's totally still alive. Yeah, he is 100% still out there. Look at this. This is not tarnished, it's not tarred, it's been hung up properly on stuff that is detritus that has moved at least relatively recently. Olgun is totally still about. If that, I can't remember if that's his name, but yeah, there's still, the survivor is still 100% here. Behind you, there's more. Am I missing something? Is it something over here? In the platforms below, there's a section of the hole in the right hand where you open and... Ooh, okay. Ooh. Oh. I see what you mean. Oh, that's cool. Oh, 100% he's still out there. He's still alive, dude. Oh, you guys don't... Okay, hold on. Hold up. Hold up. Experimentation time. We're cooking here, chat. We're cooking. I have an idea, and it's a stupid idea. We're gonna give this a go. Only because there is a shield door there. And a little remembered thing about shields from the Cabal is that there is an exotic which has a perk which specifically counters that. Do I even have a Skyburners in my vault? This is a great question. You know what? We're just gonna pull it from collections. Skyburner's Oath. We're gonna try this. I don't think it's gonna work. It does not pass through the shields. Damn, that would have been so cool if that was the way you did it. Man, could you imagine if Skyburners was like, I don't know, the thing that triggered your authorization to be recognized and then it let you in? God, that would be so cool. Oh well, worth a try. Also, Lamau, it is Skyburners, so... Oof. Not as huge a fan of it as I could be. Oh my god, this is a huge fight. Jesus. I need 5% more glaive kills. Okay, well. Looks like that's what we're doing. Scan the banner for the door. Might be some random event type thing. Yeah, I'll go back there when I get a chance and I'll give it a scan. There we go. Void braced. Well, it means we need to kill the void crystals, surely. I'll do this first and then we'll go ahead and experiment with that, just in case. Man, I'm very, very glad that that was something we discovered. That's really cool. Still a few more crystals to get. We're better for a Skyburner to shelter than the ruins of his own ship. Yeah, I mean, it's not... I don't think it's technically in the Dantalian Exodus. It's kind of just near it. But, like, it makes sense that they would stay in some kind of proximity to it. If you're gonna be looking to survive out here, you need to be able to be near your supplies. And the Dantalian Exodus is, like, the only viable source of supplies they would have had. Ooh. Revive token. Nice. Oh, hi. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to immediately stare at your crotch, Acolyte. I saw a rune high up. Do you mean on the side of the sword? Yeah, I see those too. I don't know if they do anything. I've tried shooting them, I think, in a previous nether run, and it didn't really do much. Yeah, get out of here. Yeah, I mean, for example, just so you are well aware, shooting them does not do much, by the looks of things. Alas, it would be nice if it wasn't the case. Ooh, nope, that's not what I meant to do. Wanted to pick up the boon, thank you. Give boon. The last one over there is just a bunch of wizards doing their thing, so we'll be able to get some free stuff from them. First, however, let's take another look. Someone also talked about a, quote, black hole earlier in the chat that was somewhere within this area. I don't know what they're talking about or what they mean. If anyone has insight on that, that would be great, but if not, that's okay. Man, that's just so cool. Look at this. Look at this nonsense. Just running up that. Where did Xivu's cedar pods in the Hull Breach come from? Isn't she cut off from the Ascendant Realm? They don't have to come from the Ascendant Realm. They can come from hive vessels. They can come and be launched from like war moons or planetoids. For all we know, these could have come from the moon. But all things considered, Xivu still has vessels. Xivu still has forces. I'd imagine that's the source. Oryx's true sword question mark? No, not Oryx's true sword. Go play Heresy and watch the cutscene at the beginning of Act 3. You will understand, I promise. You know what, we're just going to do this one last time. One little experiment, because why not? Hope the guy becomes a destination vendor for Tora Bartle if ever we get an expansion. Hell yeah, dude. Just to be really clear, doesn't look like there's an environmental scan, but my ghost is looking at something. This tends to just be what happens in the Nether, though. They just kind of look off in a random bunch of directions. Oh. Some of that shit's destructible. Okay, that's cool. Neat to know. I thought we took Xivu's power in Season of the Witch. How did she get war powers back? We didn't take her powers entirely. We weakened her significantly. You gotta understand, we banished her from her throne world. She is not dead. She's not lost all her powers entirely. We significantly weakened her and made her mortal. That doesn't mean she has no power whatsoever. She's still a hive god, and a very powerful one at that. But yes, she was weakened, but not completely and utterly destroyed. She has the Scarlet Swarm on the moon. You can see the Crimson Spikes. Yeah, no, kind of as I was saying, it's possible these were launched from the moon. Yeah, the ghost looking in a direction does usually indicate it, but like in this instance in the Nether, they just look off in random directions. Because I think it's because there's so much stuff here in the Nether that is considered a secret that like it doesn't know exactly where to look, you know? Leaves this very interesting kind of like possibility. We took away her plot armor. Yep, 100%. That is absolutely what's happened. Ooh, heavy ammo. Yeah, I think we're mostly done in this area. I don't know if there's something we've missed. I'm just going to go to the Taken Wizards and claim their nonsense. Because I think we're good. Hard part is trying to get her an expert. We did an expert run earlier. See why I don't like using Sky Bonus? Lol. Alright, let's switch off this piece of crap. God. Sorry, I really don't like Sky Bonus. It's like... it's probably one of my least favorite exotics. That I will give you for free. Do not like that. Still can't get over Eris telling Oryx to shut the fuck up? Yeah, that's fantastic. Life, go to the left. There should be a hole you can walk into and a small labyrinth. Okay, when you say the left, you're gonna need to give me more directions than that. Because when you type that comment, to the left is as you're watching the stream, and I don't know where that is. Could you give me some landmarks, some specifics? Unless this is something that I've already done, which people are saying I already have. Oh, do you mean the labyrinth where the shadows watch? Yeah, we've already done that. Yeah, Skyburners does have Scorch, but there are better things with Scorch. You know, just use Sunshot. Or an incandescent weapon, if you really must. So this is where that spawns. Good. Cool. Good to know. Left after you enter the area under the Acolytes. Right, so here's the problem. There are two spots where you can enter the area, right? There's a bunch of spots, actually. There's over here, and then there's all the way back over there. And the Acolytes are most likely now dead. So, sadly, that also doesn't give me as many specifics, but I'll take a look. We'll see what's what. It's this room. There's our thing that's found wanting, which will unlock later inevitably, because that's how the progression of these things tends to work. I feel like we need to be the Taken King to be able to full build and use Willbreaker. I mean, we definitely need a significant amount of power. That's for sure. It helps that we have all the fragments, though. That much is true. Did you mean this labyrinth area under here? Just gonna go ahead and throw that out there. If so, yes, we've already got it. There was a chest here earlier with a grenade, which is now gone. But yeah. If so, that's what we've gotten. This bit here. What do you think of the Darcy rework? Yeah, okay, pencil. Yeah, okay, we got this. Yeah, no, Darcy rework I have not had a chance to experience it much. I also think that it just depends on us getting a season where snipers are actually a weapon people want to use. Until that happens, it's really hard to know what's going on with it. But Bungie knows more about what they're doing when they buff things than most people realize, because they have foreknowledge of what's going to happen with the sandbox, what's going to happen with artifact mods, what exotics they're releasing, what might be hot in the season that's coming along. Like, buffs they maybe drop into things, certain encounters that are better for certain weapon types. Like, there's a lot of things Bungie is aware of when they do these things, and like, sometimes things get buffed for a reason. Lol. Can I just kill you? Okay. Apparently so. Everyone you put in the ground secures the dreadnought, keep pushing. Okay, it's relatively similar dialogue. Is this only area 2? Am I really only on part 2 now? Damn. Okay. Could have sworn we weren't, but okay. Go deeper into the labyrinth. Yeah, pencil, I already have. I've already got that secret. I promise you, I'm not going into it because I don't know. I am going into it because I know. Do some secrets depend on which path you're on? I don't know whether it's which path or whether it's just the nature of the Nether to always give you, like, completely random spawns of secrets and paths and other things. And, ooh, there is a secret up here, though. You see that on the radar, everyone? Ooh, there's a worm. Hey, bud. There it is. Collect tithing worm spawn. There we go. Oh, I hate this. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, this is bad. Oh, that's giving me huge... Oh, that's giving me really gnarly thalassophobia vibes. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ. Oh, I really don't like that. Oh, no. These other nether the transition sections in the nether generally aren't that bad, but this is really not good. Oof. Yeah, this is, not pleasant. Get me the fuck out of here.
Envy becomes you.
Damn, it's Eris and... Oh
You
no.
were unseated. Be silent. Be silent.
Yo.
Childish fool. You will be cowed, and your worm will starve.
Oh my god. Eris, my goat. Yo. What? Oh my god. Eris, okay, Eris may have told Oryx to shut the fuck up before. Holy shit. That is, oh man. That is delicious. I can't believe what we just heard. That's actually so fire. She literally just said, sit down, kid. Oh my goodness. Dude, you are dethroned. Oh my god. God, I wish so badly that all of these were voiced. Fuck. I cannot believe what we just saw. Can we get some Ayat in the chat for that? Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Black Belt. Ayat. Childish fool. Wow. God, I'm gonna have so much fun talking about this. I can't believe we just saw that. Oh my lord. Eris has absolutely zero chill this episode. I love it. I love this version of Eris. Yeah, she's killed enough Hive Gods to talk some shit at this point. She knows what's what, and she's not impressed. Yeah, I agree. I really do hope that they get released in an official manner too. Like one where we are able to access them and just get lots of the dialogue after the fact. But to be honest, I don't know. It depends on the nature of the strike and whether or not it remains ongoing. Because if it does, it could be a long while before that happens. But hey, who knows? I also think there is a diminishing returns type thing. If all of Heresy elapses and this is still an issue that's not been resolved, we then just have the further problem of like, how many people are really going to care about it well after the fact, you know? The winner word to Eris probably when she tells the Hive Gods to shut the fuck up. You know, I am a massive fan myself. Absolutely the case, Neo. And thank you for the €5. You sure Eris isn't the Hive God of sick burns too? Damn. Hive God of fire. When will the VOD for this stream be released? The VOD will be available for this full thing. Like, you can rewatch the stream immediately when everything is done. The VOD of, like, the cut down bit where we're just looking through story stuff, that will be probably tomorrow. Yeah, we'll need to see about that. Lol. Oof. Degrees of silly power. Alright, we're going to check over on this side and just see what's going on. Love to see Eris evolve and tell the Winnower to shut the hell up. Or shut the fuck up. Yeah. I don't know if I've ever gotten a thing where two of these are active in a single zone. Knowing Eris's lack of patience for this nonsense like that? Probably, yeah. A long listen tomorrow? I mean, it'll be a listen, but it's also one of those things if you'll be catching up on a stream, so it really depends. Might not be for everyone. Zach, thank you very much for becoming a member. Will the Eris burn be included? Probably not. I haven't got that as a recorded section. It'll be on YouTube within the live section after this stream is done. But it will not be in a video. I've not been recording this section. Generally, and this is, do we ever get a reason why certain characters are not voiced? Yeah, there's a SAG-AFTRA strike going on right now. And whilst Destiny is not one of the games that has been struck, basically there is a thing called striking in solidarity. If you yeah, basically there are some people who are not recording voice lines out of solidarity for those who are affected by the strike. As a result, Xivu Arath and Sloane are two characters that are not voiced in this season. And the choice to ship Heresy alongside it is another thing of Bungie basically standing in solidarity with that group too. I was initially under very much wrong impressions. I thought Bungie was not one of the games that had complied and that they were a struck game. It turns out no, they did comply. It's just very much a case of the voice actors still have the choice to go ahead and choose who they choose who they work for and choose whether or not they actually decide to do the thing. Also makes a lot of sense because I believe that the voice actors behind them are very in deep with the strike.
They entertain the first doubt, the oldest doubt. They call it the Enteoxuana, the doubt that will destroy them, the doubt that will undermine their core philosophy. Whatever happens must be so, but what must be so is poison. Their king was slain, but his mantle went unassumed. Now he returns as a sword, wormless, resurrected, and without the strength of his brood. There is no greater heresy than this. His sisters know it. He knows it. And so in this, Oryx wishes to begin again.
Yeah, there we go. Whoop. Yeah, I'll be completely honest. Yeah, when it came to first hearing about things, I was completely not clued up with regards to what was going on. I made a big fool of myself on a video, as sometimes happens because we're all human. And yeah, no, I removed the segment because it turns out that it is actually not higher-ups at Bungie digging in their feet. Bungie completely complied and was happy to go ahead and sign with regards to people, and is not trying to push terrible contracts that do a bunch of AI nonsense. So that's really good to hear. But also, like, yeah, this is just a sign of what's still going on in the industry. I think Zavala was done dirty with the killing of his ghost. Was it necessary? I think that it potentially is fine. I think it's one of those moments where he comes to a coherent end of a narrative arc with Tharj dying. Like, he's always been sort of a soldier for the light. In this sense, his connection to the light being killed forces him to open his perspectives to the rest of the world. It's, requires you to kind of, like, examine the long arc of Zavala's story, basically, but, like, I do think it makes sense. Also, ontological limit makes Nether such a joke. Kill, marry, smash, Hive God Edition. This is important information. Let's see. Kill marry Aya, smash Yul. There you go. I know those aren't the gods you were thinking of, but suck it. If you're not thinking the wrong gods, you're not thinking of all the Hive gods. So, am I being silly? Did I not pick up the thing from there? Did I not get the minor boon from downstairs? Let's just check that. No, I did not. Haha. Thought I was missing something. Yeah, so here's the thing. When it comes to creative industries, AI does not... I'm gonna go ahead and soapbox this for just a second. The idea of you creating any AI art is potentially one where some people find it fun, and as a creative outlet, for you as an individual, you know, forget about the fact that it is horrific for the planet. Sure, whatever. Fine. Do what you want to do on your own basis. Don't go around and claiming that it's art, and also if you want real art, commission an artist. Like, this is stuff that is deliberately taking the jobs away from creatives, and there is the idea that it is democratizing art, and yet also it is not democratizing art because it is stealing in order to create the basis for its knowledge of what art is and should look like. And then also, you just gotta remember that most AI art looks like crap. I mean, for one, people can immediately tell that it looks like AI art, and that immediately turns people off, so that sucks. But then also, you have to deal with AI art, generally speaking, hitting the uncanny valley, if not giving people 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th fingers, as opposed to 4 fingers and a thumb. So, like, you know... Ugh. And then there's all the silly nonsense that comes along with it. Just as a general rule of thumb, if you're going to go ahead and look for art stuff, don't use AI art. It's just nonsense. In any creative field, people using AI I really disagree with it. I think it's entirely different when you look at the context of AI more broadly, because nowadays AI gets lumped in with just ChatGPT and things, but it's more than that. You know, machine learning algorithms in different circumstances have a place, right? Like machine learning when it's specifically designed to recognize something in medical software and it's been proven to improve the accuracy of test results. That is very different from someone creating like a shitpost on ChatGPT where it's like, tell me the most skibbity thing in the world, and you've just like burned a tree to go ahead and make that. You know, yeah. It's not even communizing art. It's just stealing it. It's just theft. It's not even this thing of like, oh, it's all communal. It completely circumvents copyright. The robotic talking AI ads too. Yeah, that stuff can piss off. Like, ooh, I don't know how many times I've seen like a YouTube video or an ad or something or a short. It's just like a robotic voice or someone's AI voice, and it's like, ah, cool. I want nothing to do with this. This sucks. Yeah. AI generally is something that can have function, but when the way that it's used commercially, I think sucks. Especially the way that it's been used in the creative industries. I think if you're using something like Midjourney for AI art nowadays, like we're past that early phase where we didn't realize what it was and how it was getting the things it's getting. Like, you know, we are now in that phase of like, come on guys, it's literally violating copyright, and in the process you're just denying work for an artist. Which, by the way, if you know any artists, you already probably know that it's not exactly an easy time right now. Like, also, geez, 700,000 damage on this thing? That's a lot. Oh, no, don't get me wrong, Captain. I understand entirely. I know where you stand on that side of things. I'm just voicing my discontent because, yeah, I think AI just sucks. There are definitely use cases for it, but the way that it's been used commercially and to sort of offset creatives is just terrible. I also think, again, it depends what kind of AI you're talking about. Because, again, like a ChatGPT and Midjourney thing is very different from, like, certain machine learning systems that are employed in different fields. Use my sister's death to fashion a seat of heresy. Use my logic's power to deny me my court. Now you stand between me and my brother. I will not allow it. Oh, Eris is gonna have some fire.
And what will you do to stop me?
With my brother's power, my brood will swarm soul and devour your acolytes. With the strength of my worm, I will strip your flesh from your bones.
My court is vengeance, and I will meet you there.
Man, okay, I don't know this because it's very much a thing of like, you don't know until someone confirms it. And I'm going to call this out in this moment right here. Hazel, if this was you, I see you, and well done. But also, god damn it. I wish we had more of this. It's killing me. Oh. Neo the Filth, Pep's doing AI comms and demanding money for AI art. Ugh, yeah, no, that's gross. Did I miss that there's a damage bug right now? I mean, if you're looking at how much damage I was doing to the Tormentor, no, that's ontological limit. It's a corrupted boon that you can pick up, which means you can't pick up any more major or corrupted boons, but it lets you deal an increase in damage proportional to the number of minor boons you have. So no, that huge amount of damage is not a damage bug, that is a feature. Oh my god, I need to deal with my postie again. Oof. And I went to the wrong place. I went to the apartment because I need to clear my postie first. So Hazel is one of the, she is unfortunately one of the people who was at Bungie, but who was laid off in the last round of layoffs around August. She is responsible for a lot of the writing in Heresy, and she has done some of the best, like, one-liners in the entire episode. Like, the thing where Oryx sits there and just tells Xivu, like, are you afraid that you, like, basically says, hey, come kill me then, prove the logic. Are you afraid that you will fail, or are you afraid that you will succeed? Stuff like that. Lots of that is Hazel's writing, and she's responsible for a lot of stuff on Eris and the Drifter too. Like, a lot of the writing stuff in Bungie is done communally, and then there are some people who focus on certain specific characters. So I forget, but I believe her name was Kulani, for example, was a associate narrative designer who then got promoted to a narrative designer and then was also unfortunately laid off. And she was responsible for some of the early writing predominantly on Nezarec. It's another one of the narrative team that I loved. Like, all of these people just have absolutely fantastic work, and yeah, it's really sad to see them go, but also it's phenomenal to see the things that they've written like grow wings and take flight and live. It's just really, really awesome. I've seen people debate whether the Ahamkara have the power of the light or darkness, but what if they wielded both? By that token, we could create anything using Prismatic. I mean, this is the interesting thing about it, right? We still don't know the true basis for the, like, source of power of the Ahamkara. We just know that wish magic is what they use, right? Bloodied Blades. Guardian, you've returned bathed in hive viscera and glory. You have brought war to the hive, and soon they will respond in kind. Sheathe your blade now and rest. Soon you will be called to fight again. Well, you could have spared me the Temptation's hook there, Eris, but thanks, I guess. Additional Path of Resolve collectibles. Oh, okay, so those are the worms that I picked up earlier. I have 2 more worms to pick up while I'm on Path of Resolve. And then this is the Pinnacle Secret, which is the one, like, terminal that creates a taken portal that then spawns 2 chests dialogue and the Song of Descent lore books, which will be later on, so can't do anything about that. And then this is just rank 15 in each track. Okay. Well, no matter what, we're going to be back on Resolve for a little bit, but I might end the stream. Say it with me right now. God damn you, Pete Parsons. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Just... God. Cold ass take, for sure. Not at all a hot take, but not a fan. Let's see. I'm so close. I could probably deposit a metastasized Essentia and get an upgrade here. Yeah, there we go. Feels like a good spot to stop. Yeah, I think it probably is. I might be winding down. We've been streaming for quite a few hours now. How long has it been? Oh, wow. Have we been live for 6 hours? Good God, we have been live for 6 hours. Wow, that's crazy. Check for Drifter dialogue. Yes, good point. No Drifter dialogue there, unless it's somewhere inside the throne world itself. Take a quick cursory look around, but I don't think there is. Good shout to check, though, because yeah, there has been Drifter dialogue there twice now. And he did say he was out there looking for parts and pieces of Willbreaker or for a backup plan in case we needed it. So yeah, that's a very good shout. Thank you for that. Doesn't look like there's anything, but yeah. Verena Harmon, thank you very much for becoming a member. Although I do think, honestly though, yeah, I think that might be where we end it for today. Thank you so much for all the love on the stream, everybody. If you have been enjoying it, yeah, just go ahead and let me know. We'll probably be doing this for each of the weeks leading up to the end of Act 3. I don't know what we'll be doing afterwards, but there might be some streams where we're just chilling and doing stuff. I don't know if we can do more T-Slape streams later on, but we'll talk to the gang and see what we're doing. We still need to figure out what game we want to play next. I know that we want to do Dune Awakening when that comes along. But we probably also want to record another T-Slape between now and then. But yeah, we'll see what's happening. It's going to be real good. More streams, please. Yeah, I'll see if I can get at least one of these in a week, and I'll see about getting some more casual streams up on YouTube. I do also want to go ahead and re-establish Twitch, but in the meantime, thank you so much. Check the ship. Oh yes, actually, before we end, let's go ahead and do that. Because we do have stuff. Vengeful Knife, yes. And we can see if the ship has a lore tab, which it might. Also, yay, seasonal challenges. Here we go. The Ruinous Flame. Does not have a lore tab. Alas. However, that's a pretty cool looking Hawk gunship. What's the logo on here? Is that technically like a really dark Vanguard logo? Huh, interesting. Okay. Well, there it is. Fly faster, burn bright. It's just weird. Like, I don't know if it's a bug or anything. Is that a Warmind logo? I don't know if that is a Warmind logo. No, I don't think that is. Yeah, looking at it from above, I don't think that's a Warmind logo. I could be wrong, but who knows. Either way, that's gonna likely be it for the rest of the stream. Thank you very much for everyone who showed up here, and thank you so much to all the people who donated and became members today. Again, we're still rolling things out as we go. Oh, you mean on the icon? Yeah, no, I see that. Yeah, okay. No, Ship's been in the files since Warmind? I guess it was just released now? What the f... So it's been in there for like 7 years. That is so weird. It's technically not a new ship? Okay, that is very strange. Either way, we'll be exploring more stuff as things go. You can expect the recap version of this in a VOD going up tomorrow. When this stream ends, however, I'll make sure that it is available within the live section of YouTube if you guys want to catch it. But for the time being, thank you so much. It's been a great stream, and I will catch you all very soon. Ad Astra, ladies and gentlemen. Ad Astra.